I was out in the desert near Moab for a solo weekend trip, something I'd done plenty of times before. These getaways were my way of clearing my head with no cell service and no real agenda. This particular evening started like any other, hot, dry, with a light wind rustling through the sparse landscape. Around 6, I set up camp in a small clearing off a dirt road. My routine was simple: pitch the tent, cook some instant rice and beans on my camp stove, crack open a beer, and watch the sunset. The silence was different that night, not peaceful, but eerily empty. No birds, no insects, nothing seemed to be moving. After dark, I built a small fire, careful not to draw too much attention. I sat there with my boots off, poking at the embers and listening to the wind. At one point, I thought I heard something moving behind me, maybe 20 or 30 feet away. When I shined my flashlight around, there was nothing, just creosote bushes and rocks. I convinced myself it was probably a jackrabbit. Close to midnight, I retreated to my tent, leaving the rain fly off to enjoy the star-filled sky. The stars were incredibly bright, allowing me to see the faint outlines of rocks around my campsite. That's when everything changed. Suddenly, without warning or sound, a perfect circle of lights appeared about 20 feet above the ground and roughly 30 feet wide. These weren't blinding lights, but distinct white spheres evenly spaced in a precise circular formation. They simply materialized. One moment the sky was filled with stars, the next this ring of lights hovered silently overhead. I was frozen, my mind racing, trying to rationalize what I was seeing. Drones? Reflection? Some explainable phenomenon? But they remained motionless, defying any logical explanation. I didn't move. I couldn't move. I just stared through the tent's mesh, watching these lights that seemed to challenge everything I understood about the world. The night was eerily silent. A light hung motionless in the darkness, then began to rotate smoothly, almost mechanically. It moved in a perfect circle, not jerky or random, but deliberate, like it knew I was there. Something felt wrong. My phone was dead, which made no sense. I'd charged it before leaving and hadn't used it all day. I kept hitting the power button, hoping it would somehow help. The light suddenly stopped spinning, freezing in place. I don't remember falling asleep. My heart was racing, but the next thing I knew, I was in my car, parked on a paved road, not the dirt track I'd arrived on. Sunrise was just breaking. My mouth was dry, my head throbbing like I'd been drinking. Everything felt off. My boots were on, though I'd taken them off before sleeping. My pack was zipped on the passenger seat, sleeping bag stuffed in the back. I had no memory of breaking down camp or driving here. Stepping out, I saw nothing but desert in every direction. No landmarks. My GPS showed I was nearly 9 miles from my original campsite, and not in a straight path. I would have had to drive through rough terrain to reach this spot. Retracing my route from memory, I eventually found the clearing where I'd camped, but something was wrong. It looked untouched, as if nothing had ever been there. No fire ring, no tent stake marks, no footprints. Even though I knew I'd walked back and forth setting up camp, I searched everywhere. Behind bushes, in the dry wash, even climbed a ridge to check if I'd camped in the wrong spot. Nothing. It was like I'd never been there. A crawling sensation crept over me. I felt watched, though nothing was visible. Something was nearby, just out of sight. When I was working a line repair job deep in the Cascades, far from any main road, I found myself in one of those truly remote spots. About 15 miles from the nearest town, we hiked our gear in over a couple miles of old logging trail. No cell signal, no houses, just forest and mountains surrounding us. I'd been out there solo for 3 days, clearing limbs and inspecting hardware after a storm had taken out a stretch of feeder lines. The job was routine, nothing too damaged, just slow work of climbing, inspecting, and clearing. I'd camped nearby and worked through the daylight. I'd done similar jobs before. Not fun, exactly, but peaceful in a way. Quiet. You start to feel like the woods are your entire world. The weird stuff began on the second morning. I woke up and went to grab my multi-tool from the rock by the tent. When I picked it up, it stuck slightly to my hand, just a small tug, like static cling. Enough to make me pause and check. When I set it back down on the rock, it kind of twitched and slid a little toward my hand as I hovered over it. At first, I didn't think magnetism. Maybe I was overtired, or the rock was sloped. But later, When I clipped the tool onto my belt, I noticed my wrench sticking slightly to the back of my glove. Something felt off. After making it back to Moab, I sat in a diner parking lot for an hour, trying to make sense of things. I kept checking my phone for something I might have missed. Maybe I'd uploaded photos and forgotten, but there was nothing. No tent in the trunk, no camp stove, no food, just my sleeping bag and pack, like I'd been car camping the whole time. I even checked myself over for scratches or sunburn, anything that might tell me I'd been outside. Nothing, just a dull ache in my arms and neck, like I'd slept in a weird position that night. Back at my place, I had trouble sleeping. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that ring of lights, a perfect circle spinning slowly, not making a sound. Just hanging there, like it was waiting for something. My phone had powered on like nothing had happened, full charge, no missed calls, no weird glitches. The time and date were right, but there were no photos. I always take a few when camping. Sunset shots, campfire, gear setup. But the last photo was from the gas station I'd stopped at on the way in. No evidence I'd ever set foot at that campsite. I haven't been camping since. The morning started off strange. My carabiner seemed stuck on the harness loop, reluctant to come free. In my side pouch, the nuts and bolts I'd brought were clumping together as if magnetized, subtle but definitely not normal. My tools began behaving oddly. Gloves collected fine metal shavings like dust. When I set my screwdriver on a rock, it balanced precariously, wobbling as if pulled into place. My electronics remained functional, voltmeter reading normally, headlamp working fine, but this magnetic phenomenon persisted throughout the day. I'd pause periodically to test it. Curiosity piqued. Sometimes objects would stick, sometimes not, but the occurrence was consistent enough to feel unsettling. Interestingly, this only happened with my personal tools, not the metal poles or line hardware. That night, sitting in camp with my headlamp off, I watched the star-filled sky. A cool breeze whispered silence around me. Suddenly, a brief flash appeared, maybe half a second long, high above the trees. Unlike lightning, it resembled a camera flash behind a thin sheet. No sound followed. I assumed it might be a meteor or distant plane catching sunlight, but nothing more happened. By morning, the magnetism had vanished. Tools returned to normal, and I nearly convinced myself I'd imagined the entire episode. Working as usual, something caught my eye around midday, shapes in the treetop canopy. From my sloped vantage point, I initially mistook them for sun glare or unusual bark patterns, but these were distinct, perfect circles, some overlapping in precise arcs like stencil marks. They weren't carved branches, but subtle discolorations, as if tree needles had been lightly scorched. Climbing higher to investigate, I discovered these faint rings and intersecting lines spread across roughly a quarter-mile of forest canopy. Each was about 20 feet wide, forming an intricate pattern traced from above. Not deeply burned, just singed enough to alter leaf color, invisible from the ground unless you were looking closely. I kept catching myself turning around, feeling uneasy even though I hadn't heard or seen anything. Every few minutes, I'd stop and listen. Total silence surrounded me, but it felt heavy, like the air was waiting. I finished the day early and radioed in, getting no response, which wasn't unusual for that area. I planned to hike out the next morning and call from the truck. That night, I couldn't sleep. The tent felt too exposed, even with the rainfly zipped and my headlamp close by. Around 2 or 3 a.m., I stepped outside to relieve myself. Standing there, I tried to calm my nerves. That's when I saw the glow. Deep in the woods, it wasn't bright, more like a soft dome of light filtered through the trees. Pale bluish white, it didn't flicker like fire or move like a flashlight. It just sat there, maybe 200 yards out, low to the ground. I couldn't see a source, just this hazy illumination. I crouched and watched for a long time. Nothing moved. Dead silence, no insects, no wind, no animal sounds. I thought about approaching it, but my legs wouldn't cooperate. Somehow, I must have returned to the tent because I woke up fully dressed, boots on, stiff from sleeping half sitting against the side wall. Morning light filtered through the trees. The glow was gone. I packed quickly, skipping breakfast, and hiked out in just over an hour. During the drive back, I kept checking the rearview mirror, half expecting something to follow me. Nothing ever did. Back at the depot, I said nothing about what I'd seen. The magnetic tools were normal again. and I had no way to explain the treetop markings without sounding crazy. Weeks later, I checked satellite maps of the area out of curiosity. No clearings or structures where I'd seen the light, just trees. I zoomed in as far as possible, but the resolution wasn't good enough to make anything out. I haven't taken another solo job since. We were driving between Tonopah and Caliente on Route 6, deep in the Nevada desert. It was well past midnight. The kids had finally fallen asleep in the back, and my wife was dozing against the window. I kept the radio low and cruise control set at 70, trying to cover the long stretch before our motel. The two-lane highway stretched endlessly through Caliente, a landscape of scrub and emptiness. No other cars, no gas stations, just an overwhelming silence and sky. My eyes kept darting to the rearview mirror, half expecting something to appear, but nothing ever did. About halfway between Warm Springs and Lunar Crater, strange things started happening. The radio suddenly cut out, not a gradual fade, but an instant silence. Static replaced every station, and the screen still showed the station name like nothing was wrong. Simultaneously, the GPS began behaving oddly, sliding our route marker off the highway before snapping back into place. Our phones died at the same moment. No signal, not even roaming. I didn't mention it immediately, assuming we were in a dead zone, but I noticed the dashboard clock reading 1:18 a.m. Miles later, something caught my headlights. A tall figure stood motionless where the road's shoulder met the dirt. No reflective gear, no flashlight, just a dark silhouette. I slowed down slightly. It didn't move. My wife woke up, asking why I'd reduced speed. When I pointed out the figure, she looked, but it had already disappeared behind us. Shortly after, we spotted two lights ahead, not moving, positioned about 20 feet off the road. As we passed, I realized they weren't attached to anything, just hovering a few feet above the ground, bright white and perfectly still. "What is that?" my wife asked. I had no explanation. The lights vanished. The road continued its monotonous path, flat and unchanging. Something felt off. The air seemed thin, charged with an unexplained tension. Suddenly the engine hiccuped, a brief power loss that lasted just half a second. The dashboard blinked, and for a moment the car seemed like it might give out completely. Cruise control cut off, and I had to tap the gas to keep us steady. The kids slept soundly in the back, unaware of the strange occurrence. My wife gripped the armrest, her silence speaking volumes. Her eyes were fixed on me, waiting for an explanation I couldn't provide. I glanced at the clock, 1:18 a.m. Something was different. The sky, previously clear, had transformed. The stars had vanished, not obscured by clouds, but simply gone. It was as if a black sheet had been pulled across the night sky, erasing all light. Rolling down the window, I confirmed the darkness wasn't some trick of tinted glass, just pure, absolute blackness above us. We continued driving, the only sound our tires against the pavement. The air felt heavy, pressurized. My ears popped as if we were rapidly gaining altitude, though the road remained flat. Then, just as suddenly as it began, everything snapped back. The radio crackled to life. My phone buzzed with missed notifications. The GPS reactivated, stars reappeared, and the moon hung low on the horizon. The oppressive feeling dissipated, leaving no trace of what had just occurred. Checking the clock again, I saw 3:36 a.m. initially. I thought it was a glitch. But the GPS confirmed we were now less than 20 minutes from Caliente, a journey that had previously been over 2.5 hours away when the radio first cut out. We exchanged knowing glances, neither willing to voice the obvious questions. The trip counter showed consistent mileage, the gas level made sense, but the time simply didn't add up. We arrived at the motel just before 4 a.m. the next morning. The kids woke up normally, reporting no strange dreams. My wife repeatedly checked her phone, seemingly expecting something, though she never elaborated. Those 2 missing hours remained an unexplained mystery. This wasn't the first time I'd encountered something unusual. I'd always been fascinated by shortwave radio, spending late nights in my garage scanning for distant, unusual broadcasts. Not a professional, just a hobbyist with a shelf full of equipment and a curiosity for the unexplained. Last November, around 2 in the morning, I was out in the garage tinkering with my radio gear. My wife slept upstairs while I slowly swept through radio bands, driven by late-night boredom. The night was unnaturally quiet. No wind, no insects, just the soft hum of a street lamp and occasional creaks from the water heater. My Grundig radio sat connected to the loop antenna, churning out static and fragments of foreign broadcasts. Nothing unusual. Then something caught my attention on the 9.4 megahertz band, a strange signal that didn't sound right. It started as a low, steady pulse. Not quite a metronome, but similar, a dull electronic tick happening about once per second. At first I thought it might be a utility station or military test tone, but then the rhythm changed, shifting unpredictably. The tick would double in speed, then triple, then drop back down. The frequency remained locked, but a distinct pattern emerged. 3 fast ticks, a pause, 1 long tick, another pause, then 5 short ticks in sequence. It repeated precisely like a mechanical loop. Intrigued, I grabbed my notebook and started documenting the pattern. It didn't seem like Morse code, at least not in any recognizable format. Yet it felt intentional, as if something was attempting communication without actually saying anything. After watching, this bizarre transmission cycle for 10 minutes, I decided to record it using my digital recorder. The moment I hit record, the signal vanished. Complete silence. Not even static. I checked the antenna and cables, but everything appeared normal. Tuning up and down the band yielded nothing, just empty air across the entire spectrum. I unplugged the recorder and switched everything back to its original state, but the static returned, not the signal, which was gone, but the general background noise. For about 20 minutes I scanned up and down, searching for something, anything, nothing. The garage felt different, colder but not freezing, just off, like a room after someone has just walked through it. I stepped out onto the driveway to get some air. Complete silence surrounded me. My home sits at the edge of a neighborhood cul-de-sac, not rural, not densely suburban. Motion sensor lights hung dark, no wind, no cars, just absolute stillness. When I turned to go back inside, the porch light flickered once and then went dark. I assumed it was a loose bulb. Inside, I flipped the light switch off and on. Nothing. The breaker was fine, and other garage lights worked normally. I returned to the desk, powered the radio off and on, scanning through bands. Something was different. The airwaves felt wiped clean, like someone had turned off the world behind the static. An hour later, I gave up. In the kitchen, I checked the clock. 3:13. My watch read 3:24. I squinted, trying to remember if I'd set it wrong or if the power had fluctuated. Everything else seemed synchronized. Later that morning, I felt wired and unsettled, as if I hadn't truly slept. The recorder held a mysterious file, 12 seconds of cable plugging, then complete silence. No hiss, no interference. Throughout the day, a pattern haunted me. 3 fast, 1 long, 5 fast. I caught myself writing it repeatedly at work, as if compelled. Online Morse decoders, binary translations, number stations archives, nothing matched. This pattern didn't exist anywhere I could find. The next night, I attempted to recreate everything exactly. Same frequency, same antenna, same equipment. I left the recorder running for an hour, a few weird bleeps from South America, possible Russian naval traffic, but not that pulse, not that pattern. Weeks straight, same time, same bandit, never came back, but here's the thing that really got me driving back from a friend's place out in the country. About an hour and a half from home, it was almost midnight, and it took back roads, flat, open farmland lane roads, no street lights, where you might not see another car for 20 minutes. At a time quiet with the radio off, windows cracked, just cruising. I wasn't tired, but felt that spacey way. You do long empty drives like you're the only person awake in the world, in oddest the blinking light. Maybe 15 minutes and off to the right, low in the sky, white steady blink about every 2 seconds, first thinking it was a plane or distant tower light. Didn't bother me at first, just something to look at. But it got weird when I made a left turn at a 4-way intersection following GPS. And after turning, the light was still in the exact same spot, off to the right, same distances, same blink pattern, like it had turned with me as load down, and looked harder, wasn't flashing red or green. Just white constant rhythm, thought maybe a drone, but who flies a drone out there eat night after more turns? It started paying. Got tension every direction changed, the light stayed same angle, always off to the right, never closer, never farther, like stuck to my care in the sky. Somehow a few nights earlier, around 2:15, letting the dog out cold and clear, a look zoning out, saw what seemed like as a telite, steady, slow-moving dot crossing the sky. Except this one stopped right above the house, dead stop. Now obble, no drift, just hung there for maybe 10 seconds. DS, then blinked once and faded out. Didn't tell my wife, just said I was having radio issues. Packed up most of my gear next day, still have it. Just haven't touched it since, not sure why. Nothing really happened, but it's like something opened for a second, then shut again. And I was just close enough to know I wasn't supposed to be there. I was driving down a quiet road, my head out the window, when I noticed something strange. A light was blinking steadily, completely silent. Curious, I pulled over onto the gravel shoulder and killed the engine to get a better look. The light hung motionless off to my right, above the cornfields. No movement, no hovering, no drifting, just a consistent, rhythmic blinking. I waited, watching, but nothing changed. After a minute, I started driving again. Miles later, I passed a farmhouse with its porch light on. For a moment, I considered stopping and asking if anyone else had seen the light. But what would I even say? Hey, is there a weird light following me? So I kept driving, trying to rationalize it as a radio tower I was seeing from different angles. As I continued, the light remained in the same position, unmoving. Then, driving through a shallow valley lined with trees, I momentarily lost sight of it. The road curved slightly, and when I emerged from the dip, the light was gone. I felt a brief sense of relief, but then I saw it again in my rearview mirror. Same blinking, same height, same rhythm, except now it was behind me, as if it had repositioned without me seeing it move. That's when I started feeling uneasy. I wasn't scared exactly, but something felt deeply wrong. I sped up, checking the mirror constantly. The light stayed exactly where it was, never getting closer or farther away, always blinking. About 10 minutes from town, I passed another car going the opposite direction, the first I'd seen all night. I wondered if the light might follow them instead, but when I checked the mirror, it was still there. Turning onto the highway leading into town, with its gas stations and traffic lights, the blinking light gradually faded into the background. Too many other lights made it disappear. I pulled into a gas station, parked under the awning, and just sat there, processing what had just happened. I was working nights as a security guard at a corporate office park just outside Kansas City. The job was mostly quiet and boring, with my shift running from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. I was typically alone, except for the occasional janitorial staff who'd swing by once or twice a week. The security office sat on the ground floor of the main building, right off the lobby. 9 monitors covered the wall, each connected to different cameras around the property. Parking lots, loading docks, main entrance, and a few interior hallways. We had motion alerts set up, but they were super sensitive. A moth could trigger them. Sometimes the wind would set them off. That night, I think it was mid-February, everything was typical. Just past 2 a.m., I'd finished logging my hourly check and poured some coffee from my thermos. The monitors were quiet. 2 cars sat in the north lot. One was mine, the other an admin's weekend vehicle. No lights, no movement. While scrolling on my phone, something flickered on screen. Camera 4 showed the wide shot of the south parking lot, facing the building's side and the lot beyond. No cars were parked there, and the area wasn't well lit. Only 2 perimeter poles and the building's overhead glow provided any illumination. Right where the painted lines formed a small T shape, someone was standing, not walking, not moving, just standing. About 100 feet from the camera, they looked human, upright and still, facing the building. No flashlight, no reflective clothing, no visible features, just a person-shaped figure in an empty lot. Later that night, driving home, I myself thinking about something strange I'd seen earlier. My hands were on the wheel, eyes scanning the sky, just stars. A couple planes high up, normal stuff. I'd stopped for water, said nothing to the cashier. When I came back out, I looked around one more time. The light was gone. I drove home. No more blinking, no strange lights, just a normal night. The next day, I checked online for tower maps, trying to see if any installations might match what I saw. Nothing in the right spot. And anyway, it had moved with me. Towers don't do that. I still don't know what it was. Maybe there's a simple explanation I didn't consider. But I've driven that route a dozen times since, and I've never seen anything like that again. 2:13 a.m., and something caught my eye on the camera feed. At first I thought it might be a trick of light or a lens smudge, but the shadow beneath the pole light looked too distinct. I zoomed in. The camera wasn't high resolution, but it clearly showed a figure standing completely still, arms hanging at its sides. I checked the motion logs. Nothing had triggered an alert, which was strange. These sensors usually went off for something as small as a cat crossing the sidewalk. I watched for a few more seconds, then grabbed my flashlight and radio. Instead of using the main lobby's glass doors, I slipped out through the stairwell, worried about being seen. Keeping low behind the hedges, I circled around the side of the building. The parking lot looked empty. I swept my flashlight across the center where the figure had been, checking every angle. Just painted asphalt and 2 empty handicap spots. The lot was wide and flat, impossible to cross without being spotted by at least one camera. After searching for 3 or 4 minutes, I returned inside. Maybe I'd imagined it or misinterpreted a shadow. But when I rewound the security footage, the figure was still there. It stood motionless for 37 seconds, then vanished between frames. No walking, no fading, just gone. I switched to other camera angles. The backlot camera and the one above the stairwell showed nothing. Camera 5 should have partially captured the area, but the spot was empty. I sat watching the monitors, not wanting to go back out. Around 3:45, camera 4 flickered again. In the same spot, the figure reappeared. Same posture, same location under the pole light. This time I didn't move. I just stared, my hands getting sweaty, heart racing. Double-checking the timestamps, the figure stood there emotionless for almost a full minute, then suddenly vanished, not walking away, not ducking out. Simply gone between 2 camera frames, as Av both clips to the drive, and logged the camera interference without mentioning details at the end of my shift. You went out to inspect the lot in daylight. Everything appeared completely normal. No footprints, not rash, no scuff marks. Even checked the pole light for potential maintenance issues. When the day shift worker arrived, I acted completely casual, wash halfway. Convinced he'd hallucinated the entire incident or maybe dozed off momentarily, but the footage remained undeniably clear. Both clips showed the same thing. A stationary figure's suddenly disappearing. The subsequent night passed without incident. About a week later during my shift, Camera 4 went offline. Maintenance arrived and discovered something strange. The tech reported the lens was burnt around the edges. Safe if exposed to intense heat, they replaced the unit within a couple days, and it never experienced anything similar again. The 2 clips remains aved on an old USB, which in a longer watch we'd been out since just before dawn, late October, cool and damp with frost clinging to the grass. Me and Wesh had hunted this forest patch for years just north of the state line. We were fully prepared with tags and permits, doing everything by the book. We split up early, meeting Aru and noon to eat before heading deeper into the woods, where trails thinned and trees grew thicker. Few people ventured this far. Back around 2:30, we spotted movement across a gully, something large and unusual, not a typical deer or buck, too low to the ground, moving differently. We didn't speak, just exchanged a knowing glance and started tracking it. Crossing the gully, we found a trail, heavy prints in the mud-deep indentations, suggesting significant weight. The brush pushed down in a straight line, not meandering like typical wildlife movement. It wasn't running, just moving with steady purpose. We followed an animal through the woods, moving slowly and carefully. Something felt off from the start. The forest was unnaturally still. No wind, no birds, no wildlife. I whispered to Wes about the eerie silence, and he seemed to sense it too. The trail led us deeper into dense pine woods. The ground softened beneath our boots, covered in old needles and damp soil. Then everything changed. The sound didn't just get quiet, it completely disappeared. We both stopped simultaneously, and I realized I couldn't hear my own footsteps. I tapped my rifle against a tree and felt the vibration, but no sound emerged. Wes looked frozen, his mouth moving without making a sound. It wasn't like being underwater or experiencing ear pressure. This was pure, complete silence. We stood there for what felt like a minute, trying to understand what was happening. The light began to shift. The shadows looked different, softer, with a strange silvery tint that didn't seem natural. Then we saw it. A massive shape filling the entire sky above the trees. It was solid, dark, almost black, with a faint shimmering edge like heat rising from asphalt. No sound, no movement, just hanging there. The treetops bent slightly, as if being gently pulled upward. I noticed Wes's hands shaking and realized mine were trembling too. We were completely frozen, unable to move, my legs feeling like they were filled with sand. Gradually the silence began to lift. First came a small sound, a dry branch snapping, and then slowly the world around us started to return to normal. A branch snapped behind me, and suddenly the forest sounds rushed back. Birds chirping, wind rustling through trees, distant insects humming. I turned toward the sky, and the object had vanished. No movement, no sound, just gone. We stood there in silence for a couple minutes, trying to make sense of what we'd just seen. Wes finally broke the quiet with a hushed, "What the was that?" His voice sounded strange, like I'd momentarily forgotten how he spoke. We didn't talk much after that. Our walk back to the truck was direct and hurried. We didn't even check the trail, feeling like we'd stumbled onto something we weren't meant to witness. When we returned, it was 4:45. The walk should have taken maybe 30 minutes. Somehow we'd lost over an hour, and neither of us could remember stopping. We told no one. No reports were filed. I didn't mention it again for almost a year. One night, drinking on Wes's porch, he suddenly asked, "You ever think about that thing in the woods?" I said I did. It happened during winter break, late December. I was 16, living at my parents' place in a small Central Oregon town. Not completely isolated, but quiet. Minimal light pollution. We had a decent backyard with a couple pine trees marking the property line, beyond which stretched empty fields for miles. I'd recently gotten into stargazing, nothing serious, just a cheap telescope from a garage sale and a free phone app. Most nights, I'd lie on a blanket in my hoodie, watching planes or searching for Jupiter. This night was around 11, cold but clear, with crisp air and no clouds. The kind of night where your breath hangs visible even without forceful exhaling. I'd brought a thermos of tea and headphones, though I hadn't started listening yet. While looking near Orion, searching for the Horsehead Nebula, I noticed 3 stars to the side, higher and more east than my focus. They weren't part of any constellation I recognized. Bright, steady white lights. 2 clustered close together, the third slightly apart, forming a stretched triangle, completely still, not blinking like planes. Anything started moving so slowly I wasn't even sure at first, but after about 10 seconds, I noticed they were creeping closer. The 2 nearest ones shifted slightly, and the third adjusted to match them. It happened so gradually, like watching a clock hand move. But within a minute, they'd formed a perfect equilateral triangle, and then stopped completely. They were locked in place, absolutely still. No wobbling, no drifting. It looked like someone had drawn the shape with a ruler. For maybe 30 seconds, they remained that way. No noise, no trails, just totally motionless. Then just as slowly, they began to drift apart. But not back to their original positions. They unraveled as if the triangle meant nothing. One peeled off to the left, another dropped slightly. They kept moving, but no longer in sync. Within a couple minutes, the pattern had completely dissolved. I propped myself up on my elbows, watching. My phone was nearby. I checked to make sure nothing was glitching. Time moved normally. After about 5 minutes of slow drifting, the lights began to dim, like someone turning down a dimmer switch. One blinked out entirely, while the others faded until they blended seamlessly with the surrounding stars. I remained there, frozen, staring upward. Eventually, I stood and scanned the sky. Everything looked normal. Orion was in its usual place. I found Polaris and double-checked the app. No satellites were listed, no ISS pass scheduled. Just as I was about to head inside, I noticed something odd about the backyard. The silence was different, not typical nighttime quiet, but an absolute, unnatural stillness. No wind, no distant cars, no barking dogs, no sound at all. It was like someone had stuffed cotton in my ears. This lasted maybe 10 seconds before a sudden gust of wind restored all the usual nighttime sounds. That silence bothered me more than the lights. I went inside and spent a restless night, my chest feeling tight, as if perpetually startled. The next night, I tried to find those same 3 lights again. Last October, I was out behind my house doing some astrophotography. My backyard opens up to a field and then woods, with no street lights or houses for at least a mile. It was cold enough to see my breath, but I was bundled up with a thermos of coffee. I'd only gotten into this hobby a few months earlier, using a decent DSLR on a tripod and experimenting with shutter times to capture the Milky Way. That night was incredibly clear, crisp sky, no moon, no clouds. After taking several dozen photos, I was letting the camera cool down while sipping my coffee. That's when something strange caught my eye. One of the stars was moving, but not like a plane or satellite. I know what those look like. and I sometimes check flight radar to be sure. At first, the movement was barely perceptible. The star looked completely normal. Same brightness, no blinking, no tail. I thought maybe my eyes were tired or something was drifting across my vision. To confirm, I set the camera to live view, zoomed in, and aimed at it. Sure enough, it was dropping slowly, inching down the sky, maybe a couple pixels every 10 seconds. Straight down, no arc, no wobble. I watched for a solid minute, growing increasingly uneasy. Stars don't move like this. Satellites don't descend like this. It wasn't a drone either. I've flown drones and know how their lights look. This thing didn't change shape, didn't flicker, made no sound at all. When I backed away and looked with my own eyes, it's definitely lower. Still small, still star-like, but slightly brighter, just enough to notice as if it was getting closer. It kept dropping, maybe half a degree every minute. Eventually, it stopped looking like a star and became a bright dot hovering just a few hundred feet above the tree line. Then I noticed something else. Complete silence. No crickets, no wind in the trees, not even the distant highway hum I usually hear. Everything had gone quiet. I never told my parents about this. Months later, I mentioned it to a friend, but more as a joke, downplaying the whole experience. I've never seen anything like it since. I've been shooting night skies for years, but nothing prepared me for what happened that night. Complete stillness hung in the air like time had stopped. Something was there, suspended against the darkness, clear as anything, yet impossible to capture. I turned my camera toward it and started shooting. Long exposures set to 5 seconds each. When I checked the screen, nothing showed up, just pure black sky. I kept adjusting settings, increased ISO, extended shutter time, tried again, still nothing. But I could see it with my own eyes, absolutely clear. Something about this felt strange. Not scary exactly, but unsettling. Like standing too close to something not meant to be seen. I just stared, didn't move. Maybe 5 minutes passed, maybe more. The object remained perfectly motionless, hanging in the air as if pinned by an invisible hand. No change in brightness, no movement. Then suddenly, it blinked out. Not faded, not drifted away. Just gone. Like someone flipped a switch. The moment it disappeared, sound rushed back. Crickets chirping, a distant dog barking, wind rustling grass. My ears popped slightly, pressure shifting. My hands trembled a little. I waited another 15 minutes. It didn't return. Back inside, I checked the camera card. Earlier photos were fine, but the shots aimed directly at the object, pure black. No static, no blur, just emptiness. Next morning, I returned to the same spot. Same camera settings, same position. This time, normal night sky. Stars, planes, even a faint satellite trail. Everything normal, except that thing, which registered nowhere. Weeks passed before I mentioned it to an astronomy colleague. He suggested a weather balloon. Impossible. Balloons don't hover motionless. They don't vanish midair. I still shoot night skies, but I've never seen anything like that again. Nothing so quiet, nothing so strange. The cockpit was dark and quiet with just me and my first officer, Dan, up front. A solid passenger jet, about 3/4 full, cutting through the night sky. Dan, an ex-military guy who's sharp as they come, was sitting beside me. I'd just finished checking in with air traffic control and was scanning the weather radar when Dan leaned forward, squinting out the left side of the cockpit. "You see that?" he asked. I followed his gaze. At first, nothing seemed unusual. Then I caught it. A white light, steady and unblinking, positioned low and slightly ahead of our nose. It was far off, too distant to gauge speed or altitude, but something about it felt wrong, especially at this height where air traffic should be minimal. We watched in silence. The light wasn't approaching, just hovering. I radioed ATC asking about traffic in our vicinity. "Negative," they responded. "Only known traffic is you. Radar is clear at your altitude and above." Dan and I exchanged a look. Civilian aircraft don't operate this high, especially not in the middle of the night. No transponder, no clearance, just a single white glow. Then it moved. Not a bank, not an arc, just a smooth sideways slide like gliding on glass. From left to right, then stopping. In 20 years of flying, I'd never seen anything maneuver like that. Perfectly lateral, no tilt, no drift. "Could be military," Dan muttered. But he didn't sound convinced. I tried hailing on the guard frequency. Nothing. Then the object started mirroring our movements. I nudged the yoke left. It followed. I leveled out. It did the same. When I dipped down to lose a few hundred feet, it matched me precisely, like an invisible tether connected us. My stomach nodded. I don't scare easily up here. Pilots learn to stay calm, troubleshoot, run checklists. But this wasn't normal. No strobes, no heat signature on our IR sensors. It wasn't triggering any TCAS alerts, nothing. Just that light, moving with us, watching. We were walking and my dog, Lucy, was acting strange. She kept stopping to sniff things. And ears were up the whole time. Something felt off about the night. It had drained earlier, and the air was damp. Wet pavement smell. We live in a quiet neighborhood with older houses, big yards, and two-lane streets lined with trees. Normally, Lucy is calm, on her walks, not the type to bark at random things. But this night was different. She was one almost from the start, ignoring her usual routine and paying attention to things she'd normally walk right past like mailboxes. Puddle sandivan cracks in the Kerbic, tugging her along, thinking she was just distracted by newsmails from the rain. About 15 minutes into our walk, we approached the street behind my neighbor's house. They have a big yard that slopes down toward a line of trees with a short chain link fence along the back and a tall wooden privacy fence on the sides. The backyard itself is pretty open, their porch loft, but there was enough ambient light from other houses and the cloudy sky to see something. Meanwhile, in another incident, he was flying in something unusual. Sewell happened. We kept watching it, mostly insolence, both of us trying not to say what we were thinking. It stayed with us for almost 10 minutes, never getting closer than a couple miles, never drifting off, just matching our speed and direction, responding to every tiny adjustment we made like it was studying us or waiting for something. Then as suddenly as it had appeared, it's hot, straight up, no arc, not rail, no sound, just an instant vertical climb, faster than anything you've ever seen. 1 second it was there, the next it was a pinpoint above us, then nothing, just empties. Kanstar Sagana checked the radar, still clear. He asked air traffic control if they had anything above 60,000 feet. They said nothing on any scope, no military exercises planned in that corridor. They asked if he wanted to file or report. He said no at the time. He just wanted to finish the round the plane and put it out of my head. My copilot Dan didn't say much the rest of the flight, neither did he. Webbuth wrote notes afterward. Just in case for personal records, we didn't lodge it officially. We knew who that would got. They'd chalk it up to fatigue, atmospheric distortion, a weather balloon or whatever. I've flown that route a dozen times since, never saw it again. Never saw anything like it at first. I thought the crouched figures by the fence were deer, but something wasn't right. 3 shapes huddled close together, too small to be people and too large to be raccoons or dogs. They looked almost like children, about 10 years old, but with unnaturally thin limbs and oversized heads. Lucy went completely still, her ears pricked up and body rigid. No growl, no bark, just intense staring. I stopped walking, trying to make sense of the scene. The darkness obscured details, but their skin appeared pale, almost gray in the ambient light. They barely moved. When one of them shifted, the motion was bizarre, simultaneously smooth and jerky, as if unfamiliar with its own body's mechanics. Breaking the eerie silence, I cleared my throat and called out, "Hey, what are you doing?" All 3 turned toward me simultaneously. Their response wasn't surprise or fear, just a strange awareness. I'd simply interrupted a task. Their eyes caught the light differently than any creature I'd seen before, reflecting a dim, silvery gleam reminiscent of metal. In less than a second, they bolted. Their movement defied explanation, impossibly fast, completely silent. No footsteps, no rustling grass. They scattered with what seemed like a predetermined plan. One vanishing along the fence line into trees, another slipping between bushes, the third melting into yard shadows. Lucy began whining, pulling urgently at the leash, wanting to retreat. I stood momentarily, trying to rationalize what I'd witnessed. No neighborhood kids could move like that, and the absolute silence was unnerving. We walked quickly, not quite running. Lucy stayed close to my leg, repeatedly glancing back. She only relaxed when we'd put a block between us and whatever those things were. Something had been happening by that fence, something I couldn't explain. Thunderstorms rolled in when I got home. I did something I never do, left the porch light on all night. After locking the door and checking every window, I couldn't shake this strange feeling. Those things seemed aware of me even before I spoke, like they knew I was watching them the whole time. The next day, I walked past that yard in daylight. Everything looked normal. Grass untrammeled, fence intact, no unusual marks or footprints. Standing there, I studied the spot where they'd been. In sunlight, it felt different, smaller, more ordinary. I still walk Lucy every night, but our route has changed. I don't pass that yard anymore. Not because I think they'll be there again, but because I'm terrified they won't be. It was 3:15 in the morning, a long haul between Laredo and Phoenix. Hours earlier, I'd left El Paso and was deep into that endless I-10 stretch where the road flattens into empty desert. No towns, no exits, just headlights cutting through blackness. I'd stopped in Sierra Blanca to stretch and use the restroom. Checked my watch, 3:09. I was calculating whether I'd make sunrise in Lordsburg. Traffic was non-existent. Just me, the radio, and a gas station coffee that tasted like burnt cardboard. My window cracked slightly for fresh air. The road hummed quietly beneath my tires. That's when I saw the light. Not headlights, a single orb, bluish-white, maybe basketball-sized. It emerged from the right side of the road, low and smooth, crossing directly in front of my truck. Fast, maybe 40 yards ahead. Gone in seconds. No flash, no trail, just vanished into the scrubland. I tapped the brakes reflexively, sat up straighter, blinked. My heart raced. Goosebumps prickled my arms. Coasting, then easing back onto the gas, I passed where it had crossed. Glancing out the side window, I saw nothing. Just rocks, low brush, silence. Blackness stretched out around me. No fences, no utility poles, no towers. I rolled the window down completely and leaned out. Empty silence. No wind. My dashboard clock read 3:13, which felt off. I checked my watch again, 3:19. A frown crossed my face. Maybe the dashboard clock had reset, but I distinctly remembered checking both times at the rest stop earlier when I was thinking about calling my wife. Back then, they'd both shown 3:09. Now they were 6 minutes apart. I tapped the digital clock, wondering if a road bump might have caused the discrepancy. The dome light on, I double-checked my wristwatch. Still 3:19. I held my wrist toward the dash, almost waiting for the times to realign. They didn't. I tried to convince myself it was just a weird coincidence that I might have zoned out, but something didn't feel right. 6 minutes isn't a momentary lapse. That's an entire song, 2 highway exits, enough time to know something's wrong. After that, I couldn't stop glancing at the sky. Normally I'd keep my eyes on the road, but now I found myself checking between billboards and scanning the rearview mirror, half expecting to see that light again. About 30 minutes later, a mile marker revealed I was making better time than expected. 6 or 7 minutes ahead, suspiciously matching the dashboard clock's missing time. My wrist showed 3:47, the dash 3:41. I drove into Lordsburg and pulled into the truck plaza. Walking around the rig, I checked the tires, needing something to do with my hands. Everything looked normal. No dents, no scorch marks. At the counter, I bought another coffee and made a casual joke to the cashier about being the only one on the highway. She nodded, seemingly unimpressed. I considered mentioning the light, but held back, not wanting to hear explanations about drones or swamp gas. Back in the truck, I manually synced the dash clock to my watch. Mid-October, we were camping near Crescent Lake about 2 hours from town. 4 of us, me, Kyle, Jordan, and Meg, all in our late 20s. We'd been to this spot before, but never this late in the season. Cold nights meant layering up, though daytime temperatures were still decent. The campground was completely empty, not a single other tent or car anywhere. The first night was typical. We set up camp in our usual clearing just off the lake's east side, using a small trail that led down to a flat, rocky shoreline. It was a natural overlook where we'd often drag chairs, drink, and Kyle would set up his small metal fire pit. On the second night, around 10:30, we were hanging out when Meg noticed something. She was facing the water, and I was turned toward her. I saw her freeze and narrow her eyes, looking over my shoulder. At first, she said nothing, just stared. Then quietly she asked, "What is that?" Her tone wasn't panicked, more curious. When I turned around, I saw a light, about the size of a golf ball, floating over the lake, maybe 100 yards out. It wasn't bright like a spotlight, but more like a candle's glow behind glass, yellowish, slightly flickering. We all stood up, initially thinking it might be a boat, but it wasn't moving horizontally. Instead, it was rising slowly, straight up. No sound. No ripple on the water underneath, which I specifically remember. The water remained perfectly still, as if the light wasn't part of the lake at all, just lifting away. Kyle suggested it might be a drone, but something felt different. This wasn't like anything we'd seen before. I've witnessed plenty of strange things on the road, accidents, barefoot wanderers, animals staring from the brush, but this felt unlike anything I was supposed to see. I still think about that light. Not just its movement or direction, but the absolute silence when it passed. Desert drives are never completely quiet. There's always wind, a rattle, an engine hum. But in those 6 minutes, everything stopped. The whole road seemed to hold its breath. I can't explain why the dash clock lost time while my watch didn't. I don't know why it lasted exactly 6 minutes or why it happened right when that thing flew by. But the memory stays with me, that unexplained, silent moment of something beyond understanding. The light was strange from the start. It didn't move like a typical drone, more like a lantern drifting in windless air. Completely motionless outside, yet we could hear our own breathing as it rose to about 60 feet and then just stopped. My phone was useless, no signal, and when I tried to take a photo, the screen blurred into solid black. We watched for hours, maybe more. The light drifted subtly, a few feet one way, then back. Sometimes it would dim almost to nothing, then brighten slightly. Not in any predictable rhythm, but more like something alive, watching us. Meg broke the silence with a whisper. "Do you hear that?" We went quiet. A faint humming emerged. Not electrical, but like the sound of blood you hear when you rest. Our ears are plugged, soft and low, coming and going so subtly you couldn't be certain it was real. Around midnight, the light began descending exactly as it had risen, slow, wobbly, hovering. Then the strangest part happened. Instead of reflecting off the water's surface, it seemed to absorb into the lake. The glow faded until the water was pitch black. No splash, no wave. We stood silent afterward. Kyle mentioned being cold, and we retreated to our tents. The fire had died. That night, sleep eluded me. Not from fear exactly, but an unsettling awareness. Around 3 a.m., I stepped out to pee. The nearly full moon illuminated everything normally, but looking at the lake, I felt something waiting beneath the surface. In the morning, we avoided discussing it until Kyle finally asked, "That thing was real, right?" We nodded, understanding nothing. We packed up early and left, our trip cut short. A week later, I returned to the spot, still wondering. I was out hiking alone in the Blue Ridge Mountains one weekend in late September, always looking to escape the city noise. My typical routine involves wandering with just a backpack, some water, and my camera. This time, I chose a remote valley trail I'd never explored before. One of those paths barely marked where you might occasionally spot a hunter or fellow hiker. I started early, around 7 a.m., with cool, clear weather. The forest was quiet, punctuated only by bird calls and wind rustling through leaves. After several hours of hiking, I descended into a small valley, encircled by steep hillsides dense with underbrush and scattered pines. Sunlight filtered down in soft patches, and the air carried the rich scent of damp earth and pine needles. Near a cluster of ferns, something caught my eye that seemed out of place. Initially, I assumed it was discarded trash or forgotten gear. But as I approached, I realized this was no ordinary object. It was a small, basketball-sized item partly embedded in the slope, with a metallic surface that defied easy description. The object was smooth yet dark, a dull gray with a subtle bluish tint. It reflected sunlight strangely, not like polished metal, but more like a weathered surface, without any scratches or rust. Most peculiar was how it seemed pressed into the earth, the surrounding ground slightly disturbed as if pushed with considerable force. Remarkably, the object itself was completely free of dirt. I circled the item, trying to make sense of it. No wires, no markings, no seams or bolts, just a smooth metallic oval shape partially sunk into the hillside. I took a few pictures, but didn't dare touch it. Something felt inherently wrong about interfering with it. The forest felt eerily silent. No humming, no vibrations, just absolute quiet. The birds seemed to have stopped moving, creating an unsettling atmosphere that made me uneasy. Later that day, I hiked back to a familiar spot, sat on a rock overlooking the lake. Everything looked normal, same light breeze, same calm water. Yet I couldn't shake the feeling that I shouldn't linger after dark. I left before sunset and haven't returned since. The stillness caught me off guard. I kept checking around, but everything looked normal. For about 20 minutes, I stayed there, snapping photos as the sunlight shifted behind some clouds. The object's surface seemed to darken with the shade, but it didn't disappear or change shape. I wondered how long it had been there. It didn't look old, but I couldn't imagine anyone bringing something like that out here and just leaving it. Eventually, I decided to head back, telling myself it was probably just some scrap metal or an old survey marker. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. The next day, I brought my friend Matt to see it. We hiked to the spot mid-afternoon, but when we arrived, the hillside looked empty. The tall thing was gone, and the ground where it had been was smooth, with no signs of disturbance. We searched around, looking for tracks or footprints, but found nothing. No signs of anyone being there overnight, no tire marks or paths. The dirt looked untouched. Matt was baffled, suggesting I might have mixed up the location or imagined it. But I was sure. I showed him the clear photos I'd taken the day before, which showed the object sitting half buried in the hill. Yet when we looked back, it was like it had never existed. I even checked my GPS. The coordinates matched exactly where we stood, but the metal shape was gone. We spent an hour walking the surrounding area, trying to find any clue about where it might have gone. No luck. The forest was quiet, just like the day before. But this time I noticed a distant, low droning sound, a soft, steady mechanical hum coming from uphill. Matt claimed he didn't hear it, and I wasn't sure if I was imagining it. That night I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about the object and how it vanished. It didn't feel like something simply taken away by a person. There were no signs of tampering. Instead, it felt like it was never there, or maybe it wasn't supposed to be there at all. Over the next few days, I returned to the valley several times, searching for answers. Late-night runs are my thing. Quiet streets, open roads, just me in the darkness. This particular night in early May was cooler than usual, sky clear with stars scattered overhead. I live on the town's edge where light pollution isn't as bad, making the night sky feel more intense. 3 miles into my run, I was jogging beside some old farmland. Scattered farmhouses had lights on, but the fields were empty. No headphones tonight. I like hearing the world around me, my own breathing, footsteps on pavement. That's when I saw it. A single light hanging in the sky. At first I thought it was a plane, not unusual given the nearby airport, but something felt off. This light wasn't moving like aircraft typically do. It just hung there, stationary. I stopped running, squinted. The light was dim but steady, not blinking like normal plane lights. Then it started rotating slowly, turning in place. Completely silent. No engine drone, nothing. Planes don't do this. The light shifted between white and pale blue, moving smoothly like an old disco ball. I couldn't explain what I was seeing. It didn't match anything I knew about aircraft or normal sky phenomena. Suddenly, it disappeared, just gone. Now, sometimes when I'm hiking or sitting at home, I can't shake the feeling something's out there, watching, waiting. I'm not someone who typically believes in weird stuff. I'm practical. But that night, something happened that doesn't fit any rational explanation. I saw a glimpse of something. A trace. But what exactly? I still can't say. The night was dark, and I was running my usual route when something caught my eye. A massive object hovered above the road, unlike any drone I'd encountered before. Its rotation was unnaturally smooth, without the typical blinking safety lights. Slowly, it came to a complete stop, suspended maybe 300 feet up. I strained to make out its shape, somewhere between oval and triangular. In an instant, it darted away. But this wasn't a typical aircraft movement. It twisted midair like something sliding on ice, banking at an impossible angle. No plane could turn so sharply. Within seconds, it vanished behind the trees at the road's end. I stood frozen, scanning the empty street. No cars, no people, just silence. My run continued, but something felt off. My legs seemed heavier, my breathing irregular. I checked my phone, 12:07 a.m. My watch was a minute behind, probably just an old reset, I thought. About a mile further, strange things started happening. My phone screen flickered twice. No apps open, no incoming calls. Streetlights did the same. A brief glitch, I told myself, but an unsettling feeling persisted. Something seemed to be lingering just beyond my perception. Back home, I reviewed the security camera footage. Nothing unusual on the front porch, no cars, no moving shadows, yet a faint glow reflected off a tree branch at 12:08 a.m., right after the light disappeared. Days later, I ran the same route at the same time. Everything was normal. Cars passed. The sky looked ordinary. Whatever I'd seen that night seemed to have vanished as mysteriously as it appeared. Dogs barking pierced the night. And I can't shake this memory of that light, hovering silently, rotating, then zipping off at an impossible angle. Something felt off that night. The way everything went quiet, except for Max's urgent bark. We'd been hearing this every night at precisely 3:17 a.m. for a week straight, which was unusual for our country home where dogs typically only bark at raccoons or other wildlife. My son kept waking up telling us Max was going crazy outside, and has started paying attention. The younger dog's bark wasn't threatening, just confused, maybe even scared. It wasn't like him. At all on the third night, I decided to investigate, grabbed my phone, turned on the flashlight, and stepped out on the back porch. Max was standing at the edge, hackles raised, staring intensely into the far corner of the yard. Nothing was moving, but he wouldn't stop. Barking, the atmosphere felt strange, heavy like the calm, before something big was about to happen. All the usual nighttime sounds, crickets, leaves, frogs, had vanished, leaving Aneri's silence broken only by Max's persistent bark. He couldn't see anything, but the feeling was unmistakable. Something wasn't right. He went back inside and locked the door. When I told my wife, she suggested dogs sometimes get spooked by things humans can't detect, which seemed reasonable enough until the next night. When it happened again, we checked our security camera, shopping to catch whatever was causing Max's distress. We'd installed them after some recent neighborhood break-ins, thinking maybe we'd spot animal or intruder, but something told me this was different. That light as a whirlier kept replaying in my mind, silent, rotating, then gone without a trace. Not a plane, not a drone, definitely not a helicopter. Just something unexplainable that left me unsettled. The yard was bathed in the porch's long shadows when the video started. Max was barking, and suddenly the screen flickered with static. Nothing seemed too strange at first. Cameras glitch sometimes. But when the image cleared, Max had vanished. I rewound the footage repeatedly. The timestamp was correct, and Max had been inside earlier. We heard his barking, but the camera showed no sign of him outside. The footage before and after the glitch revealed an empty yard. This brief interruption, lasting less than 2 seconds, had completely erased Max from the video. I checked other house cameras, but they showed nothing unusual, just a weird static glitch on the backyard camera. A tech-savvy friend suggested it was a minor camera malfunction, nothing to worry about. But something felt off. Over the next few nights, Max's barking changed. Sometimes he'd stop abruptly, as if spotting something at the yard's edge that would instantly disappear. Other times, he'd stare intensely into the darkness, body tense, tail stiff, not moving a muscle. One night, I watched the security feed live on my phone. At exactly 3:17, Max started barking again. I looked out the window. The yard was dark and empty. The camera feed blurred with static, and when it cleared, Max was gone. But I was watching the porch with my own eyes, and he was standing right there, fur bristled, staring out. My stomach twisted. How could the camera not see him? As I blinked, wondering if my eyes were deceiving me, I noticed a faint pale glow near the yard's far corner, barely visible through the bushes. It was dim, like a cell phone screen's light, but without any discernible shape or source. The light pulsed slowly, almost breathing. Max barked at the glow, but then it vanished. Instantly he stopped barking, his entire body relaxing as if whatever was there had disappeared. I stared into the darkness, but it was empty. Minutes later, I went outside to investigate. Nothing. No light, no footprints, no broken branches. After that night, Max's barking ceased completely. It was as if nothing had ever happened. He returned to being his normal, happy self. The day was routine until it wasn't. I'd been crop dusting that wheat field for hours, following the same careful pattern I always do. Low and steady, spraying evenly, the engine humming. The late afternoon sun cast everything in warm golden light. Halfway through my pass, something changed. 50 feet above the ground, I noticed a weird shimmer across the field. Not like normal heat waves. This was different. The wheat stalks bent in a ripple, but there was no wind, no sound, just movement. It glided beneath me, covering huge distances in seconds. Bigger than any machine I'd ever seen. Way bigger than a truck or tractor. When I tried to bank and get a better look, it moved with me, always just out of clear sight, sliding under the surface like something massive was passing through. My altimeter showed everything steady. The plane was fine, but my heart was racing. This wasn't normal. The distortion drifted slowly toward the eastern edge of the field, folding and unfolding the wheat in slow waves. I couldn't see a shape, no shadow, no outline, just its effect on the plants, like the ground was breathing, shifting. Something was there, something I couldn't catch or understand. Later, back home, I kept checking the cameras, hoping to see something, anything. But the footage was normal, just ordinary nights. My dog had barked earlier, but now everything was quiet. Something had been present, so real, and then vanished. Like it was never there at all. Couldn't tell how deep it was, or even if it was underwater. There wasn't any water nearby, just dirt and crops. Then the whole field kind of flickered like the distortion hit a wall or an edge. The wheat snapped back upright all at once, as if someone had flipped a switch. The wave vanished, leaving no ripple, no shimmer, just the regular golden stalk stretching out under the fading light. I scanned the horizon. Clear sky, no clouds, no birds, no drones or other planes. The radio was dead quiet. Circling around, I looked for any sign of what I'd just seen. No tracks, no machinery, no animals. Nothing that could have made that kind of movement without noise or visible shape. I thought about calling the farm, telling someone what I'd witnessed, but the words felt stupid. What would I even say? Hey, something big passed under my plane, but I couldn't see it. It sounded crazy, even in my head. I finished the pass a little shaken and headed back to land. The wheat field looked normal, peaceful, like nothing had happened. Checking my phone when I got out, I saw no missed calls, no messages. The sun was gone, replaced by the cold blue of early evening. That night, I kept replaying what I'd seen, the way the wheat bent, the slow pulse of the distortion, the silence. Maybe it was a trick of the light or a weird heat mirage, but it didn't fit. I've been flying crops for years, seen all kinds of strange weather and odd reflections, but nothing like this. The next day, I went back to the field with a couple of farmhands. We walked the area where the distortion had passed. No tracks, no broken stalks, no signs that anything heavy had moved through recently. The dirt was dry and hard, with no disturbance. A week later, I flew the same field again, and at the same time of day. The wheat was taller now, waving in the breeze like usual. I kept an eye out for anything odd, but saw nothing. No shimmer, no waves, no ripples. Sometimes I wonder if I imagined the whole thing, but I know what I saw. Something massive moving beneath the surface, invisible except for the way it changed the wheat. I don't know what it was, and I'm not sure I want to. But it was real enough to throw off my landing and make me feel like I was flying over something I wasn't supposed to see. I was driving home late one night through the mountain pass, one of those thick fog nights where everything feels quieter, like the world's been wrapped up in cotton. The midnight drive started quiet, with empty roads stretching ahead through a mountain pass. Fog had been slowly gathering. First a light mist that gradually thickened as I drove higher. Dense trees lined one side of the winding road, steep cliffs on the other, with only occasional reflector posts breaking the darkness. I was driving carefully, around 40 miles per hour, navigating the slick road in low visibility. The fog made everything blurry. Sounds were muted, and headlights looked like soft fuzzy halos against the shadowy landscape. Something strange caught my attention, a pair of bright lights hovering about 50 feet above the ground. At first, I thought it might be a broken-down vehicle, but nothing made sense. No car body, no tires, just these lights suspended in midair. I slowed down, squinting through the mist, trying to understand what I was seeing. The lights remained perfectly still, floating about 100 feet ahead and definitely off the road. Too high to be normal headlights, they just hung there, unmoving. I checked my rearview mirror, nothing behind me except my truck's dim taillights fading into the fog. As I approached, the fog seemed to thicken around the lights. The air felt heavier, and the lights began to pulse, dimming and brightening in a slow, rhythmic pattern. My breath caught as I realized this wasn't normal. Glancing at the dashboard, I noticed my phone had no signal, no bars, no notifications. I tried calling my friend, but the call wouldn't connect. It felt like the fog was swallowing all signals. Passing beneath the lights, I kept my eyes on the road but felt watched. Suddenly, the temperature dropped, and my truck's heater struggled against the unexpected chill. My hands gripped the steering wheel tighter. Something was definitely not right. For a moment, maybe a minute, Mabeless, time seemed to stretch and compress. The headlights vanished suddenly. No gradual dimming, just absolute darkness right through the windshield. Then as quickly the fog thinned and yellow streetlights flickered back to life, warming the air around me. I checked the rear view mirror, nothing behind. Men of loading lights, no vehicles, just empty roads. Something unsettling lingered in the silence, as if the world had paused, holding its breath. Every glance back, expecting those strange lights to appear, but they never did. By the time I reached the valley, the radio crackled back to life. My phone regained signal. Everything felt normal again. Just ordinary roads and trees passing by, but those lights haunted me. Afterward, Amory without explanation, no clear source nor rational description, just suspended headlights hanging motionless, thick fog watching, somehow detached from reality. I've driven that route several times since late at night, searching for any hint of what is awe. But nothing ever reappeared. Working nights at a small weather station deep in the tundra was isolating. 2 weeks of monitoring instruma. Encina Place's Sormote, the nearest town, was hours away. Cell service barely functional. Around 2 at Munanite. While cycling through security camera feeds, the wind howled outsides, now falling sparsely across frozen ground. The northwest came. Ray caught something moving across the endless flat landscape. A figure walking slowly. Something felt off. Immediately not quite human, too tall, moving with an unnatural rhythm, unlike any normal human gait. The night shift at the remote communications outpost was usually quiet. Tucked away in the mountains with barely any light pollution, my job was simple: maintenance and monitoring. Just another routine evening of checking signal equipment. But then something strange happened on the camera feed. At first, it seemed like a dark silhouette was gliding across the gray tundra, moving in an unnaturally straight line toward the south. The figure appeared with these weird, flickering gaps between frames, almost like the camera was struggling to capture it properly. I started rewinding and replaying the clip, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. The head looked slightly elongated, and the surrounding landscape seemed subtly distorted, as if the air was shimmering. I checked all the camera settings, confirmed everything was normal, and even rebooted the system. Yet the recording remained unchanged. Wanting confirmation, I called my colleague over. Half asleep, he watched the footage and agreed something was off. We discussed possible explanations, maybe an animal or someone playing a prank, but neither of us could explain the bizarre flickering or the figure's strange movement. Eventually, the silhouette disappeared beyond the camera's range. I peered out the window, but the tundra was empty and quiet, with no footprints or signs of recent activity. Over the next few nights, I kept reviewing the footage, hoping for an explanation. Nothing new appeared, but those flickering frames and that unusual shape continued to unsettle me. I didn't tell anyone else about what I'd seen. When my shift ended, I tried convincing myself it was just a trick of light or a technical glitch. But deep down, I knew what I'd witnessed wasn't a normal man or animal. Something about that figure sliding across the tundra felt fundamentally wrong, and that feeling stayed with me. Midnight at the outpost was usually uneventful. That night, something changed. I stepped outside with my coffee, seeking a break from the isolation that sometimes weighs heavily. The sky stretched above me, clear and star-filled. At first glance, everything seemed normal, but then something strange caught my eye. The stars weren't stationary. They began moving, slowly rotating around an invisible center, creating a hypnotic effect. I blinked, wondering if exhaustion was playing tricks on me. Yet the movement continued, deliberate and unsettling. When I tried to focus, the rotation became more pronounced. I reached for my phone to document what I was seeing, but the screen's brightness felt jarring against the dark sky. Suddenly, I realized the stars weren't moving. Something massive was sliding across the night sky, blocking out celestial light. This wasn't like any aircraft or satellite I'd ever encountered. No lights, no sound, just an enormous dark shape gliding silently overhead. The wind picked up, but the shape itself remained eerily quiet. I was completely alone out here, miles from the nearest outpost or town. As it passed, the stars behind it vanished, replaced by an absolute blackness. The air grew heavy, pressing down with an inexplicable weight. My breath became visible, and my hands started shaking uncontrollably. My phone's screen remained blank, as if the shape was interfering with electronic signals. I watched, transfixed, as the massive form drifted past, smooth and almost sentient in its movement. Then, Just as quietly as it appeared, it disappeared, allowing the stars to reassemble themselves. Back inside, I checked the security cameras, hoping for confirmation. But the feeds showed nothing. No shadows, no movement, just ordinary footage. Yet I knew what I'd witnessed was anything but ordinary. The night shift at the outpost was like any other, quiet, empty, with just the starry sky overhead. I stayed inside, watching through the window, and nothing seemed out of the ordinary. When my shift ended, I packed up and left without much conversation. Even now, I struggle to describe what I saw. It wasn't an airplane or a drone. No sound, no movement of stars. Something massive just drifted overhead, blocking the sky, and then vanished. I haven't returned to that outpost since. Hiking has always been my passion. The woods, the solitude, far from city noise, that's my element. This park wasn't new to me, and I was looking forward to a peaceful river trail walk, but that day felt different. The morning's weather was strange, an unusual stillness hanging in the air that I initially dismissed. Deep into my hike past the old trail markers, the feeling intensified. It wasn't just the air, the entire forest seemed altered. Trees were unusually quiet, the river moving slower, as if the entire landscape was holding its breath. A few hours in, I discovered a secluded riverbank where the path veered down. Trees crowded closer, creating an enclosed space. The water was crystal clear, the kind of clarity you rarely encounter. Something drew me to this spot, compelling me to rest. As I approached the water's edge, I noticed a figure sitting there. At first, I assumed it was another hiker, but something felt off. Drawing closer, I realized this was no human. It sat motionless, watching the river, waiting. Initially, the figure was a blurred silhouette obscured by trees and shadows, but as I approached, details emerged, tall but not unnaturally so. Its posture was rigid yet calm, unlike anything I'd ever encountered. I couldn't explain it then, and I can't explain it now, but something was definitely not right that day. By the riverbank, a figure sat cross-legged, its form unlike anything I'd seen before. My eyes struggled to make out its face, but something sent chills down my spine. The being wasn't wearing fabric or any material I recognized. Instead, it seemed to shimmer, as if light bent around its body, blending seamlessly with the landscape. My legs locked in place. I wanted to turn back, to retreat down the trail, but something held me there. An inexplicable calmness washed over me, even as my mind raced with questions. I knew staring was wrong, yet I couldn't look away. Then it moved. Not a sudden shift, but a deliberate turn of its head, a gesture that felt like acknowledgement. My heart thundered in my chest, the air growing thick and heavy. I was holding my breath without realizing it. That's when it happened. Communication, but not through words. A presence invaded my mind, a thought that wasn't a thought. It felt familiar, like that sensation of being watched, even when you can't see anyone. The message was simple and direct. Something is coming. This wasn't a warning laden with fear or panic. It was a statement of fact, as matter of fact as predicting rain. No urgency, just pure understanding. The figure remained still, its gaze returning to the river. I stood frozen, knowing instinctively that I wasn't meant to speak or question. Then, subtly, the ground trembled. The air grew colder, heavier, as if the world itself was shifting in response to this mysterious encounter. The trail I'd walked countless times before felt different that morning. A figure appeared by the riverbank, not human, unlike anything from science fiction or folklore. Its presence was strange, a gentle tug from the earth itself, pulling at my chest with an inexplicable sensation. I knew this being wasn't dangerous. It simply wanted to share a warning. Something was coming. Not with urgency or panic, but with a quiet, unmistakable certainty that settled deep within me. When I turned to walk away, I couldn't take my eyes off the creature. The forest held its breath, just as it had earlier that morning. The figure faded, leaving behind a sense that I'd witnessed something extraordinary. Back on the main trail, I looked over my shoulder. Nothing remained. The forest seemed calm, the air lighter, as if nothing had happened. But I knew something was wrong. That night, sleep evaded me. The message kept echoing. Something was coming. The next day, local news confirmed part of the mystery. A massive landslide had wiped out a section of the nearby mountain trail. The destruction was extensive, though miraculously, no one was hurt. I'm still uncertain whether the creature was warning me about the landslide or something else entirely. Its message felt deeper, more significant than just an ordinary disaster. The look in its eyes, the feeling of its warning, these have stayed with me. I haven't returned to that trail. Perhaps I was meant to see the creature, perhaps not. But I'll never forget that moment when something was coming and I knew I wasn't ready for it. 2 years ago, deep into an early summer night, I found myself alone on a vast, empty lake. The fishing had been exceptional, and I decided to stay out longer than usual. Soft water lapping against the boat's hull and occasional fish splashes were my only companions under a full moon that painted silver streaks across the dark surface. My lantern glowed softly beside me, and a quiet radio played in the background. Frogs croaked, and an owl hooted occasionally, sounds that normally would have felt peaceful. But something felt different this night. As midnight approached, an unsettling sensation crept into my thoughts, a pressure I couldn't quite explain. Then I heard it, a strange hum. At first it seemed like a distant engine or a far-off boat, but something was fundamentally wrong with the sound. It wasn't recognizable, didn't seem to come from any specific direction, and simply hung in the air, vibrating through the water. Fog began rolling in from the shoreline, creating thick tendrils. Moonlight still provided enough visibility for me to scan my surroundings. That's when the lights appeared, small, round, and floating just above the water's surface. They weren't reflections or other boats. These lights moved in a perfect, deliberate circle around my boat, too steady and intentional to be fireflies or any natural phenomenon. I stared, transfixed. These lights moved with an unnatural precision, hovering just above the water, circling me methodically. Something was definitely not right, and I was completely alone out there. We're being controlled, and the closer I looked the stranger, they seemed first 3, then 4, then 5 floating in small arcs around me just above the water's surfaces. Silent and hovering, their soft blue lights cutting through the mist, my heart racing wildly. Something wasn't right. These weren't natural phenomena. No matter how much I wanted to convince myself, they moved with purpose, deliberate and calculated, each orb rotating in a pattern that suggested something deeper, something I couldn't comprehend. My flashlight refused to work its beams, wallowed by the fog, the orbs untouched, unaffected, as if protected by some invisible barrier. They continued their silent surveillance. One dipped lower. The air itself seemed to change pressure, building around, no touching, but present a strange thickness that made my skin crawl. Then just as quickly it darted back up, leaving behind a sense of something awakening deep beneath the water's surface. Something ancient, something waiting. The hum grew louder, my heart pounding, as it tried to maintain composure, pulling in my fishing lines, lowly, carefully, hoping to appear K. While every instinct screamed to flee, they surrounded the boat, now pulsing rhythmically more than mere lights. This reprobes alive in a way I'd never imagined possible. Tiny devices studying, watching, measuring beneath the moonlight. Something massive moved just under the water's surface, barely visible, but undeniably present. A hint of something far larger, far more complex than I could understand. The weekend trip with my friends was meant to be a relaxing getaway at our favorite park. We'd been looking forward to escaping everything and just unwinding. I knew this lake well, a place I'd visited many times before. Deep in the water, something was moving. A shadowy shape undulated beneath the surface, shifting and changing. The strange orbs seemed to communicate with whatever lay below, darting around and circling as if studying its movements and behavior. Their lights bobbed and shifted in an eerie surveillance. Without thinking, I grabbed my paddle and started pushing the boat forward. My hands were shaking, my mind racing from what I'd just witnessed. The orbs followed, their lights continuing their silent observation. They seemed reluctant to leave, hanging in the air with an unsettling presence. Then, as suddenly as they appeared, the orbs began pulling away one by one. They drifted back into the fog, further and further until the mist swallowed them completely. The humming sound faded with them, and just like that, the night returned to its usual quiet. My boat felt lighter, the weight of their presence lifted. But a deep feeling remained. Something had been set in motion, something beyond my comprehension. I didn't look back. I paddled urgently toward the shore, desperate to escape. The next day I returned to the spot. Nothing was there. No orbs, no strange hum. The water was calm, the air still, as if nothing had ever happened. But I knew what I saw. I knew what I felt. Those things weren't of this world. I wasn't supposed to see them, but I did. Now, Every time I return to the lake, I can't shake the feeling that they're still out there, watching, waiting. I don't fish at night anymore, and I haven't told anyone. I don't think they'd believe me. But I know what happened. Something in the dark water is being watched, studying the lake. And for a brief moment, I was just a tiny part of something much larger. The lake was different that weekend. Something had changed, though we couldn't explain what. We were lounging by the shore on a Saturday afternoon, soaking in the sunlight and chatting, when I first noticed the strange glow. At first I thought it was just an unusual light reflection. But as I looked closer, I realized this wasn't natural. The water had taken on a soft, pale blue luminescence. Not bright, but definitely noticeable. My friends saw it too. Jenna stood up and pointed, asking, "Is that normal?" None of us had ever seen anything like it before. We speculated, maybe it was algae or some mineral reaction with sunlight. We knew this lake well, and it had never done this before. Despite our uncertainty, we weren't particularly worried. The glow was almost mesmerizing, and it didn't seem dangerous, so we decided to swim. The moment I entered the water, something felt different. The atmosphere seemed to change. The air felt thicker, as if the world was pressing in slightly, yet paradoxically I felt completely calm. The water itself was unusual. It was warm, but not from the sun. The heat seemed to radiate from within the lake. Swimming felt effortless. Normally, you'd feel the water's resistance, but here it was like the lake was supporting us without effort. My body felt weightless. Everyone experienced the same sensation. We floated almost motionlessly, and the further we went, the more intense the feeling became. It was a strange combination of total physical relaxation and mental alertness, simultaneously awake and asleep, peaceful yet unsettling. When I glanced at Jenna, I knew she was feeling it too. Oh, she was floating beside me, staring at the water's surface with eyes wide open, almost unnaturally so. I asked if she was okay, but she didn't respond. She seemed completely unaware of my presence. I tried again, shaking her shoulder, and she blinked slowly, as if emerging from a deep dream. When she turned to me, her expression was blank, almost vacant. She simply nodded, giving no indication of understanding what was happening. An uneasy feeling crept over me, despite a strange sense of calm. Looking around, I realized everyone was behaving the same way. We weren't swimming or playing like usual. Instead, we were just drifting, suspended in the lake, seemingly disconnected from the world. Something didn't feel right. Then I noticed the water's glow wasn't just on the surface anymore. It was coming from beneath, growing brighter in the deeper parts of the lake. Large shapes moved under the water, and a low, vibrating hum resonated through the lake. I could feel it deep in my chest. I called out, asking if anyone heard the sound, but no one responded. They continued floating, transfixed by the water. Trying to distance myself, I swam toward the shore, but each stroke felt increasingly difficult. The water seemed to resist my movement, pulling me back. About 10 feet beneath the surface, I saw something large and round. At first, it looked like a stone, but as I drew closer, I realized it was something else entirely. A smooth, dark object with faint swirling patterns, pulsing with a soft glow. It was communicating somehow, not through light or sound, but through the water itself. I could feel its presence in my bones, in my mind, as if something was trying to speak to me. Suddenly, the calmness shattered. Dread overwhelmed me, and I knew I needed to escape the water immediately. Something was off, but I couldn't place what. Our camping trip started normally enough. Me, my brother Ethan, and our friends Mike and Jenna, deep in the woods searching for clear skies to stargaze. The first night had been perfect. A crackling fire, endless stars overhead, shooting stars streaking across the darkness. But the second night felt different. Subtle at first, then unmistakably strange. I noticed something in the lake that shouldn't have been there. When I called out to the others, they didn't respond. They just floated, staring blankly at the water's surface. Swimming back to them became a nightmare. The lake seemed to resist me, like swimming through thick tar. My arms grew heavy, my legs like lead weights. Each stroke was a battle against an unseen force pulling me down. When I finally reached the shore and turned around, my blood ran cold. Jenna wasn't floating anymore. She was sinking, slowly dragged under by the water itself. I screamed her name, but she didn't move. I couldn't let her drown. The strange heaviness in my chest meant nothing. I plunged back into the water, grabbing her arm and pulling with everything I had. But it was like trying to extract someone from quicksand. The water gripped her, pulling her deeper. I yelled for Mike and Ethan. They snapped out of their trance and rushed over. Together, we yanked Jenna from the water's grasp. The moment she was on shore, everything stopped. The lake's eerie glow dimmed. The humming faded. We stood there, gasping, staring at the now peaceful water. We packed up immediately. Whatever had happened, we knew we couldn't stay. To this day, I'm not sure what we encountered. An alien organism? Something else entirely? I only know one thing: I'll never go near that lake again. The silence was eerie. Cold air settled around us despite the warm forecast. The woods had gone completely quiet. No wind, no insects, no rustling leaves, just stillness. We were sitting by the fire when Mike noticed something strange about the sky. At first, I thought he was imagining things. But and we all saw it. The stars weren't where they had been the previous night. They were shifting, rippling like water after a stone drops in. Ethan tried to rationalize it as an atmospheric phenomenon, but nothing felt natural. The stars weren't just distorting. They were bending and twisting as if someone was stirring them. Jenna wanted to photograph the spectacle, but her phone was dead. None of our electronics worked. Even the flashlight flickered and went out. The fire behaved strangely too. Its flames stretched upward, pulled by an unseen force, then froze mid-movement, completely still. The lights remained, but the warmth vanished. A rhythmic vibration began beneath our feet. It wasn't an earthquake, too steady, like a slow heartbeat. We felt it through our shoes, but nothing around us moved. The trees stood perfectly still, the ground unchanged, just an unnatural, constant thrum. Jenna spoke first, saying she felt dizzy, as if the ground wasn't solid. Mike agreed. I noticed it too. We were standing on something that didn't quite exist. The forest looked the same but felt unreal, like a picture of itself. Suddenly, the sky split open. One moment it was rippling, the next it peeled back like an unzipping night. Behind it was something else entirely. Not space, not stars, just a blank, colorless void. Endless, featureless. We were frozen, unable to look away. The stars disappeared, replaced by this empty nothingness. Then something emerged. Not a ship, but a massive floating shape made of something indescribable. The thing above us had no fixed shape, constantly morphing between sphere and spiral, tower and something undefined. Not quite solid, not transparent, just hovering silently. The ground stopped vibrating, but a deep hum replaced it. So intense we felt it inside our bones, more sensation than sound. Mike tried to speak, but no words emerged. Terror etched across everyone's faces. Then suddenly, a bubble appeared. We couldn't pinpoint exactly when it started. A faint shimmer like heat waves rose around us, forming a dome that enclosed our campsite and part of the surrounding forest. Everything looked warped, distorted through a strange lens. Trees bent and stretched, ground tilting away from us. Inside this bubble, time felt different. The fire remained frozen, its light neither fading nor flickering. The hum intensified, and tiny sparks of light began flashing in the air, appearing and disappearing in an instant. The floating shape overhead didn't move closer or further away. It just hung there, continuously shifting. Soft, purposeful light beams descended from the shape. They weren't harsh like searchlights, but misty and deliberate, scanning the ground. When one swept over our campsite, I momentarily lost physical sensation, weightless, yet still standing in place. As the hum faded, the shimmering dome began collapsing. It didn't vanish instantly, but shrank, pulling inward toward the floating shape. The frozen fire flickered back to life. Woods returned to normal. Wind sounds resumed, cold air feeling natural again. The sky shape pulsed once like a deep breath, then slipped back through the void, which sealed instantly. Stars snapped into their original positions. Night became normal once more. We sat silently by the fire, processing the experience. When we finally spoke, our interpretations differed wildly. Jenna saw advanced technology. Mike had another theory entirely. We couldn't agree on what we'd witnessed. It started as a routine trip deep in a forest that felt untouched for centuries. My job was simple: catalog species, take soil samples, and note the ecosystem's health. I loved the solitude, and this place felt alive in a way most don't anymore. An enormous tree caught my attention immediately. Its trunk could fit a small car, with thick, gnarled bark covered in moss and fungi. Roots spread out like a massive network, some disappearing underground, others twisting above ground like muscular veins. I'd seen old trees before, but this one felt different, like it was watching everything around it. While setting up my equipment nearby, I felt a faint vibration under my feet. At first, I thought it might be something normal, wind shifting branches or underground animal movement. But the air was still, and these vibrations weren't random. They had a rhythm, almost like a heartbeat, soft but steady. Crouching down, I pressed my palm to an exposed root. The vibration was stronger there, layered with multiple overlapping rhythms I'd never experienced before. I tried to rationalize it as a natural phenomenon, maybe water moving underground or seismic activity, but something didn't feel right. Hours passed as I investigated. I took soil samples, recorded vibrations with my phone, and used a basic seismometer. The readings were bizarre. Patterns didn't match any geological data and seemed to originate from deep beneath the roots. I decided to dig. With just a small tell, I worked slowly through dense, root-filled soil. As I went deeper, the vibrations intensified, making my fingers tingle. Something was calling me to uncover its secret. Ethan refused to discuss what happened. At first light, we packed up and left. None of us wanted to stay another night in that place. Even now, I don't know what it was, and I don't think I'll ever know. Sometimes when I look at the night sky, I wonder if it's still out there, watching, waiting for the right moment to come back. More digging revealed something unexpected. About a foot down, my shovel hit a solid surface that wasn't a rock. Its texture was smooth and cold, with a metallic quality unlike any metal I'd encountered before. A faint, almost luminescent sheen seemed to emanate from it, though no light source was present. As I cleared away more soil, a rounded surface emerged, curving downward into the earth. It was massive, far larger than I could uncover alone. My chest tightened, and I realized I'd been holding my breath without intention. Constant vibrations thrummed through the metal, penetrating my body. It felt alive, not like an organism, but like a sentient machine aware of my presence. Against my better judgment, I pressed my palm to the surface. Instantly, everything went still. The forest fell silent, no wind, no birdsong, not even leaf rustling. The world seemed to pause. Then, a sensation brushed against my mind, not words or images, but an overwhelming feeling of being observed. My hand recoiled, heart racing, yet the sensation persisted. Backing away from the tree, I wrestled with my options. Instinct screamed to flee, but logic demanded documentation. I set up my camera, pointing it into the excavated hole, and began recording my observations. The vibrations shifted, becoming faster and more intense. The ground hummed beneath my feet. Suddenly, the tree itself responded. Its massive roots creaked and moved, deliberately shifting to expose more of the metallic surface. This wasn't random movement. It seemed the tree was collaborating with something buried below. A faint glow began to pulse from the exposed surface, synchronized with the vibrations. I remained rooted, unable to move. The light spread across the ground like a luminescent web, beautiful yet terrifying, hinting at something beyond human comprehension. The presence returned, stronger now, no longer merely observing, but attempting communication. Vibrations transformed into discernible patterns, a coded message in an unknown language. Frantically, I grabbed my notebook, desperately trying to record the intricate sequences as they unfolded. I don't even know where to start with this, but I feel like I need to get it out somehow. A few weeks ago, I went on a hiking trip with a couple of friends, a getaway we'd planned for months. We chose a national park, remote and quiet, with no cell service and hardly another soul around. On the second day, we were following an old, barely marked trail, the kind where you constantly scan for trail markers and blazes on trees. It wasn't a difficult hike, but easy to lose your way. We all carried compasses, knowing phones were useless out here and GPS couldn't be trusted. Halfway through the day, something strange happened. Sarah noticed her compass acting weird. At first, we brushed it off as a cheap knockoff with an unreliable reading. But then Matt checked his compass, and it was doing the same thing. The needle spun slowly, unsure of where north was. When I pulled out my own compass, it behaved identically. There was no wind, no metal structures nearby, nothing that should have interfered with the magnetic readings. Later, near a particular tree, I experienced something that defies explanation. A strange clarity washed over me, like my thoughts were being guided. The message wasn't just sounds, but ideas and concepts I could almost understand, yet not quite grasp. Suddenly it stopped. The glow faded, vibrations ceased, and the forest returned to normal. Birds chirped, leaves rustled, and the tree became just a tree again. A metal surface remained, but it felt inert, whatever had been active now dormant. That night, I didn't sleep. Instead, I studied the patterns I'd recorded. They didn't match any known code or language, but they felt deliberate, intelligent. I kept thinking about the tree, how it had moved, how it seemed connected to something buried beneath. It wasn't just a plant, but part of something much larger. In the morning, I packed up and left. I didn't tell anyone what I'd found. Part of me knew they wouldn't believe me, but a bigger part didn't want anyone else to disturb it. Whatever that thing was, it wasn't meant for us. It was old, older than the forest, maybe even older than humanity, and it was still watching. We'd been hiking for hours when our compasses started acting strange. At first, we thought it was just some quirk of the terrain, maybe iron deposits messing with the needles. We joked about being in the woods version of the Bermuda Triangle, but something felt off. The compasses weren't just broken, they were all pointing to the exact same spot, as if pulled by an invisible force. Curiosity won out. We decided to follow where the compasses led, even though it wasn't our original route. The forest was dense, with uneven ground, but we figured we could always turn back if things got weird. Every so often, we'd check the compasses, and they'd still be pointing in that same deliberate direction. About an hour in, the atmosphere changed. The air grew heavy, like the moment before a storm, except the sky was crystal clear. No wind, no bird calls, no insect sounds, just the sound of our footsteps crushing through the underbrush. Sarah was the first to mention how strange it felt, and we all agreed. Then we saw it. A perfectly circular patch of bare ground, about 10 feet across. The surrounding trees looked healthy, but nothing grew in this circle. No grass, no moss, just exposed dirt that looked almost scorched. Right in the center was something metallic, partially buried but still visible. It wasn't shiny, more like brushed steel but darker, shaped like a flat disc, car tire sized, with intricate markings that weren't random symbols but precise, deliberate patterns. None of us wanted to touch it, but we couldn't look away. The air felt thicker near the object, pressing against our skin. Sarah said she heard a low hum. Matt felt vibrations through his boots. When I stepped closer, I heard it too. A faint, almost musical sound that felt alive rather than mechanical. We argued about what to do next. Matt wanted to dig it up and I investigate. Sarah suggested marking the spot and reporting it when we returned. The strange disc sat there, silent and mysterious, holding its secrets. We'd been caving for years, so this wasn't supposed to be a big deal. Just another exploration of a mountain cave system barely mapped, far from any towns. The kind of place that feels untouched. Something didn't feel right from the start, like the thing was watching us, even without eyes. But curiosity got the better of us, and we started clearing away the dirt. As we dug, more of it was revealed. This wasn't just a simple disc, it was part of something much larger, deeply embedded in the ground. Patterns covered its surface and a hum grew louder. Not deafening, but enough to make your chest vibrate. Then the markings started to glow. Not a bright light, but a soft pulse like dying embers. Yet it wasn't random. The pulses followed a pattern, almost like Morse code. Matt tried recording it on his phone, but nothing worked. Not his phone, not Sarah's watch. All our electronics were dead. That's when we heard it. A deep rumbling from above, like something massive shifting in the sky. We looked up. Nothing but empty blue. But the sound continued, growing louder, closer, circling us. Panic set in. Matt tried covering it back up, but the dirt wouldn't stick. The ground felt slick, almost oily. The hum became a steady tone, and the glowing patterns pulsed faster. We backed away, too scared to keep digging, but too curious to run. Then suddenly, silence. The hum stopped, the glow disappeared, the sound from above vanished. Everything felt normal again. Compasses started working. The thing just sat there, dark, lifeless, like before. But as we turned to leave, I swear it was watching us. Not with eyes, but with something else. We didn't talk much on the hike back. At the trailhead we agreed, no one would believe us. No pictures, no compass records. just a memory already starting to fade. I can't stop thinking about it. Sometimes in the quiet, I hear that hum again, faint, distant. I don't know if it's real or just in my head, but whatever that thing was, it wasn't meant for us to find. And I can't shake the feeling that it wasn't finished. Untouched, we descended into the cave system with a local guide who knew the terrain well. He mentioned the caves extended for miles, with passages ranging from tight squeezes to massive chambers. Our first day was routine. We entered through a wide gap in the rock face, sloping down into the earth. Cool, damp air carried the scent of wet stone. Stalactites dripped water, bats fluttered occasionally. We carefully marked our route, took notes, and established camp in a dry chamber about 3 hours into our exploration. On the second day, we ventured deeper. The cave system branched in multiple directions, so we split into pairs to maximize our ground coverage. I partnered with Eric, an experienced geologist who had completed numerous similar expeditions. He was meticulous, constantly stopping to collect samples and measurements while I managed our mapping. Several hours into our exploration, we discovered an unusual chamber. Initially, it seemed unremarkable, a space roughly the size of a small house with smooth walls and a high, arching ceiling. But Eric noticed something peculiar. The walls weren't entirely natural. Evenly spaced grooves spiraled from floor to ceiling, appearing carved but not by conventional tools. Instead, they looked melted or shaped by something inexplicable. Centrally positioned was an artifact, the only term that felt appropriate. Barrel-sized and cone-shaped with a broken tip, its metallic surface bore shifting patterns that seemed almost alive. At first, I dismissed the movement as a trick of our headlamp light, but it was undeniably moving. We stood in stunned silence until Eric's curiosity overcame high. He wanted to investigate closely, perhaps even touch it. Something about the object made my skin crawl, as if it didn't belong in this world. Despite my reservations, Eric approached, brushing away dust and debris. As he worked, a low hum began filling the chamber. It wasn't loud, but I felt it vibrating in my chest. Eric froze, his hand hovering just above the artifact's surface. "Do you hear that?" he asked. I nodded, unable to speak. The hum intensified, and the air around us changed. The artifact's weight pressed down on us, heavy and oppressive. Suddenly, it activated with a deep, resonant hum that shook the chamber walls. Bright, sharp pulses of light erupted from its intricate surface, unlike anything I'd ever witnessed. Eric stumbled backward, dropping his tools as we both scrambled to the chamber's edge. The sound intensified, growing louder and deeper until it became almost unbearable. This wasn't just noise, it was pure energy that vibrated through my entire body, making coherent thought impossible. The chamber walls seemed to amplify and focus the sound into a single point above the artifact. In a blinding flash, everything went silent. For a moment, the air stood still. Then a low, distant rumble echoed from far above us. The ground began to tremble, and small rocks and dust rained down from the ceiling. Eric grabbed my arm, shouting something I couldn't hear over the mounting chaos. We ran. Somehow, we navigated the tunnels and found the others. They were pale and shaken, reporting they'd heard the strange sound from the other side of the cave system. No one could explain what had happened. We unanimously decided to leave. The artifact was too strange, too dangerous. Our hike back to the surface was tense. Every shadow and sound made my heart race. When we finally emerged into daylight, a momentary sense of relief washed over me until we looked up at the sky. Something hung just beyond the atmosphere, a faint, purposeful ripple like heat waves, but moving with an unsettling intelligence. It shifted and pulsed, then vanished in a burst of light. On our journey back to town, Eric and I tried to describe what we'd seen, but the others weren't interested. By the time we reached civilization, the entire experience felt distant and unreal. The caves, the artifact, the mysterious sky phenomenon, all of it seemed to belong to another world entirely. Late at night, I still think about that sound. It felt like a call, like something was trying to communicate. And I can't help but wonder, did something, somewhere, hear it? I had been tracking the flock for over a week. The species was rare. I'd been tracking these migratory birds for years, but never had I seen anything like this. 2 days of hiking through the reserve's most remote terrain had brought me to their roosting ground, miles from any trail or road. My small tent and gear were the only signs of human presence in this untouched wilderness. At first light, the clearing was quiet. The sky hung pale gray, and the forest seemed to be slowly waking up. My binoculars were trained on the trees, waiting. These birds were distinctive. Their feathers caught sunlight in an almost ethereal shimmer, and their calls were uniquely sharp and piercing. Suddenly, everything changed. The flock erupted into motion, rising in a massive, synchronized spiral above the clearing. Their movement was always mesmerizing, but today something felt different. Instead of spreading out toward the river as they normally would, they began climbing higher, circling tighter and tighter. That's when I saw it. Hovering just above the treetops was an object unlike anything I'd ever encountered. About the size of a small car, it was smooth and featureless, a dull metallic gray that seemed to subtly shift when I tried to focus. No lights, no sound. It was utterly motionless, as if it had always been part of the sky. One by one, the birds broke from their spiral and flew directly toward this strange object. Through my binoculars, I watched them disappear into its surface, vanishing without a trace. There was no impact, no visible reaction. It was as if they were being absorbed. My rational mind desperately sought explanations. An atmospheric anomaly, a bizarre cloud formation, but deep down I knew this was something else entirely. Something that defied every natural explanation I could imagine. I was out in a remote national forest, about 2 hours from the nearest town, on a photography trip. Being away from city noise is something I've always loved. This particular area was familiar to me, and I'd been here several times before, always spotting wildlife like deer, birds, and the occasional fox. Early afternoon, I was following a narrow trail, moving slowly and carefully with my camera gear, hoping to capture some good shots. The forest felt unusually silent. Normally, you'd hear birds singing or squirrels rustling in the trees, but today, there was nothing. Just the sound of my boots on the dirt path and the occasional creak of trees in the wind. When I rounded a bend, I saw a herd of deer in a small clearing just past a dense line of trees. Something felt off immediately. The deer were perfectly still, not moving or grazing as they usually would. That's when I noticed it, an object hovering nearby that seemed to pulse faintly, almost like it was alive. I was frozen, unable to move. My legs felt like lead, and the thought of grabbing my camera or drawing attention to myself seemed wrong. I just stood there, watching as the entire herd of deer slowly disappeared into this strange object. Then, as suddenly as it had appeared, the object began to rise. Its movement was so smooth, so effortless, it didn't seem real. It climbed higher and higher until it was just a tiny speck in the sky, then vanished completely into the clouds. The forest fell silent. The birds were gone, and with them the usual morning sounds. Even the wind seemed to have stopped. I stood there for what felt like hours, my mind racing, trying to make sense of what I'd just witnessed. Eventually, I forced myself to move. I packed up my gear and started the long hike back to the ranger station, not looking back, not stopping until I was safely inside. I thought about reporting what I'd seen, but who would believe me? A story about rare birds being taken by a hovering, silent craft would sound crazy. I haven't returned to that part of the reserve since. The thought makes my skin crawl. Sometimes late at night, I can still hear the birds' sharp, high calls in my mind. And sometimes I wonder if they're still out there, wherever that thing took them. I was out photographing in the pines, hoping to find some deer. At first, everything seemed normal, but as I got closer, something felt off. The deer weren't moving at all. No grazing, no walking, not even a twitch. They stood perfectly still, facing the same direction like living statues. Their posture sent a chill down my spine. I crouched behind a bush and zoomed in with my camera. Through the lens, their faces told a different story. Their eyes were wide, but not in a natural way. Something was terribly wrong. They looked scared, or maybe hypnotized, every single one staring intensely into the same spot deep in the forest. I tried to follow their gaze, but could only see trees and shadows. They remained completely motionless, as if frozen in time. Even the wind seemed unable to disturb them. No ruffling fur, no flicking tails. Curiosity overcame my unease. I set my camera down and slowly approached the clearing. The air felt strange, not cold but heavy, like the pressure before a storm. My skin tingled and the hairs on my neck stood up. When I entered the clearing, the deer didn't react. I could have walked right up and touched them, but something held me back. Their unnatural stillness was deeply unsettling. I continued in the direction of their collective gaze. The forest grew denser, with light filtering through branches in odd fractured patterns. The tingling sensation intensified. A faint sound emerged, a low, rhythmic hum unlike anything I'd ever heard. Not mechanical, not natural, but something entirely different. Then I saw it. At first, just a trick of light, a soft glow between the trees, reminiscent of moonlight, but wrong for the time of day. As I drew closer, I realized the source, a sphere about the size of a beach ball, hovering just above the ground. Its surface wasn't solid in any conventional sense. It rippled and shifted like liquid metal, glowing with an otherworldly luminescence. The hum resonated deep in my chest, almost like music, but not quite. The sphere pulsed steadily, growing brighter and dimmer in a rhythm that felt deliberate. I froze, unsure of what to do. It seemed aware of me, which sounds crazy, but that's the only way I can describe it. Around me, the wildlife was completely still. Deer stood motionless, their attention locked on the sphere. Birds perched silently on branches, heads turned toward the strange object. A fox crouched low, body tense but unmoving. Even a pair of raccoons sat frozen, staring intently at the same spot. None of them reacted to my presence. They were all in some kind of trance. Time felt different. I couldn't tell if I'd been standing there for minutes or hours. The sphere continued its pulsing, the hum shifting in tone and intensity. It felt like an attempt to communicate, though I couldn't understand what it was trying to say. Gradually, I began to feel lightheaded, like I was too close to something I shouldn't be near. Slowly at first, then faster, I backed away. The animals didn't follow or even seem to notice my departure. I ran back to the clearing where the deer had been, but they were gone. The forest felt changed, the air lighter, yet an unsettling feeling remained. I didn't stop running until I reached my truck. I drove away as fast as I could, never looking back. I haven't returned to that forest since. I'm not sure I want to know what happened, but sometimes at night, when I close my eyes, I can still hear that distant, faint hum, a memory I can't shake. It wasn't a planned trip. I'd grabbed my telescope on a whim, needing a break from everything. Just some time to myself under the stars. The weather was clear, the air cool and comfortable. The park was a short walk from home, so I didn't bother telling anyone where I was going. I figured I'd only be out a couple of hours. At night, the park was quiet. Just a few streetlights on the main path, and beyond that, complete darkness. The hill at the far end of the park was quiet, with only crickets breaking the silence. Distant car noises hummed softly in the background. I'd lugged my telescope and a small backpack filled with a notebook, flashlight, and some snacks to this spot, hoping for a clear view of the night sky. My telescope wasn't anything fancy, just a mid-range model I'd bought years ago, but it worked well enough for stargazing. I started scanning the eastern sky, tracking familiar bright stars and constellations. The routine was peaceful, letting me sink into the vastness of space. Something caught my eye near the horizon. A cluster of stars looked strange. They weren't part of any constellation I recognized, and their arrangement seemed too precise, like someone had deliberately placed them. At first, I thought it might be an optical illusion or a problem with my telescope. I adjusted the lens, checked the focus, but the grid-like pattern remained unchanged. Then the stars started blinking. Not the usual starry twinkle, but a deliberate sequence, one after another, following what felt like a rhythm. I grabbed my notebook and started documenting the pattern. It looked like Morse code, seemingly random dots and dashes, but something told me this was intentional. Someone, or something, was trying to communicate. I couldn't leave. My phone was at home, and I feared the pattern might vanish if I moved. So I stayed, watching through the telescope, recording every blink and sequence. Hours passed. Around midnight, the blinking changed. It became slower, more regular, almost like it was waiting for a response. A chill ran down my spine. I felt watched, observed. I swept my flashlight around, half expecting to see someone behind me. But there was nothing. Just me, the hill, and those mysterious blinking stars. The empty park was silent, except for the wind rustling through the trees. I was focused on adjusting the telescope when something caught my eye. It wasn't just stars anymore. A massive dark shape loomed beyond the grid, solid and moving with deliberate slowness. My hands trembled as I tried to keep the telescope steady. This was no ordinary object. It was huge, unlike anything I'd ever seen. The surface was smooth, almost reflective, with no visible lights or markings. Something strange was happening with the stars. They weren't really stars at all, but seemed to be coming from the ship itself. They began blinking, forming a pattern that made my heart race. Suddenly, letters appeared in the sky, English letters spelling out a desperate message. Help. My mind reeled. Help. Help with what? The message continued, one word at a time. Danger. Trapped. Escape. The urgency was palpable. Something out there was in serious trouble, and somehow it was reaching out to me. I grabbed my notebook and started writing down the letters, my fear mixing with an inexplicable sense of responsibility. It felt like I'd been chosen for something beyond my understanding. Then, as suddenly as it began, everything stopped. The lights faded, the massive ship drifted away, melting into the darkness without a sound. I sat there, heart pounding, staring at an empty sky. The notes in my hand were the only proof this wasn't just a dream. I packed up my telescope and walked home, replaying every moment in my mind. I've replayed that night countless times, but the meaning still eludes me. The park has been my only connection since then, revisiting the spot hoping to catch another glimpse of those lights. But each time, the sky remains ordinary, just familiar stars and constellations. Telling someone about what happened seems impossible. How could I explain without sounding completely unhinged? My notes and memories are all I have. Something deep inside tells me this wasn't just a random event. It felt deliberate, like a cryptic warning or a desperate call for help. I was driving my usual route, everything seemingly normal. The lights appeared behind me, maintaining a constant distance of about 100 yards. No matter what I did, tapping brakes, checking channels on the radio, they remained unchanged. Static was my only response when I tried reaching out to other truckers. A strange pressure began building behind my eyes, similar to the sensation of driving at high altitude. I cracked the window, letting in sharp, dry desert air. The lights blinked once, not like a signal, just a single pulse, then returned to their steady presence. The landscape around me was flat, but I wasn't about to risk pulling off-road with a full load. Each time I adjusted my speed, the lights matched my movements precisely. Something felt off. Not exactly fear, but that unsettling stillness when you know something's wrong but can't pinpoint what. When I finally found a wide gravel cutout, I pulled over. Hazards on, I watched my mirrors. Suddenly, nothing. The road was empty. The lights had vanished mysteriously as they'd appeared. Now I can't stop wondering, will they return? Whatever it was, it's still out there somewhere. I pulled over at 12:17, marking the mile marker. The desert stretched out around me, silent and empty. I cut the engine, stepped down into the dust. Wind whispered across the plain, carrying nothing but stillness. Walking back along the trailer, I scanned the highway. No lights, no sounds, just darkness and the soft hiss of wind through brush. At the road's edge, I crouched and examined the sand. No tire tracks. Not mine, not anyone else's. I stood listening, then climbed onto the truck's step and turned a full circle. The landscape revealed nothing. No movement, no distant lights. Only a faint orange glow hung low on the horizon behind me, remnant of the last town. Back in the truck, I locked the doors and restarted the engine. The dashboard clock read 12:42. I was certain only minutes had passed since stopping, but the time told a different story. Continuing my drive, no other vehicles crossed my path for 2 hours. Near Eureka, I stopped at a 24-hour Sinclair for coffee. I asked the cashier about late-night construction crews or convoy vehicles. She dismissed the idea. No one worked nights out there, she said. Too remote. Arriving at my destination in Ely the next morning, the receiving guy questioned my delay. I was almost an hour behind schedule. My logs showed nothing unusual. No misplaced timestamps, no GPS flags indicating long stops. Yet I remembered the precise location, the gravel, the cold. Days later in Reno, I reviewed the dashcam footage. Everything looked normal until those 12 minutes. The video blurred, not with static but a heat-like distortion. From 12:30 to 12:42, only the idling engine and wind could be heard. No tire tracks, no explanation. This wasn't my first desert trip. Jenna and I were camped north of the Mojave Preserve, off a dirt road invisible on most maps. A 2-night boondocking adventure, her first, my fifth or sixth, in our modest 19-foot Lance trailer with solar and water tanks. Night blanketed the desert landscape. We were on our second evening, camped in a quiet spot with nothing but an occasional whisper of creosote breaking the silence. A small propane heater stood ready if temperatures dropped. After grilling hot dogs and playing gin rummy until exhaustion set in, we'd gone to bed around 10. The windows were open with just screens in place, and a low-speed vent fan circulated air. Stars blazed overhead in impossible clarity, the Milky Way so dense it seemed close enough to touch. Jenna had remarked on the spectacular view before we fell asleep, her last words noting she'd never seen the night sky so vivid. Something woke me in darkness. An unusual cold had settled in, different from when we'd first gone to sleep. I reached for the digital clock on the shelf. It was off. Strange, since it ran on the trailer's 12-volt system, and the solar charge had been full earlier. My phone was equally unresponsive, its screen blank. An eerie silence surrounded us. The vent fan's soft hum was gone. No air moved. Jenna stirred slightly but remained asleep. I scanned the trailer. The smoke detector's blue LED was dark, the small fridge light extinguished. Even the inverter's panel, which always blinked green, was lifeless. Everything was completely dead. My Casio watch, unworn for a year, showed 4:17. Its digital screen was dark, the second hand frozen between ticks. Jenna's Fitbit, hanging nearby, displayed the same time. When I shook her awake and explained the situation, she quickly checked her phone and the battery-powered lantern. Nothing worked. Strangely, the batteries weren't drained or hot. They simply seemed non-existent. We stepped outside. The air felt unnaturally cold, not like weather, but like a complete absence of warmth. Something was definitely wrong. The desert was eerily still. No moon, just stars that looked wrong, sharp and unmoving, like pinholes punched in black paper. Something felt off. The usual desert shimmer was gone, replaced by an unnatural stillness that made it seem like everything was holding its breath. Jenna and I stood outside the trailer, silent. She pointed toward some rocks where a soft blue-white light hovered low to the ground. Not a beam, just a dull glow about 200 feet away. I whispered, "Is that a car?" No response. Moving around the trailer, I tried to get a better view, but boulders blocked most of the scene. The light remained motionless, sitting right where the earth met the sky. We watched for a minute, then it vanished, not gradually but instantly. The moment it disappeared, a strange sound followed. Not mechanical, not wind, but a deep pressure. A silent hum pressed against my chest for about 5 seconds before fading away. We rushed back into the trailer. Jenna locked the door, despite being 50 miles from anything. The stove light was still dead. Almost involuntarily, I pulled back the curtain for one last look. 3 small lights now dotted the horizon, perfectly spaced near the brush. 2 blinked out slowly, leaving one that lingered briefly before following. Sleep was impossible. We lay in the dark, hands clasped, staring at the ceiling. The clock remained frozen at 4:17. Hours later, something changed. The fridge compressor suddenly kicked on. The fan started spinning. Jenna's Fitbit vibrated and lit up. 6:49 a.m. The bedroom clock reset, blinking 12. Outside, the sun began rising behind the ridge. Everything looked unchanged. No tracks, no lights, no evidence of anything unusual. But our devices told a different story. Every clock, the watch, Fitbit, my phone, had been stuck at 4:17 until that moment. More bizarrely, none recorded any activity between 10 p.m. and when they powered back on. The trip started like any other camping adventure. I was out in Utah on BLM land, way off the dirt road, hiking a quarter-mile with my gear. I've done this plenty of times. Solo camping is my thing, especially in these wide-open spaces that look almost lunar. Flat ground with weird hills and rock formations. That night in early October was perfect. Clear skies, no wind, cool but not cold. I set up my small one-man tent around 6:30, built a simple rock fire pit, and made a dehydrated meal. I watched the sky transform from orange to purple, then turn completely black. The stars were incredible, the brightest I'd seen all year, with no moon to dim their light. I sat in my camp chair sipping whiskey from a metal flask and scanning for shooting stars. My phone was off. No service out here anyway. The silence was intense, so quiet that your ears start playing tricks, making up sounds to fill the emptiness. A few times I thought I heard footsteps behind me, but it was just wind or the sound of my own blood rushing. After 11, I crawled into my tent. Sleep didn't come easily. A strange buzzing sensation filled my head. Not exactly a sound, but more like pressure, similar to being in a climbing airplane. I figured I was just overtired or dehydrated, but then I heard what sounded like a jet, a deep, low rumble starting far away. Military jets sometimes fly low across the desert, so I didn't think much of it initially. But this sound wasn't moving. It stayed directly overhead, growing louder. My tent started vibrating gently, just enough to make the poles flex. Something felt wrong. When I unzipped the tent and stepped out, an eerie silence surrounded me. No rumble, no movement, just complete stillness. We packed up and left early after that trip. Didn't even stay the third night. The place felt empty, not just quiet, but fundamentally empty. In Barstow, we stopped at a diner. Jenna asked me not to discuss it, and I didn't, to argue. We both knew what happened. These days we still take trips, but never anywhere that remote. Not anymore. Still night. Silence hung in the air, broken only by an unnatural absence overhead. Directly above me, a perfect circle of sky had vanished, not obscured by clouds, but completely blacked out. Like someone had taken a precise cookie cutter and removed a chunk of darkness. This wasn't ordinary darkness. It was an absolute black that seemed to swallow light, making surrounding stars appear even brighter. The circle's edges pulsed subtly, like heat ripples barely perceptible to the eye. A faint hum resonated inside my chest, and my skin tightened with an unsettling sensation of being watched. Without conscious thought, I stepped backward toward my tent, eyes locked on the strange phenomenon. My breath caught in my throat. Then, as silently as it appeared, the black circle began to dissolve. Stars gradually bled back into the sky, one by one, until everything looked normal again. The moment it disappeared, the breeze returned. Sound rushed back. I didn't retreat to my tent, but sat by the fire pit, scanning the sky. Nothing moved. No jets, no lights, no sounds. Around 2 a.m., I finally crawled inside and zipped up, sleep impossible. At first light, I packed up quickly. No breakfast, no coffee. In 15 minutes, I was hiking back to my truck, eager to leave. Something immediately felt wrong. The driver's side door was unlocked, something I never do, especially when camping alone in remote areas. It was pure instinct for me to always lock up. Nothing seemed disturbed. The glove box remained closed. The cooler sat undisturbed in the truck bed. But a strange smell permeated the cab, like overheated electronics, a static-like odor that made my skin crawl. I drove hard and fast, constantly checking the rearview mirror. The empty landscape stretched behind me, offering no explanation. I didn't stop until reaching Hanksville, pulling into a gas station. After filling up and using the bathroom, I sat in the truck with the AC blowing, trying to calm down. My phone showed no messages, but a brief SIM error notification flickered across the screen before resolving itself. I was driving west on Highway 36 through Kansas, just past Belleville, heading back from a spur-of-the-moment visit to my cousin in Missouri. As a radiology tech, pulling an all-nighter on a road trip didn't seem like a big deal. I'd left just after 9 p.m., with a shift at the hospital waiting for me by 8 a.m. the next morning in Colorado. The sky still held a soft pink glow in the west, and the air felt thick and warm. One of those languid summer nights where everything moves slowly. I had some snacks, a Red Bull, and music playing quietly. Once I passed the last gas station in Mono, the landscape transformed into an endless stretch of 2-lane road and flat cornfields. About an hour into the drive, something strange caught my attention. A light appeared behind me, but not like typical headlights. It was higher up, a steady white point with a yellowish edge. At first I thought it might be a plane, but something felt off. It remained perfectly centered in my rearview mirror, not drifting left or right even as the road curved. 20 minutes passed and the light hadn't changed. Same size, same position. I tapped the brakes to see if it would move, but it stayed fixed. Curious and unsettled, I rolled down the window and tried looking back directly. Strangely, I couldn't see it anywhere except in the mirror. Every time I turned, it vanished, only to reappear instantly when I looked back. A slow, crawling sensation began to build in my gut. You know that feeling when something's not right? I turned off the music and listened. Just the hum of tires, a whisper of wind, and the soft rattling of the cooler in the back seat. On my drive home, I kept thinking about that black circle. So precise, perfectly round with no blur at the edges. Like geometry, like a hole in the sky. I haven't camped alone since. I turned the mirror up to the ceiling, couldn't stand looking at it anymore. The road stretched out empty, no taillights ahead, no headlights behind. Just darkness and cornfields, punctuated by a lonely grain elevator with its blinking red light and a closed gas station. Somewhere past Norton, around 11, I pulled into a small gravel picnic area. A metal table sat under a pavilion, a lone trash bin nearby. I stepped out to stretch and relieve myself, scanning the sky. There it was, a faint light directly east, hovering just above the horizon, unmoving, unchanging. I stared, trying to focus. Strange how my eyes kept drifting away, like the light was somehow boring. It didn't make sense, but that was the only way I could describe it. My attention would slip, even as I tried to concentrate. After about 10 minutes, I climbed back into the car and continued driving. 20 minutes later, a quick glance at the side mirror revealed the light again. Slightly brighter now, still perfectly centered. The car felt smaller. Every dashboard squeak, every tire crackle seemed amplified. The air grew dense, heavy, as if we were climbing, though the terrain remained completely flat. I switched off the AC and rolled down the windows. Something else struck me then. No bugs. Not a single moth or beetle had splattered my windshield. In Kansas summer, that was impossible. Normally, you'd be sandblasting insects with every mile. The rearview mirror showed the light was closer, larger. I tapped the brakes, watching to see if it would shift. Nothing. It remained locked in place, almost like it was being projected into the mirror rather than existing in the actual sky. I started talking out loud, trying to rationalize. Just a helicopter, I said. Maybe a tower I missed. But my own explanations rang hollow. Helicopters move. Towers don't follow you across counties. I pulled off again, this time outside Oberlin, at another rest stop. I was parked just off Groom Lake Road around midnight, late October of last year, having driven out from Kingman for the weekend. Nothing special, just needed to get away from everything. I'd done the Area 51 tourist route before, with the usual photo by the warning sign, but this time I planned to stay put for a few hours and watch the sky. I brought a folding chair, some snacks, a cheap monocular from a pawn shop, and a blanket. With no cell signal out there, I downloaded star maps and put my phone in airplane mode. The night was colder than expected, maybe low 40s, but the sky was crystal clear. No clouds, no moon, just an ocean of stars above me. About 200 yards off the main dirt road on a flat pullout, I parked with no lights for miles. I turned off the engine, left the keys in the cup holder, and stepped out. The mountains ringing the base looked painted on, becoming jagged shadows at night, like cardboard cutouts leaning against the stars. One range to the north, the Papoose Range, always seemed closer than it was. I had the monocular trained on a star cluster near Cassiopeia when I noticed a subtle ground flash. Not bright, more like a blink that might have been lightning but without sound. It came from the mountains, a quick strobe. Hours later, driving back, something followed me. I sat on the curb next to my car and smoked, finding an old pack in the glove box that belonged to my ex. I don't even smoke, but I needed something to do with my hands. I couldn't look at the sky or the mirror. I adjusted my seat to avoid seeing anything behind me and drove to the Colorado state line, hunched down with eyes fixed on the road. By 4 in the morning, I was home. I parked in the driveway and sat for a long time. The sky looked normal, light gone, birds chirping, a neighbor's sprinklers kicking on. I never saw it again. But for 2.5 hours, it followed me, never speeding up, never slowing down, just hovering in that same exact spot in the mirror, like it was waiting for something. I lifted the monocular and caught a glimpse of something strange. Just a fraction of a second, a dull orange light, not like lightning, more like a sodium lamp. Definitely not from any vehicle. When I lowered the device, the mountains seemed to flicker, almost like an old film reel skipping frames. The ridge line shifted subtly, not just movement, but a fundamental change. Beneath the surface, I glimpsed a shape, massive, perhaps the size of a small stadium, angular, almost architectural, like an arch or dome. What caught my attention was its unnatural quality, too smooth, too symmetrical for the surrounding terrain. Then, as quickly as it appeared, the light vanished. The mountains returned to normal. I stood frozen, trying to make sense of what I'd just witnessed. Was it fatigue? A visual hallucination? I wrapped a blanket around my shoulders and continued staring at that specific spot. Minutes passed. No sound, no movement. Just as I began to relax, my car's dome light suddenly illuminated. Strange, the driver's side door remained completely shut. I was sitting 10 feet away. No animals nearby, no wind, yet the interior light glowed softly through the windows, as if someone had partially opened the door. But nothing was disturbed. I checked inside, keys in the cup holder, windows sealed. Returning to the driver's seat, I watched the mountains through the windshield. Occasional faint flickers danced across the landscape, like heat lightning without clouds. I switched on the radio, nothing but static. Every single station, AM and FM, was dead. No background noise, just absolute silence. I cracked the window, hoping to hear something. Anything. But there was nothing. No insects, no wind, just an oppressive, airless quiet. I sat watching for half an hour, half expecting the mountains to stutter again. They didn't. Something felt fundamentally wrong. A presence lurked behind the ridgeline, something that didn't belong in this desert landscape. When I finally started the car, everything functioned normally. No warning lights, no indication of the strange encounter I'd just experienced. I was camping alone near Lake Jocassee in the Blue Ridge foothills during early October. The air carried a damp, leaf-mulchy smell, cool but not cold, with a clear sky and an almost full moon. After hiking all day, I'd pitched my tent just off a side trail in a decent clearing under some pine trees. I'd packed light, a one-person tent, foam pad, sleeping bag, stove, water bladder, and a small dry bag with food. That night, I made some instant rice and tuna, listened to a few songs on my phone, then zipped everything up around 10. As always, I placed my boots under the tent flap and tucked my pack inside the sleeping bag to prevent animals from chewing on my gear. The crickets and rustling leaves lulled me to sleep. The woods carried their usual background noise, but something changed deep in the night. I woke up, unsure of the time. At first, my eyes were open, yet I saw nothing but white. Not a bright flashlight white, but a heavy glowing fog that filled the entire tent. No shadows, no corners, just light and silence. Complete, absolute silence. This wasn't just an absence of external sound. I couldn't hear anything. No wind, no insects, not even the rustle of my sleeping bag when I moved. I tried to speak, feeling my jaw move and throat vibrate, but nothing emerged. When I attempted to sit up, the movement felt slow, like I was underwater. My limbs moved differently, with a strange delay, feeling unnaturally heavy. I tried to unzip the tent, but couldn't find the flap. My hands kept passing through the light, as if the tent itself had transformed. Something was profoundly wrong. Later, driving back down Groom Lake Road, I glanced repeatedly in the mirror. Once on the highway, radio stations returned one by one, static fading, music and talk shows emerging. The desert behind me looked unchanged, vast and empty. I've been back a few times since, never seeing that strange flicker again. But I don't park near that mountain stretch anymore. When I woke up, everything felt wrong. The morning sun filtered through the trees, but something was off. My sleeping bag was tangled around my legs, and my camping gear was piled on top of me inside the tent. Boots, bear bag, trekking poles, fuel canister, everything I'd carefully packed outside was now jumbled across my chest. My head throbbed with a dull, heavy ache. My throat felt raw, and I struggled to sit up. As I unzipped the tent, the woods seemed normal. Birds chirping, a squirrel darting through the branches. But small details nagged at me. The bear bag rope was still tied to the branch, but the knot was undone, the line hanging limply. Someone, or something, had cut the bag open with a clean, smooth slice. Not torn or clawed, just a precise cut. My boots were damp with an unfamiliar reddish mud, different from the forest floor's usual dirt. Too fine, too clay-like. My phone was completely dead, despite having 60% battery when I went to sleep. It wouldn't even show a charging icon. Everything felt surreal. I hadn't lost time. The morning seemed right, around 7 or 8, but it was like my body had experienced something my mind couldn't grasp. As I broke camp, I noticed something else. Just beyond the clearing, about 30 feet into the brush, a small circular area of grass was flattened, maybe 5 or 6 feet across. Something had happened during the night. But what? I was working in a remote botany field lab in central Utah, about 100 miles from the nearest town. The station was tucked into a narrow gulch south of the San Rafael Swell, nestled against a small bluff. It was a compact setup designed for solo work, tiny living quarters with an attached greenhouse, minimal amenities. My task was straightforward, cataloging genetically variant buckwheat strains and monitoring soil chemistry. That week, the weather was unusually still. No breeze, no clouds. The landscape seemed suspended, holding its breath. My greenhouse windows stayed wide open, but the air remained motionless. Insects were scarce, which made the heat feel different, heavier, more oppressive, even after sunset. Later, I found a strange circular area in the woods. The plants weren't trampled, just pressed down as if something heavy had rested there. No tracks, no scorch marks, nothing. I searched for animal signs, no fur, no droppings, not even broken branches. Just a quiet, perfect circle amid the trees. I hiked out before noon, skipping lunch and avoiding looking back. At the trailhead, my phone finally powered on. No service, but the time read 3:47 p.m. on the same date. No lost time, no unexplained entries or photos. But when I opened the voice recorder, an app I never use, there was a new 1-minute file from the previous night. I played it, blank. 1 solid minute of absolute silence. Then it stopped. I deleted it without hesitation, though now I wish I hadn't. I'm unsure how it got there or what it meant. I haven't returned to that trail. I still camp, but only in groups. The tent went to Goodwill days later, not because anything was wrong, but because it carried a strange smell. Not dirt, not sweat, not plastic. Something colder, sterile. I've tried to rationalize it. Maybe I sleepwalked. Maybe I had a weird dream and unconsciously moved my gear. But that light, that silence, the inability to hear my own breath, that wasn't a dream. I was awake. I know I was. The greenhouse sensors first caught my attention when they went dark. I'd carefully positioned 6 of them across different spots, all wired up to a custom Arduino array I'd built myself. They tracked everything: temperature, moisture, pH levels. Every 10 minutes, they'd beam data to my laptop over Wi-Fi. Everything changed that Tuesday morning. My charts showed a bizarre 5-hour gap between midnight and 5 a.m. The entire system had simply stopped, then resumed as if nothing happened. I initially suspected Wi-Fi issues, but my laptop remained online and the generator hadn't missed a beat. Later that afternoon, I discovered something strange in the greenhouse. One of the hanging LED grow lights had shorted out. Its plastic casing looked warped, almost melted, as if someone had taken a blowtorch to its edge. The wiring had pulled loose on one side, hanging askew. I replaced it, assuming it was just a random electrical problem. The next night brought more oddities. Around 2 a.m., the sensor alarm started chirping. 3 sharp beeps signaling a critical pH drop below 4.0. This was unprecedented for this soil. Grabbing my flashlight and pulling on boots, I headed out. The greenhouse air felt different. A scorched mineral smell hung in the atmosphere, reminiscent of lightning striking rock. Humidity struck me as soon as I opened the door, unexpected, since I hadn't watered recently and no rain had fallen in days. The glass was completely fogged. What I saw next stopped me cold. Every single plant had turned, not fallen or dragged, but precisely rotated, all facing inward toward a specific spot. This was drastically different from my thorough evening check when I'd examined roots and misted the ferns. At the greenhouse's center, where my soil sensors converged, lay a bare meter-wide patch I'd intentionally kept open for new specimens. The soil looked disturbed, not dug up, but smoothly pressed down in an unnervingly perfect circle. The greenhouse ceiling bore a strange mark that morning. A shallow depression rested below, with no visible prints or signs of disturbance. A black smoky ring, about a foot wide, fanned outward, and the glass above was faintly scorched and spiderwebbed in the center. The metal framing showed subtle heat distortion, as if microscopically warped. I backed out and locked the door without getting closer. When I checked the cameras the next morning, something was off. My time-lapse setup captured a still every 30 seconds, compiling daily composites. The previous night's footage started normally until 12:47 a.m., when everything went haywire. Static replaced one frame, followed by total blackness, then a blank white screen. The timestamp jumped forward 4 hours. Digging into the raw stills revealed complete corruption. Every file between 1247 and 451 was unreadable digital noise. Running a recovery program found 437 missing or partial images. Clicking through thumbnails showed mostly garbage data fragments. A few revealed brief, vibrant flashes, violet and pale green, suggesting sudden light bursts. One thumbnail hinted at a blurry, smooth metallic curve in the top right corner, but no definitive details emerged. Something strange began happening with the plants that day. Gallium leaves curled inward as if trying to enclose something. Wild barley stems bent at sharp 90-degree angles toward a central bare spot, maintaining their position even after pot rotation. A fern I repositioned would inexplicably return to facing the center by morning. Thursday night, I sat vigilant in the greenhouse, flashlight in my lap. Around 1:30, the temperature plummeted rapidly. My thermometer dropped from 77 degrees to 61 degrees in under 5 minutes, confined only to the greenhouse. The air felt electrically charged. My arm hair stood on end. LED lights flickered and then died completely. An eerie silence followed, lasting perhaps 2 minutes, perhaps 10. I'm still uncertain. The desert near White Sands was silent that September morning. I was on a contract job with Rob Lane, an ex-Air Force weather tech, setting up a high-altitude weather balloon test. We arrived at the site around 5:30 a.m., with just enough light from the horizon to start preparing. No birds, no insects, just the sound of our gear and boots crunching on gravel. At 6:12, we launched the balloon. It caught the morning light, gleaming as it drifted almost motionless before beginning its slow climb. I logged the time and initial altitude. Everything proceeded smoothly. Over the next 40 minutes, we watched it ascend to about 30,000 feet. Telemetry remained steady, wind speed, temperature, and barometric pressure all normal. Then something changed. My last field assignment ended abruptly. During the night, something strange happened in the greenhouse. Total silence surrounded me. No generator, no wind, not even the distant whine of insects. When I turned my flashlight back on, the central bare spot looked darker, as if wet, though it hadn't rained. The plants were slightly tilted. The next morning, all 6 soil sensors were burned out. Plastic casings bubbled, wires melted into the dirt. My laptop was untouched, and nothing else in the greenhouse was damaged. I radioed in, citing a hardware malfunction, and they didn't question my early departure. Before leaving, I collected a small soil sample in a sealed jar, which now sits on a shelf in my apartment. It dried out over the following days, shifting from dark red to gray. A faint ring circles the inside of the glass where the soil doesn't stick, as if something pushed outward from the center, leaving a residue. Occasionally, when I pass by, I catch a brief whiff of burned dust. Around 652, our data system started malfunctioning. The GPS locked up at 31,200 feet, which seemed odd given there was no terrain to cause interference. Rob began troubleshooting, rebooting the receiver and adjusting gain settings. Suddenly, he stopped and pointed at the monitor. A strange waveform showed a repeating static spike across the spectrum, not random noise, but an almost rhythmic pattern. We'd seen signal anomalies before, but this was different. Sharp, regular, and intense. I stepped back to scan the sky. The balloon hung like a tiny pale dot, drifting upward. Then a flash caught my eye. A thin streak of white-blue light shooting from southwest to northeast, just above the balloon's position. It moved so quickly I couldn't track it, vanishing in an instant. No sound, no trail. When I turned to Rob and asked if he'd seen it, he didn't respond immediately. He was transfixed by the monitor. Moments later, the receiver shut down completely. Power remained, but all data feeds died. Swapping out equipment made no difference, and the balloon's signal never returned. We stood in silence, watching the sky. The sunrise painted everything orange and gold, but where the balloon should have been, only open sky remained. A low, smooth hum emerged, not mechanical like a jet or drone, but a deep tone seemingly coming from nowhere. It lasted just seconds, subtle enough to be easily missed. "We should pack it in," Rob said. I agreed without argument. As we coiled cables and dismantled the antenna, I kept scanning the horizon, expecting another flash or shadow. An unsettling feeling persisted that something was watching, just beyond perception. The air grew unnaturally still, dead calm, which was rare in this location. The flag on our truck's antenna hung motionless, pressed flat against its pole. Something felt fundamentally different about this moment. Rob and I were out tracking a weather balloon when something felt off. The portable barometer showed a slight pressure increase, which was unusual for a warming day. Rob stayed unusually quiet, during our drive back, constantly checking the rearview mirror like we were being followed. We reached the base station just before 9, where our supervisor Jeff was waiting. We explained that the balloon launch went fine initially, but we lost the signal around 30,000 feet and couldn't re-establish contact. When Jeff suggested tracking recovery via the backup beacon, Rob unexpectedly said it wasn't worth pursuing. Strange, since he typically pushed hard to recover payloads, even in challenging terrain. He looked pale, as if he'd witnessed something inexplicable. The next day, I went out with a different technician to sweep the projected drop zone. We found absolutely nothing. No parachute, no payload. The equipment should have landed within a 5-meter radius, but it was like it had simply disappeared. A week later, I asked Rob about what we'd experienced. He just shook his head and cryptically stated, "Wasn't a plane, wasn't a satellite, and it sure as hell wasn't weather." That was my final balloon launch. Last October, I was deer hunting alone in a remote area of northern Utah's Utz Plateau. My cousin Tyler was supposed to join me but canceled due to family obligations. The weather was perfect. Cold mornings, clear skies, no fresh snow. I'd camped off a barely visible logging access trail, using a spot I knew well from previous solo trips. Friday evening, I hiked in, pitched my tent, and scanned the ridge before sunset. Nothing remarkable happened that night. I was up early the next morning, brewing coffee on my small stove and hiking northeast by first light. The landscape was a mix of rocky slopes, pine stands, and small clearings. Around 7:30, after crossing a frozen creek and following a narrow game trail up a ridge, I noticed something peculiar about a quarter-mile in. Off to my left, maybe 50 yards down the slope, I saw what looked like an unusual reflection. Not sunlight on snow or ice. A metallic gleam caught my eye from a distance. At first, I thought it was just some abandoned junk, maybe a discarded hubcap or broken cooler. But as I approached, I realized this was something different entirely. Half buried at the base of a small rocky outcrop sat a perfectly spherical object, about 3 feet in diameter. Its surface was silver, but not the shiny chrome you might expect. More like brushed aluminum, smooth and seamless, without a single mark or dent. What struck me most was how undisturbed the surrounding ground appeared. No drag marks, no broken branches, no footprints. Not mine, not anyone's. Frost covered the nearby leaves and grass, yet the sphere itself remained untouched. When I reached out and touched it, I was surprised to find it warm, warmer than the surrounding air. I crouched down, searching for any markings or clues. Nothing. No writing, no lights, just this metal orb sitting inexplicably in place. For about 15 minutes I circled it, trying to understand how it got there. No signs of impact, no crater. It seemed deliberately placed. I attempted to nudge it with my boot, but it was firmly lodged in the soil and didn't move. Strange sensations began to creep in. Not illness, but a feeling of being watched. The air felt heavier. No birds chirped, no wind rustled. My ears felt plugged, like during a rapid mountain ascent. When I tried to take a photo, my camera app refused to open. I restarted my phone, but the screen remained black. My GPS app froze next. I watched in disbelief as my battery dropped from 76.6% to 0 in an instant. My backup battery pack was useless. Even my reliable Garmin wouldn't boot up. I wondered if a solar flare might explain this bizarre interference. Eventually, I decided to leave, carefully marking the location in my mind. A big split pine up the ridge, rocky outcrop to the west, a frost-patched clearing about 1.5 miles from camp. Back at my tent, everything worked perfectly. My phone turned on, GPS reset, camera functioning normally. I even took a picture of the stove to confirm. That Sunday morning, I woke up early with a plan to check out the mysterious sphere one last time before heading home. My night had been restless, filled with an unsettling silence that seemed to pause the entire forest. No wind, no animal sounds, nothing. When I returned to the clearing, something was wrong. The sphere was gone without a trace. Everything else remained exactly the same. The rock outcrop, the pine tree, the frost. But the sphere had completely vanished. No disturbance in the dirt, no tracks, not even a hint that anything had been there. The frost lay undisturbed right where the base of the sphere had been. I walked in circles, trying to convince myself I was in the wrong spot. But I knew I wasn't. I checked the landmarks repeatedly. The same ridge, the same split pine, the same angle of sunlight. I knew exactly where I was. I just couldn't understand what had happened. Before noon, I packed up camp and hiked out faster than usual. I skipped breakfast and coffee, constantly looking over my shoulder, feeling like something might emerge from the woods. Once I reached my truck, I drove straight to Vernal and checked into a cheap motel. I didn't want to spend another night out there. Since then, I've only shared this story with 2 people, Tyler and a hunting buddy. Neither believed me, which I understand. If someone told me this story, I'd probably think they were making it up too. But I know what I experienced. I touched it. The memory of that smooth, warm metal in the freezing air still haunts me, like it was waiting for something. It was a foggy night, the kind that feels slightly off-kilter. Walking home, I noticed a black car parked by the curb. What caught my attention wasn't the vehicle, but its occupants. 2 men sat in the front seats, dressed in black suits and old-fashioned top hats. At first, I thought it might be a costume or some bizarre prank, but when I looked closer, I realized something was terribly wrong. Where their faces should have been, there was only smooth, featureless skin. No eyes, no nose, no mouth. As if someone had completely erased their features. I froze momentarily, then quickened my pace, trying to remain calm while every instinct screamed to run. The old airfield near Milltown, a small town in western Kansas, had been shut down for years. Just some cracked runways and empty hangars, a place I'd driven past countless times. On a clear, cold, early spring night, I decided to head out there on a whim. No real plan, just a spur-of-the-moment idea to shoot the sky. My old camcorder from college, before phones took over, was my companion. I set it up on a tripod at the runway's edge around 10 p.m. on a Friday. The wind was light but steady, and I hoped to capture something interesting. Meteors, satellites, airplanes. An hour into filming, something caught my eye. Halfway up the sky, strange lights appeared. They weren't like typical aircraft, no red or green blinking, no sound. Round lights drifted in unpredictable patterns, sometimes pulsing, sometimes flickering, occasionally vanishing and reappearing elsewhere. Curiosity, not fear, drove my interest. I zoomed in, trying to understand what I was seeing. The lights seemed almost responsive, shifting as if aware of my observation. The air around me grew noticeably colder, though the wind remained unchanged. That's when movement caught my peripheral vision. Behind the rusted chain-link fence separating the runway from the service road, a figure stood motionless. A man in a black suit, jacket and slacks, no tie, looked completely out of place in this isolated nighttime landscape. I switched off the camcorder screen. Later, as I walked away, I couldn't help but glance back. The car that had been there was suddenly gone. No lights, no engine sound, no tire marks, nothing. Just an empty street shrouded in fog. Who were those men? What was that car doing there? I've never encountered anything like it since, and the memory has haunted me ever since. The night was cool and crisp, the kind of early autumn evening that makes the air feel sharp and clear. I was sitting on the dock behind my place, phone in hand, trying to capture some shots of the emerging stars. Everything seemed peaceful and normal, just another quiet evening. While scrolling through my pictures, something caught my eye. Toward the middle of the lake, just above the water's surface, a dark silhouette hovered motionless. It wasn't behaving like any bird or aircraft I'd seen before, just hanging there, completely still, with no blinking lights. I squinted, trying to get a better look. "Hey, can I help you?" I called out. No response. A weird chill ran down my spine, but I kept my voice calm. "Are you lost?" The silence was unnerving. Without a sound, the man stepped through the fence. He moved without making any noise, almost like he was gliding. Suddenly he was closer, still expressionless and silent. I held up my camcorder but hesitated to record. Something about him felt off. He stopped about 6 feet away and slowly reached into his jacket pocket. He pulled out a single piece of paper and handed it to me. When I looked down, it was completely blank. No writing, no symbols, nothing. Just as I was about to ask what this meant, I looked up. He was gone. No footprints, no sound, no indication he'd ever been there. The sky was empty too, as if the strange lights had never existed. I stayed out a while longer, trying to shake the feeling that I'd witnessed something beyond my understanding. Back in my car, I looked at the paper again, still blank. At home, I checked the camcorder footage. It had recorded the strange moving lights and the sudden silence when the man appeared. But there was no sign of the paper or the moment he handed it to me, like the camera had missed that part entirely. I told a few friends, but they just laughed, dismissing it as a prank or my imagination. Even now, I'm unsure what I saw or who that man was. I don't plan to return to that airfield. But sometimes, when I'm outside at night, I catch glimpses of lights moving just at the edge of my vision, watching. Always watching. The night was calm, the lake still and quiet. Something caught my eye, a solid, sharp shape against the sky. Not a trick of light or cloud, but a definite object. I zoomed in with my phone camera as best I could. The shape was smooth and oval, a matte black that seemed to absorb the surrounding darkness. I watched it drift slowly sideways, just a few feet at a time. Then, without warning or sound, it shot straight up and vanished into the night. Unnerved but curious, I wasn't sure what I'd just witnessed. The lake returned to its usual state, quiet, empty, with only occasional fish breaking the surface. The next morning, a black car appeared at the end of my driveway. An older model from the early 2000s, it looked pristine, clean, without a single dent. No license plate. At first, I thought it might be a neighbor's visitor, but something was off. No tire tracks, no footprints. The gravel looked untouched. I checked the windows, empty. No keys in the ignition. I figured someone had parked overnight and would return, so I left it alone. But the next morning, same car, same spot, same lack of tracks or prints. Unease began to creep in, but I kept quiet. Who would believe me? By the fourth day, the car remained unchanged. I started leaving notes on the windshield, asking the owner to move it, but the notes stayed put and the car didn't budge. It just sat there, silent and black. Days later, sitting on my porch after dinner, I heard footsteps on the grave. A man in a neat black suit stood near the driveway's end, his face shadowed by streetlight. He watched me silently. As I approached, I asked if I could help him. He spoke in a low voice. "The water remembers." I was confused. He repeated, "The water remembers." Before I could respond, he turned and walked away, disappearing into the darkness. Unsettled, I ran inside and locked the door, my mind racing with questions. I was out on the ridge just after midnight, capturing long exposure shots of the Milky Way. Astrophotography has been my escape for years, a way to focus on something larger than myself. This late October night was crisp and clear, the kind where stars seemed to burst from the darkness. About 20 minutes from my place in northern Vermont, I'd found a perfect spot. A small dirt path led to a clearing on the ridge, with no streetlights for miles. The sky was pristine. I set up my old Canon AE1 film camera, some expired Kodak Ektachrome I'd found at a thrift store, and mounted it on the tripod. Adjusting the settings to 30-second exposures at ISO 600, I began shooting eastward, hoping to catch the stars trailing around Polaris. After an hour, I packed up and headed home. The next morning, I started developing the film in the campus photography department's dark room. As a photography major, I have access to this cramped basement space with concrete walls and flickering fluorescent lights. Over the next week, strange things began happening. A car kept appearing every morning, but the man who'd been there that night never returned. My phone would sometimes show static or strange glitches when I tried to take pictures of the lake. Late at night, a faint humming would drift from the water, but when I went outside, it would stop. One night around 3 a.m., I saw faint blue lights pulsing slowly over the lake. I tried to capture them on my phone, but the screen went black, the camera frozen. When I looked up again, the lights had vanished. The man never returned, and the car stopped appearing. Yet something lingered. Near the water, I'd get an unsettling feeling, like something was watching me from just below the surface. Those words, "the water remembers," kept echoing in my mind. Down in the darkroom, surrounded by chemicals and trays, I found a sense of quiet comfort. As I pulled out the first few strips and hung them to dry, the star trails looked great. But then something caught my eye. On one roll, sharp geometric streaks cut across the sky above the ridge. These weren't random lines. They looked deliberate, like precise patterns drawn in light. The shapes were unlike anything I'd seen before, definitely not from airplanes or satellites. I examined the negatives under the light, blinking and wondering if it was just a scratch or processing error. Curiosity got the better of me, so I printed a few frames using the enlarger. Blown up, the shapes became even more bizarre. Triangles, diamonds, and what seemed like a hexagon glowed faintly white, static and razor sharp, while the surrounding stars blurred from the exposure. My photographer friend Claire thought it might be light graffiti or a film glitch. We both agreed it was probably just a weird artifact, but something about it nagged at me. I returned to the ridge the next night, hoping to capture more, but cloudy skies prevented another attempt. Days later, in the darkroom, I encountered Mr. Carver, the janitor. He gave me a strange look, like he was holding something back. When I reached into my locker, I discovered the prints with those geometric streaks were gone. Not just a few, but the entire set. Asking Mr. Carver about the missing prints, he revealed a peculiar story. A couple of nights earlier, men in black suits had come after hours, asking odd questions about lights, long exposures, and capturing things not supposed to be seen. They seemed particularly interested in knowing if anyone had been photographing the sky, expressing concern about too much light and things better left unobserved. I thanked Mr. Carver and left, my mind spinning with unanswered questions. I worked as a night security guard at the Mount Kelsey Observatory for almost 3 years. Nestled about 40 miles outside of Flagstaff, Arizona, the facility stood alone on a ridge surrounded by pine trees. It was the perfect spot for their specialized telescopes, and I loved the solitude. My shifts ran from 10 p.m. until 6 a.m., typically uneventful nights spent patrolling the grounds, checking the perimeter, and watching for trespassers or wildlife. That night in mid-October was clear and cold, with just a sliver of moon barely illuminating the darkness. Around midnight, something caught my eye over the east ridge near the facility. 2 bright shapes that didn't belong. But that was just the beginning of a series of unsettling events. A persistent feeling in my gut wouldn't subside. I kept checking the lab daily, but no new prints appeared. My negatives remained untouched. Then one night, walking back from the campus library, I spotted a black sedan parked under a street lamp a block from my apartment. 2 men in dark suits sat inside, unmoving. As I passed, their headlights flickered, and I could have sworn one was watching me. I hurried home and locked every door and window. Strange occurrences became routine over the next week. My phone battery drained rapidly despite minimal use. Fleeting movements outside my window disappeared when I looked. While driving home late one night, my headlights briefly dimmed before returning to normal. I stopped visiting the ridge and kept silent, even from Claire. An email arrived on my school account one afternoon. No subject, just a cryptic message. "You've seen too much light lately." The sender's address was unfamiliar. My reply went unanswered. That night, a shadow seemed to stand outside my apartment, vanishing when I looked closer. I tried convincing myself it was a trick of the streetlight. Eventually, I moved my negatives and prints to a safer location. Though I never saw those men in black again, I always felt watched, as if something was waiting. I never discovered the truth about those shapes on my film or the mysterious men, but I stopped photographing the night sky. Something didn't feel right anymore. I was on my usual night shift at the observatory when I spotted something unusual. 2 spheres hung motionless in the sky, their pale blue-white lights steady and intense. These weren't like typical aircraft or drones with flashing signals. Initially, I thought someone might be playing with spotlights, but these objects were different, suspended silently just above the tree line, about 50 feet apart. Grabbing my binoculars and flashlight, I watched them hover completely still for nearly 5 minutes. I radioed the control room to report the strange sight on the east side. They instructed me to observe but not approach. Then, without warning or sound, the spheres began to rise. First 20 feet, then 30, climbing higher and higher. Their ascent was faster than any helicopter or drone I'd ever seen, and within seconds they vanished into the sky. For the rest of my shift, I searched the grounds and monitored the cameras, hoping to find some explanation. But there was nothing. No footprints, no vehicles, no evidence of anyone near the ridge. When I wrote my report, I tried to sound matter-of-fact, describing only the bright lights that hovered and then disappeared. The next morning changed everything. My manager Jeff was waiting for me, looking tense and watching the door nervously. Before I could ask what was wrong, two men in crisp black suits walked in. They carried themselves with an unsettling, cold authority. Jeff introduced them as Ho, Melan's security agents, though they didn't offer names, just numbered metal badges. What struck me most was their eyes. They never blinked, staring ahead with an almost inhuman intensity, as if deliberately concealing any emotion. They began questioning me about my report, their gaze unnerving and fixed. I'd already laid out everything in my report, what I saw, when, and if I'd noticed anything unusual around the observatory. The agents listened intently, not writing anything down, just nodding and exchanging glances. Jeff stood nearby, quiet and distant. After about 20 minutes, they left without a word. Just before exiting, I caught a whisper about restricted airspace and non-conventional aerial phenomena. Something felt off after they departed. The rest of that day was strange. Security cameras showed intermittent static, like the feed was being interrupted. Jeff avoided my eyes, seeming to know something I didn't. That night, I returned to work hoping for normalcy. Walking the perimeter, I spotted the two spheres again, hovering in the exact same spot, but this time was different. A low electrical hum filled the air. The forest around the observatory felt eerily silent, no wind, no rustling leaves, no wildlife sounds. Everything felt suspended. When I looked at the spheres, one seemed to flicker, almost glitching. My stomach churned. I'd never seen anything like it. They rose slowly, moving toward the main telescope dome. I tried radioing the control room, but static overwhelmed my voice. The lights hovered overhead for about 10 minutes before vanishing completely. Sleep became impossible in the following days. Strangely, the agents never returned. Jeff remained silent about the incident, and the spheres stopped appearing. Yet an unsettling feeling persisted. Security cameras occasionally caught something moving just beyond view. Too quick for a person, too indistinct for an animal. I started noticing odd details. Faint footprints leading nowhere, small scorched grass patches near equipment sheds. When I mentioned these to Jeff, he dismissed them as animal or human activity. But the unease remained. Weeks passed, and the mystery lingered. I live in a small cabin on the outskirts of Ashford, Washington, about as close to the wilderness as you can get without completely disappearing from the map. My name's Lisa Moreno, and I've always been the kind of person who likes to record weird stuff, strange things that don't add up. It's a hobby, or maybe an obsession. Last week, I was out here just messing around with my phone's camera when these faint glimmers started flickering over the water. They moved in patterns that didn't match anything natural. No planes, no bats, no fireflies. They looked like small orbs hovering and then zipping in ways that didn't make sense. I figured I'd catch them on video and maybe post it later. Not to prove anything. I'm not delusional, just intrigued by the strangeness. That night, I got some footage. The lights pulsed in a loose circle above the lake, sometimes darting up and down in a way that looked almost deliberate. No noise, just pure silence. The next morning, I showed the clips to my friend Jamie over coffee. He's more into hiking than weird stuff, but he nodded thoughtfully and said, "Maybe it's a drone or something." I thought that was possible, but the movements didn't feel mechanical, and drones don't usually hide in the fog like that. The nights after, I kept coming back, hoping to get better footage, maybe figure out what they were. Then things started feeling off. The first odd thing was the power flicker. It was subtle. One night, while I was editing the video on my laptop, the lights dimmed, then went out completely for about 10 seconds. Just my cabin. I was on the dock just after midnight filming. The lake was flat, the kind of still that swallows sound whole. The moon was hidden behind thick clouds, and the air had that damp, heavy feeling you get right before rain starts. I was waiting for those lights to show up again, the weird ones I'd noticed the past few nights. Eventually, the place felt normal again. But I never forgot those eyes, the agents who didn't blink, the spheres that hovered silently in that strange stillness in the forest. I kept working the night shifts, but every time the wind died down and the sky went completely quiet, I wondered if the spheres might come back. I don't have answers, just a bunch of moments I can't explain, and I guess that's enough to keep me looking over my shoulder every once in a while. The night was quiet when I decided to turn in early. No late-night stakeout this time. I was exhausted. Around 3 a.m., a strange sound at the door jolted me awake. Normally, I never locked the porch door, but that night I had. The noise wasn't a knock, more like a soft dragging shuffle across the wooden boards. Heart racing, I peered through the peephole. A man dressed entirely in black stood motionless, jacket, pants, boots, with no hat or gloves. His face was shadowed, but I could tell he was staring directly at the door. I whispered, "Who are you?" Silence. Just as I was about to call 911, I noticed something on the porch floor. A photo. Cracking the door open, I retrieved it. The edges were yellowed, clearly old and carried for years. When I looked up, the man had vanished. No footsteps, no trace. The photo was of me, taken years ago. 6 or 7 years old, smiling in a park, wearing the blue jacket my mom bought that winter. Turning it over revealed nothing. Sleep was impossible after that. The next day I showed Jamie. He examined the photo carefully, asking, "Where did you get this?" After hearing my story, he frowned. We agreed to keep it between us. Strange occurrences continued. My electronics started acting weird. The laptop froze inexplicably. My phone's battery drained rapidly. GPS would shut off randomly and the compass spun wildly, especially near the lake. Unknown numbers called constantly, never leaving messages. Inside the cabin, I felt watched. One evening, a soft tapping at the window revealed nothing when I looked. Days passed. I watched for the man, but he never returned. The whole street seemed normal, yet something felt off. Just weird. I was driving back to California after helping my sister move to Austin, not wanting to spend money on a motel. I've always been fine sleeping in my truck if needed. Somewhere along Route 62, not far from 29 Palms, but still a good ways out, I'd been on the road for hours. I planned to stop for the night once I got past the last gas station in Parker. It was late, probably close to 1:30 in the morning when I pulled off onto a dirt shoulder. No lights around, no other cars, just that wide-open Mojave night. Stars overhead, dry air, that low hum of nothing. I left the driver's window cracked a few inches, shut off the engine, rolled my hoodie into a pillow, and reclined the seat back. I fell asleep pretty fast. I don't know what time I woke up, but it was still dark. The sky had that early pre-dawn feel. Technically morning, but the sun hadn't shown up yet. Something felt off. It wasn't a sound or movement that woke me, but a strange feeling like surfacing from a dream I couldn't remember. At first, I thought maybe my phone had gone off, but the cab was quiet. No buzzing, no headlights, no passing cars. When I sat up and looked around, I noticed all the windows were fogged. Every single one. Front windshield, side windows, even the tiny triangle in the back. But this wasn't normal condensation. It was thick and smeared, like someone had wiped every window from the outside with a wet rag. The air had been dry as bone when I'd parked. No humidity, no dew. It didn't make any sense. After that, night, I started noticing things I hadn't before. The way fog rolls in too quickly. How power sometimes blinks in half a house. Those quiet moments when the world feels paused, like it's holding its breath. Sometimes when I look out over the lake at night, I think I see shapes moving just beyond the trees. I started carrying a flashlight and pepper spray whenever I went outside, just in case. I don't know if the man was connected to the lights or the weird glitches. I don't know why he had that photo or what he wanted to tell me. The photo sits on my desk right next to my camera. I haven't shown it to anyone else. Not yet. I wiped a spot on the inside of the windshield with my sleeve. The fog wasn't inside. It was all on the outside. A weird feeling settled in my stomach. I reached for the dome light, but stopped. Something felt wrong about turning it on, like I didn't want to see what might be lurking outside. Total silence surrounded me, with only the ticking of the cooling engine breaking the stillness. Slowly, I cracked the door open. The air hit me immediately, cold and dry, definitely not damp enough to explain the condensation. I stepped out and gently closed the door behind me. Hard-packed dirt and gravel crunched under my feet. no moisture anywhere. Walking a slow circle around the truck, I examined the windows. The fogging was uniform, with long swipes and wide arcs. Finger-like streaks marked some areas. It looked less like someone trying to peer inside, and more like someone attempting to clean the windows from the outside, in the middle of the night, in the middle of the desert. Crouching down, I checked underneath the truck. Nothing. No footprints, no marks in the dirt. The silence felt heavy, oppressive. I climbed back in and locked the doors. The truck's interior now carried a strange smell, faint but distinct, like old copper or ozone. I hadn't noticed it before. Glancing repeatedly at the rearview mirror, I half expected to see movement. But the road remained empty. The truck started without issue, headlights illuminating the dirt and low shrubs ahead. I pulled back onto the road almost automatically. 5 minutes later, something else caught my attention. The radio display had completely reset, time, presets, everything, as if the battery had been disconnected. I hadn't touched anything. My phone's clock read 5:42 a.m., but the sky contradicted this. It was still dark, not the early light you'd expect at that hour. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe I'd lost track of time, or the mountains were blocking the sunrise. But something didn't feel right. I'd only intended to nap for a couple of hours, 3 at most. I remembered parking around 1:30 and checking my phone at 1:47 a.m., just before falling asleep. Nothing made sense. Late April, and I was camped out in the Nevada desert just south of Bay, nestled near an old gravel road that winds into the hills. This was a spot I knew well, chosen for its absolute silence. When it's calm enough, you can hear nothing at all, not even a whisper of wind. I arrived around 6 p.m. and set up a simple camp in a small flat area between low rock formations. My setup was minimal: a 2-person tent, sleeping bag, cooler, and pack. I skipped building a fire to avoid drawing attention, instead relying on my jet boil for any hot needs. Cell signal was strong when I first parked, but it vanished quickly after hiking about a mile in. I spent the evening exploring a nearby short ridge, returning to camp as night settled in. Hours passed, and suddenly it was 5:42, though it felt like mere moments had slipped by. I made it to 29 Palms just after 6, with the sun finally rising. At a gas station, I grabbed coffee and used the bathroom. While washing my hands, I caught my reflection and noticed something unsettling. A thin red mark across my neck, positioned high near my jaw. I hadn't been wearing anything tight, just a hoodie. This detail, combined with the fogged windows, wiped glass, strange smell, and time distortion, began to unsettle me. I tried rationalizing what happened. Maybe someone had tampered with my truck while I slept. Perhaps I'd simply slept longer than I thought. The battery could have glitched. But I'd slept in this truck countless times in various locations, and I'd never seen windows fogged like this, especially not in the desert, with no humidity, no breath inside, and no surrounding signs of anything unusual. I drove straight home that day, stopping only for gas. Upon arriving in my driveway, I thoroughly inspected the truck. No damage, no missing items. Yet that faint metallic smell lingered, clinging to the fabric even with windows rolled down most of the way home. The following night, a dream, or perhaps something more, visited me. A bright white light, soundless and close, hovering above me. Was it truly a dream, or a remnant of that night? Either way, I haven't slept in the truck since. I settled into my sleeping bag around 10 after eating a granola bar and some jerky at sunset. Usually sleeping in the desert isn't straightforward. The cold seeps in, and every rock beneath your ground pad makes itself known. But that night was different. I fell into a deep, dreamless sleep, just pure blackness. Something jolted me awake. Not a sound, not a movement, just that strange moment when your brain signals something's off before you're fully conscious. I checked my phone, 4:13 a.m. Battery was fine. I opened my GPS app, a habit when hiking solo, and waited for it to load. The coordinates made no sense. According to the screen, I was roughly 2 miles northeast of where I'd parked. I closed and reopened the app. Same result. My offline map showed my previous saved pins, including the one from that night. My blue location dot was definitely not where it should be. I unzipped the tent and looked around. Everything appeared exactly the same. The rocks, the flat stretch, the little Joshua tree with my reflective marker, nothing had moved. My boots sat right where I'd left them outside the tent flap. I checked the soft, dusty ground. Only my previous day's footprints were visible. No drag marks, no tire treads, no animal prints, just complete stillness. Barefoot, I swept my flashlight in a slow circle. The air was motionless, no wind. The stars hung slightly lower, closer to dawn. I walked a few yards out, searching for any sign of disturbance. Nothing. Pulling on my boots, I checked the GPS again. The dot remained 2 miles northeast. I tried using the compass to retrace my route, but I knew with certainty I'd driven west, slightly northwest. At some point, I stopped trying to rationalize what was happening. That's when I noticed the silence. Not just quiet, but an absolute absence of sound. No crickets, no wind, not even the distant highway hum that usually provides background noise. Total, complete silence. I was hiking with my buddy Kevin near Fort Wuka down in southern Arizona last March, early spring. The weather was perfect, cool in the shade, warm in the sun. We'd been out a few times that season, but this trail was new to us. Just outside the restricted zone, it was technically public land, but pretty remote. Kevin's always been curious about boundaries. He likes to get close to fences, checking out signs without actually touching anything. It's just his thing. We parked off a dirt service road around 10:30 in the morning and hiked in about 3 miles. As night fell, a strange sound caught my attention. Not close, but high up, a faint pulsing hum that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. I turned off my flashlight and scanned the sky. Stars filled my view, but nothing else moved. For maybe 5 minutes I waited. No clear noise, no movement. The hum seemed to slip away in a way I can't quite explain. Eventually, I climbed back into the tent, still fully dressed, and sat in darkness. I kept checking my GPS, same position, no movement. Around 5:30, the sky began to lighten. When I stepped out, something felt off. The landscape had changed. My tent was nowhere near where I expected to be. The road where I'd parked the truck was visible, but the surrounding terrain didn't match what I remembered from the previous evening. I packed up quickly, trying to stay calm. It took nearly 2 hours to navigate back to the road, following my GPS manually until I spotted my truck in the distance. It was parked exactly where I'd left it. Back home, I double-checked the coordinates on a full map. The spot where I'd woken up wasn't close enough to my original campsite to make sense. There were no trails, no service roads, just open desert between the 2 points. I don't camp in that area anymore. Not because anything specifically threatened me, but something about that night felt wrong, like I was somewhere I wasn't supposed to be. Or maybe worse, like I was exactly where something wanted me to be. We were sitting on a rocky ridge overlooking a long wash when lunch ended. The landscape stretched out empty around us, nothing but chaparral, low brush, and scattered mesquite. Kevin had downloaded offline maps, and I carried a Garmin as backup. No cell service, which was expected. The Dragoon Mountains were visible on one side, with the base perimeter distant on the other. After we finished eating, something changed. The air grew strangely thick, and an unusual silence descended. No wind, no bugs. It felt like the moment before a monsoon, except the sky remained clear. We were packing up when my Garmin screen suddenly went black. Kevin looked up and said his phone had died. Not just battery drain, but completely unresponsive. My Garmin wouldn't turn on either. We pulled out backup devices. Kevin's emergency flip phone was dead too. No power, no restart, nothing. We stood there bewildered. Every electronic device was lifeless. Watches, pocket flashlight, Kevin's old Nikon camera, all completely unresponsive. Then we heard it, a low, deep sound, more like pressure than noise, a barely audible hum that came in waves. Kevin nodded when I asked if he heard it. We remained motionless, waiting. 5 or 6 minutes later, the sound vanished. Almost instantly, Kevin's phone buzzed. My Garmin lit up. Everything returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. We laughed it off initially, suggesting solar interference. But then Kevin noticed something strange. 8 new photos had appeared in his gallery, time-stamped between 12:41 and 12:46, exactly when our devices were dead. The first few were blurry sky shots, taken from an odd angle. Then one showed Kevin himself. We were standing about 15 feet apart, looking in opposite directions. Kevin was adjusting his backpack while I had my hands on my hips. The photo seemed taken from slightly above, as if from a hill, but there was nothing like that nearby. No shadows from whoever took the picture. The images were strange. One showed the back of Kevin's shoulder and neck, like a photo taken from behind at a downward angle. Another was just dirt with a bit of my boot. A third was a wide shot of us both from a distance. I checked my phone and found 3 more photos. They were less clear, but the last one showed Kevin walking ahead of me through a curved trail in a narrow canyon. I was certain we had never gone that way. We stood examining our galleries, trying to make sense of things. The timestamp seemed correct, but we hadn't been moving. Neither of us had our phones out during that time. Kevin grew quiet and zoomed in on a sky shot. In the upper left corner, a small white smudge caught our attention. It wasn't just lens flare, it had a S, shape, vertical, and slightly oval. We attempted to recreate the shot, hoping to match the angle or spot. Nothing aligned. Checking the metadata revealed something odd. The GPS tags were blank. Every other photo from the trip had coordinates, even those from earlier that morning. These photos had empty location fields. Unnerved, we didn't stay long. We started back the way we came, silent. Halfway through, I glanced at my Garmin. It showed we were half a mile east of where we should have been, though the terrain looked the same. I stopped to compare our trail with the wash we'd walked earlier. Something was off. The scrub patterns and rock layout looked close, but not quite right. We reached the car without incident. Everything seemed normal from that point on. Phones worked. The car started fine. No new photos appeared. Later that night, Kevin called. He'd tried uploading the strange photos to his laptop, but the files wouldn't transfer. They'd open on the phone, but not on the computer. We'd been trying to share photos from our hike, but nothing worked. Emails failed, screenshots wouldn't send, and the messaging app crashed every time we tried to attach an image. Frustrated, we eventually gave up. The next weekend, we returned to the same trailhead, retracing our steps and searching for the exact spot where something had happened. But something felt off. The ridge and wash were there, yet nothing looked quite right. Our GPS trail confirmed we were in the correct location, but it felt like we'd taken a wrong turn somewhere. The photos remain on my phone, untouched. I've stopped attempting to send them. Sometimes, I find myself looking at one particular image, a shot of us standing apart with no one else in the frame. Strangely, I don't recall standing in that position, and I have no idea who took the photograph. That night was like countless others. I sat on the porch with a beer, enjoying one of those perfectly still evenings where the world seems to pause. No wind, no insects, just the soft sounds of my old dog shifting on the wooden boards and the gentle creak of the rocking chair. I've always enjoyed stargazing, not in any profound way, but simply for the sense of calm it brings. Living in the countryside means no light pollution, so on clear nights, the entire sky opens up. The faint edge of the Milky Way becomes visible, and this night was exceptional. Cool enough to keep mosquitoes away, warm enough to forgo a jacket. With the porch light off, I was absent-mindedly watching the sky. Satellites and planes move steadily overhead. I know the difference and don't jump to wild conclusions about what I see. But then something caught my eye. A star to the left, just above the horizon, seemed different. Bright, but not the brightest, it began to move. Not quickly, but with a slow, consistent drift from right to left. It didn't twinkle like other stars, instead maintaining a steady, cold glow reminiscent of a distant headlight, pale white. I watched the white dot slide sideways across the sky, completely out of place. It wasn't like any satellite or weather balloon I'd seen before. No clear shape, no color, no blinking. Just this tiny point of light moving where nothing should move. Suddenly it stopped dead. Not a gradual slowdown, but an instant halt, like a cursor freezing on a screen. For about 10 seconds it hung there motionless. Then it vanished. Not faded away, but blinked out instantly, as if someone had flipped a switch. I rubbed my eyes, wondering if I was seeing things. Scanning the area revealed nothing, just the black sky and twinkling stars unchanged. My dog caught my attention. He was sitting perfectly still, ears pointed forward, staring intently into the dark field beyond the fence. When I called his name, he didn't even glance my way. Something had his complete focus. At first, I saw nothing. Unusual. Then I noticed the tall grass moving differently. It wasn't wind-driven anymore, but shifting subtly, as if something was moving beneath the surface. No sound accompanied the movement, just a faint, strange swaying pattern. Grabbing the flashlight, I switched it on. The beam illuminated about 20 feet of the yard. The grass looked normal under the light, but when I swept the beam toward the fence, I caught a glimpse of something ducking down, maybe a head or shoulder. The dog barked once, sharp and loud, then went silent again. I kept the flashlight trained on the spot where I'd seen movement, but nothing appeared. No animals, no people, nothing. Something felt fundamentally wrong. The world seemed slightly out of sync, like its rhythm was slightly broken. A low buzzing filled the air, not like an engine, but more like a phone vibrating softly on a table. Barely perceptible, yet definitely there. The first night, the dog relaxed after something strange happened. I turned off the flashlight and sat back down, holding my beer and watching the stars. That light never returned, and I thought it was over. The next evening, curiosity drew me back to the porch. Same clear sky, same setup. I stared at the spot where something had blinked out earlier, but nothing unusual appeared. After an hour, I gave up and headed inside. Just as I shut the door, a soft sound caught my attention. It was like something brushing against the house, a gentle scraping, almost like a branch dragging across the siding. The sound came again, this time closer to the kitchen window. I approached carefully, keeping the lights off, and pulled the curtain back slightly. Nothing. Slowly, I stepped back onto the porch. The dog followed, tail down and ears back, staying close to my side without barking. I walked around with my flashlight, sweeping the beam across the wall and grass. No animal tracks, no broken branches, no wind. Then I saw it. On the far side of the house, a perfect circular patch of grass was flattened, about 4 feet across. Not burnt or discolored, just pressed down as if something heavy had settled there. When I touched the ground, it felt unnaturally cold compared to the surrounding air. I backed away, scanning the area with my flashlight, but saw nothing more. Sleep didn't come easily that night. Every outside sound kept me on edge. The blinking star, the flattened grass, the movement near the fence, the buzzing, none of it made sense. For the next week, I avoided the porch, though I'd sometimes glance at the sky through the window. That light never reappeared. A few nights later, something else strange happened. The digital clock by my bed was flashing as if we'd lost power, but everything else in the house remained normal. The fridge hummed, the porch light stayed on, only the clock was reset. Checking my phone, I saw it was 3:42 a.m. We were out on the lake late that night, just me and Jake, doing what we usually did on weekends when we wanted to escape everything. The night was cold but not freezing, and we had our jackets on. Our little motorboat was anchored far from shore, fishing lines in the water, waiting for a bite. Stars blazed so brightly they seemed almost touchable, and the water was smooth as glass. We sat on the back bench, each holding a fishing rod. Quiet surrounded us, broken only by the occasional plop of a bobber or a fish taking a nibble. The boat creaked softly, gentle ripples spreading out from our slight movements. After a while, Jake went silent, staring out over the water behind the boat. I followed his gaze, wondering if he'd spotted something. Then we heard it, a splash, sudden and heavy, like something big had hit the water hard right behind us. But here's the weird part. No ripple appeared. The surface remained perfectly smooth, as if nothing had happened. Just silence and that strange sound. I scanned the dark water over my shoulder. No wake, no movement. Jake asked, "Did you hear that?" I nodded, feeling uneasy. We waited, expecting something to break the surface. Then a low, droning sound emerged from beneath the boat. It wasn't like any engine noise or natural sound. Deep and steady, it felt like a vibration through our bones. It didn't change in volume, just remained constant and unsettling. Later, back home, the dog's behavior caught my attention. It stood at the back door, alert and staring into the darkness. When I flipped on the porch light and looked out, something caught my eye. At the tree line's edge, a tall, featureless shape stood motionless. Then it stepped backward and vanished. I've barely told anyone about that night. A few friends, maybe. No one knows what to say, and honestly, neither do I. It wasn't a dream. I wasn't drunk. It just happened. And since then, I've been watching the sky a lot more. The low buzz under the water was constant. Jake and I sat in silence, listening. It droned on for several minutes, seeming to come from nowhere specific, just beneath us. The moon had disappeared behind clouds, turning the lake into an endless black expanse. Jake's small flashlight cast the only light, and I swept it across the water, searching for any movement. Nothing. After about 5 minutes, the droning stopped abruptly. No gradual fade, just a sudden cutoff. The silence felt even heavier. I told Jake we needed to head back, and he started the motor. Something felt wrong. The water around the boat remained unnaturally still. No wakes, no splashes from the propeller. As we slowly made our way back, Jake broke the silence and asked if I felt anything strange. I struggled to explain. It wasn't pure fear, but a sense of something watching us from just beneath the surface. Something that wanted to remain unnoticed, yet demanded attention. Halfway to shore, the GPS screen flickered and went blank for a few seconds, adding to the unsettling atmosphere. When we finally reached the dock, the familiar creak of wooden planks felt like a relief. The night air seemed lighter, and the lake looked normal again, moonlight and stars reflecting on its surface. We packed up quietly, avoiding discussion of what we'd experienced. During the drive home, I couldn't stop checking the rearview mirror, that strange feeling lingering. Night had fallen out in the desert west of Marfa, Texas. I was camped alone on BLM land, miles from anything, exactly how I liked it. Flat, dry country surrounded me, scrub brush and hard pan dirt stretching in every direction. My truck was parked off a 2-track road, and I'd hiked a half-mile out with my gear. This wasn't my first solo trip. I'd done a dozen like this, mostly in desert regions. No cell service, no noise, no lights. My one-man tent had a mesh roof so I could watch the stars. I always came prepared. Plenty of water, some food, and a satellite phone for emergencies. That evening started like any other. The wind kicked up around sundown but died down after dark. I stayed up watching the sky. The Milky Way was crystal clear, and a couple of meteors streaked by early on. The silence was profound. No bugs, no coyotes, just absolute stillness. I fell asleep around 11, waking later in complete darkness. No watch, phone powered off. At first, nothing seemed wrong, but something felt off. The silence was different. Not just quiet, but unnaturally so. No breeze, no rustling, no distant sounds. It was like someone had muffled the entire world. When I clicked on my flashlight and unzipped the tent, what I saw stopped me cold. A perfect 20-foot circle surrounded my tent. Inside the ring, the ground looked burned, scorched black. All vegetation had vanished, leaving bare, hardened earth. Strangely, there was no heat, no burning smell. I touched the ground. It was coal, dead and packed hard, as if whatever had happened left no trace beyond the visual destruction. Turning slowly, I scanned the surrounding desert, searching for any explanation. That night haunts me. The unexplained circle, the absolute silence. Something was out there. I haven't returned to that spot since. The memory of that strange, soundless moment stays with me, a mystery I can't shake. The desert was completely undisturbed except for this strange circle. No footprints, no tire tracks, nothing. My truck was a distant shadow to the east while I walked to the ring's edge. The line was impossibly sharp, like drawn with a perfect compass. One side held the typical desert landscape, pale dirt, thorny brush, rocks. The other side was just a smooth, dark patch that defied explanation. Something felt wrong. If there had been fire, I would have smelled smoke or detected some trace in the air. But the night was odorless. No ozone, no ash, just dry desert stillness. I scanned the sky. No clouds, no planes, no satellites, just unmoving stars. The longer I looked, the more unnatural the silence became. I retreated to my tent, zipping it closed. Sleep was impossible. I lay there with a flashlight, listening to the quiet and watching the mesh ceiling. Near dawn, a faint humming started, low and deep like a distant generator. It grew slightly louder, then faded as if being turned down, then vanished completely. At sunrise, the circle remained. The burn pattern looked artificial, stamped onto the ground with unnatural precision. I packed quickly without eating or making coffee and hiked back to my truck. I kept glancing over my shoulder, though I couldn't explain why. Back at the vehicle, I checked the tires and sat staring at the empty desert. No other vehicles, no trails, just the same scrub and rocks. I drove straight to Alpine and found a cheap motel, spending 2 nights trying to rationalize what I'd seen. Later that week, I examined my gear. Everything appeared normal, no damage, no scorching, but my compass was off. Just a few degrees, yet consistently different from my phone and backup compass. It seemed to drift, unwilling to settle. I never reported the incident. Who would even believe me? 3 weeks later, I returned to the same desert location during daylight hours. Not to camp, but simply to observe. The landscape had changed dramatically. Where there was once a distinct circle, now only dry, cracked earth remained. A few tentative green shoots were emerging from the ground. No burn marks were visible, and the brush within the ring's perimeter hadn't regenerated. It felt like the land had forgotten something important. My journey began earlier that evening in Ellery, after a late dinner with my cousin. I was heading west on Highway 95, about 30 miles south of Tonopah, planning to stop in Bay for the night. The drive was familiar. I'd made this trip countless times during my delivery runs, sometimes even sleeping in the truck. Just past midnight, the road was deserted. Only my high beams cut through the darkness, illuminating the cracked black top. This stretch near the test range always carried an unsettling atmosphere. The desert's emptiness was profound, difficult to articulate. Miles would pass without seeing a single gas station. Sipping warm water and half listening to a crackling AM radio station, something caught my eye. 3 distinct white lights hung in the sky, positioned about 30 degrees above the horizon. Initially, I assumed they were military aircraft flying in formation, not unusual given the nearby military installations. Their movement was unnervingly precise. Perfect triangle formation, each point equidistant. No blinking, no banking, no engine sounds. Curious, I turned off the radio and cracked the window, straining to hear something, anything, but only silence and tire noise filled the air. These lights behaved differently from any aircraft I'd seen. Commercial planes typically drift or wobble, but these maintained absolute stability. For at least 5 minutes, they held their exact spacing, roughly paralleling the road. Intrigued, I slowed down for a better view. Eventually, I pulled onto the shoulder and cut the engine. Total silence enveloped me. Stepping out of the truck, I noticed the lights seemed slightly lower. Something extraordinary was unfolding. They split out of nowhere, each darting off in a different direction. One left, one up, one straight back. Their movement was so rapid I could barely track it. No curves, just instant, soundless displacement. When I turned back toward the truck, they were already back. Same 3 lights, same triangle formation, exactly where they'd been before. That return freaked me out more than their initial scatter. I hadn't seen them move, they were just suddenly present, as if they'd never left. I got in the truck and drove, careful not to seem panicked. I wanted distance without drawing attention. Checking mirrors and glancing through the windshield, the lights remained stationary for a while. They seemed to track me, never closing in, never fading. Then they blinked off. Not movement, just an abrupt disappearance, like someone flipped a switch. About 10 minutes later, my dash clock reset. It flickered out, then returned with the wrong time, 4:11 a.m., which didn't match my watch or phone. The odometer had reset too, as if I just started the truck. That doesn't normally happen while driving. I pulled into Bay around 1:30 and checked into a small motel across from the gas station. The desk clerk gave me a weird look, commenting I looked pale. I brushed it off, saying I'd had a long drive. In my room, I sat on the bed with the TV muted, replaying the events in my mind. Sleep didn't come until dawn, and even then, it felt restless. I'd been reviewing trail cam footage from 2 weeks earlier, set up past Wolf Hollow Ridge near the county line. This remote forest section sees little human activity, perfect for tracking wildlife movement. I'd positioned 3 cameras around a salt lick near an old, overgrown logging road. Early October, with leaves just starting to dry and fall, temperatures dipping below freezing, conditions seemed ideal for capturing animal patterns. I was reviewing footage from my Browning Recon Force trail camera, which captures motion in 10-second clips. Most of the recordings were typical wildlife scenes: raccoons around the salt lick, deer moving at dusk, a bobcat near the stump I'd baited with sardines. A specific clip caught my attention. At 3:17 a.m. on a Tuesday, the temperature readout spiked to 61 degrees, while all other recordings from that night hovered around 35 to 36 degrees. The frame showed 5 deer frozen in movement in an unusual way. They weren't in an alert stance or clustered together like animals typically are when startled. One deer had a front hoof suspended midair, another with its head tilted sideways and tongue barely visible. What truly struck me was the lighting. The entire clearing was illuminated as if it were noon, but with no discernible light source. The glow seemed to emanate from within the stump, salt lick, and deer themselves. Shadows were either wrong or completely absent. Initially, I suspected a corrupted file and checked the frames before and after. The preceding frame was normal, grainy and dark. The subsequent frame was pitch black, with the deer simply vanished. No motion trail, no indication of movement. They were just gone. 10 seconds of recorded data and nothing else like it. Driven by curiosity, I checked the other two cameras positioned around the clearing. One faced east toward a game trail, the other west overlooking a dry creek bed. The east camera inexplicably cut out at 31.642. Something wasn't right. The cameras had stopped recording without any warning, no error message, no indication of a full memory card. When I checked the footage later, everything seemed normal at first. The recording picked up again at 31.910 with no deer and no sign anything unusual had occurred. The west camera, however, had a single corrupted file at 3:17. My dog Bramble, a wiry old shepherd mix who doesn't typically get spooked, accompanied me when I drove back to the clearing that afternoon. She's not one to bark at squirrels or chase shadows, which made her behavior later even more unusual. The hour-long drive brought me to the site late in the day. Walking into the clearing felt initially unremarkable. The salt lick was mostly gone, trampled by hooves. Fresh animal scat and disturbed ground suggested recent activity. The cameras were still mounted with good battery life, but Bramble stopped about 10 feet from the clearing's edge. Hackles raised, nose to the wind, just staring without growling or showing fear. When I entered the area, everything seemed normal. Birds chirped, wind rustled through trees. I collected memory cards, replaced batteries, and walked the perimeter checking for anything unusual. One white pine about 30 yards south of the salt lick caught my attention. Its trunk had a strange, discolored patch, scorched but not burned, as if exposed to intense heat for just seconds. No surrounding ground showed any scorch marks or lightning strike evidence. As I stood listening, I heard fast, quiet movement through the brush, something large passing just out of sight. Turning quickly, I expected to see a deer or bear, but nothing was there. Bramble remained frozen at the tree line. Back home, I tried opening the west-facing camera's corrupted file. This time, it partially played, a single, static-filled frame with a faint image. Boosting the contrast revealed a strange figure, not human, not animal, just a tall, thin, barely formed vertical smudge. Bramble was glued to my side that night, every tiny floor creak making her tense. Sleep was impossible. My mind kept drifting back to the IR camera footage. Something had been standing just beyond the frame's edge, watching. The next day, I returned to the clearing in the afternoon, borrowing a Geiger counter from a chemistry teacher friend. When I waved the device over the scorched tree trunk, it ticked slightly higher than baseline. Not dramatically, but noticeably. About 2 feet above and below the mark, the readings returned to normal. I removed all 3 cameras and haven't reinstalled them since. The memory cards now rest in a drawer. I still find myself studying that single frame of the deer, caught in perfect motion and illuminated like mannequins in a showroom. Something about it remains inexplicable. The incident began on a late November night outside Holbrook, Arizona, where Highway 377 splits from 277. I was driving north, hauling industrial piping to Farmington. The desert was cold and clear, with nothing but open road and the occasional tumbling tumbleweed. After passing the last gas station 45 minutes back, I hadn't seen another vehicle, just the steady hum of my engine and tires against asphalt. Sipping lukewarm gas station coffee, I noticed a single low-riding headlight in my rearview mirror. Initially, I assumed it was a motorcycle, maybe a dirt bike with a broken beam. But who rides these desolate highways at midnight? The light maintained a constant distance, neither gaining nor falling behind. When I subtly slowed down, it matched my pace precisely. A few brake taps elicited no response. I pulled onto a gravel runoff with a faded cattle gate and rusted no trespassing sign. Juno, my red-boned coonhound, barely lifted her head from the passenger seat. I watched the mirror, waiting. 5 minutes passed. No engine noise, no light, nothing. The wind pooh shed through low brush as I listened, the metal of my cooling engine ticking in the silence. I'd stepped out and walked a few feet toward the road, scanning the darkness. Nothing behind me except empty black top fading into the night. Back in the truck, I drove off, chalking up the earlier glimpse to a trick of distance. Maybe the guy had turned somewhere. But 20 minutes later, there it was again. Same headlight, same distance. This time I watched more closely. It never bobbed or wavered like a motorcycle would. Instead, it moved with an unnatural smoothness, almost gliding. I flipped on the CB, hoping for a response. Static and silence answered. Trying to slow down, I noticed the light remained constant. Passing a small maintenance turnout, I decided to stop again. Engine running, I got out quickly. The moment I hit the brakes, the light vanished. Running back about 100 yards, I was followed by Juno. She sniffed the air, tail stiff, ears alert, clearly sensing something unusual. Standing there, I heard nothing. Just dry air and the distant buzz of power lines. Checking the road for tire marks, I found soft dirt from recent rain, but no tracks appeared, not even my own from earlier. Back in the cab, I gripped the wheel tighter than I'd like to admit, eyes constantly checking the mirror. Half an hour later, near a cluster of bushes, it happened again. One light, same spot, same height. This time, I stared unblinkingly for 10 minutes. Juno whined nervously, unusual for her. She kept glancing at the side window, as if expecting something. Trying a different approach, I hit the brakes hard and killed the headlights. Pitch black surrounded me. When my eyes adjusted, the headlight remained. Bright, too bright. It didn't cast a normal glow. No shine on the asphalt, no beam, just a sharp white point of light. Then it blinked out. Completely. No fade, no gradual descent. Just gone. I sat in the darkness, heart racing. Night had settled in, and something felt off. For 3 consecutive nights, the motion light at the back corner of my house had been triggered at exactly 3:17 a.m. It illuminated a 60-foot patch of overgrown grass in a pale yellow glow, revealing nothing but scrub brush, old fence posts, and open space before the distant tree line. I've been living on these 3 acres in southeastern Missouri for 4 years, seeking quiet after my divorce. But lately, quiet wasn't what I was getting. My dog Boone, a red-bone coonhound mix who usually patrols the fence line like he owns the county, had been acting strange. Each time the light went off, he'd bolt to the bathtub without a sound, which was unusual for him. The first night, I thought it might be a raccoon. I checked the yard and barn with a flashlight, but found nothing. The second night, I was already half awake when Boone made his move. I looked at the clock, 3:17 exactly. More annoyed than concerned, I peered out the kitchen window. Everything looked normal, unnaturally still. Later that night, driving my truck, something bizarre happened. My headlights suddenly went out, leaving me in complete darkness. Tense minutes passed. I eventually turned the lights back on and continued driving, reaching Farmington just after 4 a.m. When I parked and stepped out, the sky was crystal clear. Stars scattered like powdered sugar across black glass. Then, high above any plane I'd ever seen, a faint white dot appeared. It hovered momentarily before shooting left with impossible speed, just a blur, then gone. My dog Juno barked once, then settled down as if nothing had happened. I didn't sleep that morning. I just sat in the cab, engine running, waiting for sunrise. The night was as still as a painting. No movement, no rustling, not even the grass bending in the breeze. At 3:17, it happened again. I was already awake when Boone bolted off the bed and raced to the tub. I didn't move right away, just lay there listening. The house was silent, no footsteps, no engines, no voices, only Boone's nails clicking against the tile as he settled. Around 3:25, I finally got up and went to the window. The motion light was barely hanging on, flickering like it might give out any second. I stared at the patch of grass, my eyes adjusting to the darkness. Nothing seemed out of place. Then I saw it, a scarecrow, except I don't own a scarecrow. About 20 feet past the light's edge, where brightness dissolves into shadow, stood a figure. Too thin to be human, too rigid to be natural. No discernible limbs, just a vertical shape like a post or a motionless person with arms pressed against their sides. A blink, and it vanished. Maybe I'd imagined it. A fence post catching light strangely. perhaps my own reflection in the glass. So I stepped onto the porch, no flashlight, letting my eyes readjust. The field was empty. Morning came, and I walked out with Boone, who reluctantly followed on a leash. The grass was slightly flattened, but showed no signs of disturbance. No tracks, no broken stalks, no burn marks, just grass. Looking back at the house from where I'd seen the figure, something struck me. From that spot, you can't see the light itself, only its glow. Whatever was standing there would have been perfectly framed, illuminated just enough to reveal a shape, but obscure a face. That night, I waited, not in the living room but the kitchen. Lights off, a cold cup of coffee, Boone curled on the rug by the fridge, my eyes fixed on the digital clock. 3:10, 3:15 passed. At 3:17 they clicked on, no sound, just a soft pop. Boone immediately stood, ears flat, tail low. He didn't look at me. I stood up carefully, avoiding the scrape of chair legs, and walked to the sink. Leaning forward just enough, I peered outside. Something was in the field, closer now, maybe 10 feet from the edge of the light. That thin shape remained motionless, not swaying with the breeze like the surrounding grass. It was just there, watching. Boone's growl stopped me. It was a sound I'd heard only once before, when a neighbor's pit bull had invaded our yard. He didn't follow as I opened the back door and stepped onto the porch, flashlight in hand. After letting my eyes adjust, I flipped it on and pointed directly at the spot. Nothing. The figure had vanished. But the grass was moving. Not as if something had walked through it, but more like it was settling, as though something heavy had been pressing down and just lifted off. Slow waves rippled outward. No wind, just motion. My legs wouldn't move, despite wanting to investigate. The light timed out after 30 seconds. Darkness reclaimed the yard. I backed inside and locked the door. Boone was already in the tub. That morning, I discovered something in the field. Right where the shape had been, 3 small holes formed a perfect triangle. Each was about a quarter's size, maybe 5 inches deep, but unnervingly clean. No displaced dirt around the edges, as if something had simply pressed through the surface. I covered the area with an old barn tarp, though I couldn't explain why. My work as a satellite technician in Colorado Springs was typically mundane. Shift work in a windowless control room filled with screens, blinking lights, and endless coffee. Monitoring satellite telemetry, checking for anomalies, ensuring everything stayed online. Nothing glamorous. Hours spent staring at radar blips and data points. A week has passed since that night. The motion sensor hasn't triggered again. But Boone still sleeps in the bathroom every single night, slinking away when I call him to bed. Something in his behavior suggests he knows more than I do. I haven't reset the sensor, haven't walked into the field after dark, and I certainly haven't slept through 3:17 a.m. since. The job had been going on for about 6 months when something strange started happening. During my shifts monitoring the software, an unusual object would occasionally pop up on the screen. This wasn't like any satellite or piece of space debris I knew about. Its movement defied everything I understood about how objects in space typically behave. Normal satellites follow predictable paths, but this thing was different. It would appear randomly, sometimes near the horizon, sometimes high overhead, never in the same location twice. At first, I assumed it was a technical glitch. The radar or sensor must be malfunctioning, I thought. But the more I saw it, the more puzzling it became. Each time it appeared, the object was on a different scan, in a completely different spot with no discernible pattern. What really unnerved me was how briefly it showed up. The monitoring system refreshed every few minutes, but this blip would vanish before the next scan could confirm its existence. I couldn't capture any data, just a fleeting glimpse. I tried talking to my colleagues, mentioning it casually, but no one seemed to notice or care. My supervisor dismissed it as sensor noise or space junk. But I knew something was off. One night during a late shift, it happened again. The control room was eerily quiet, with only the air system's hum and occasional status alerts breaking the silence. Near the edge of the screen's coverage, a small, round, bright object blinked into existence. I zoomed in, trying to get a better look. The coordinates showed it was over the southwestern US, but not following any known orbital path. I hit the track button, hoping to follow it on the next scan. The system began its countdown. 60 seconds until refresh. I watched intently, leaning forward. Just before the update, the blip moved, not smoothly like a satellite, but in a sudden jump. Seconds later, it disappeared completely. I checked the logs. No catalog satellite or object matched this signature. The area was mostly empty desert. For weeks after, I obsessively monitored every scan, waiting for it to reappear. And it did, always in a different place, always defying explanation. My job involves monitoring radar systems, and I started noticing something strange. It was a fleeting pattern that always vanished too quickly to fully see. I tried calling my supervisor several times during the day to report what I'd witnessed. They consistently dismissed it as interference or glitches, telling me not to worry, but I couldn't shake the feeling something wasn't right. One night, I decided to record the radar feed with my phone, hoping to capture proof of its existence. The video revealed a brief blip, appearing and disappearing. What troubled me more was how the screen's timestamp jumped backwards by about 30 seconds, as if the system was resetting. I watched the clip repeatedly, unable to explain this anomaly. The system I worked with was supposed to have strict logging and timing, so this made no sense. Other strange occurrences started happening around the same time. My home Wi-Fi began cutting out randomly. My phone battery drained unusually quickly, and apps behaved oddly. Notifications would pop up seconds before actual messages arrived. About a month after first noticing the object, I took my dog Bixby for a late-night walk in our suburban neighborhood. The sky was clear and cold, with that crisp winter air that makes your breath visible. I was checking the satellite tracking app. Admittedly, I'd become somewhat obsessed. Bixby was doing his usual routine of sniffing every tree. When I looked up, the stars were bright and steady, but something else caught my eye. A faint glimmer moving slowly, unlike any plane or satellite I'd ever seen. It made no sound and didn't flash. Suddenly, Bixby stiffened and growled softly. I tried to calm him, but he remained fixated on the sky. Just like the radar blip, the light vanished. Back at work, I mentioned the incident to other night shift workers. They merely shrugged, grateful for something to break the job's monotony. Then one evening, the tracking system glitched again. The object appeared twice on the screen, at opposite ends of the coverage area. Both blips pulsed faintly, as if sending signals or just flickering. The system froze momentarily. It was a cool, crisp autumn night, and I'd been driving home from a late shift at the hospital through the outskirts of Cedar Falls, Iowa. The road was mostly empty, with trees lining the highway, barely visible in the dim glow of my headlights. A little fog was rolling in, softening the road's edges. Everything seemed ordinary at first. Then something caught my eye. A strange object appeared on the radar, flickering for a second, then vanishing just as quickly. My workstation screen flickered and shut off right after that. The backup system kicked in, but it was slow to reboot. When it finally came online, the log files had a weird gap, about 5 minutes of missing data. I reported the incident, but no one else saw anything unusual. The official explanation was a temporary power surge at the facility. That night, after my shift, I drove home under heavy cloud cover. Street lights blurred through the fog, and I kept glancing up, half expecting to see the object again. Pulling into my driveway, I noticed my front porch light flickering. Before I could think, Bixby started barking, low and urgent. I went inside, locking the door behind me. My phone's tracking app was frozen on a blank screen. I shut it off and sat at the kitchen table, staring out the window. Something wasn't right. I felt watched, but I never told my family about these strange occurrences. They'd think I was losing it. A few days later, the object reappeared on the scans. This time, I tried to alert my supervisor by pressing the emergency alert button. A calm, clipped voice came through the speaker. Technician, cease tracking unknown objects. Continue monitoring only registered satellites. Report anomalies through official channels. This message will be repeated. The line cut off abruptly. My heart was pounding. After that, I stopped trying to track it. The blips kept appearing, always in different places, always vanishing before anyone else could see them. I kept my head down and did my job. But sometimes, when I'm alone at work late at night, I still see the faint flicker on the radar, like a ghost signal, and the feeling of being watched never goes away. I was just heading home, hoping to catch some sleep before my early morning shift. The night was mostly clear, with low-hanging clouds partially obscuring the moon. Halfway through my drive, something caught my eye. At first, I thought it was just fog playing tricks, but then the sky began to transform. Swirling bands of light started dancing overhead. Not lightning, not fireworks, but something entirely different. Greens and blues pulsed and flickered with an almost rhythmic quality. I'd seen northern lights before, but this was something else entirely. It was eerily quiet, no thunder, no crackling sound. I pulled over to the shoulder and stepped out of my car. Cold air wrapped around me, fog curling at my boots. The entire sky seemed alive, thick with an electric feeling that made the moment feel almost hypnotic. I tried to capture it on my phone, but the screen flickered and the camera refused to focus properly. As quickly as it appeared, the light show faded, melting away like smoke. The sky returned to its normal state, just a few faint stars barely visible through the lingering fog. I got back in the car and continued driving, thinking about telling my brother, but worried he'd dismiss it as a drone show or some trick of light. 20 minutes later, I pulled into my driveway. Something immediately seemed off. There was a scratch across my windshield. Not just a smear, but actual words etched into the glass. I wiped it with my sleeve and saw the message clearly. Look up less. As I stared in disbelief, I noticed a black sedan parked down the street. About 50 yards away, its engine was running softly in the quiet night. No one was inside. No markings, no headlights, just sitting there, watching. I noticed something strange one night that I couldn't explain. A black car appeared on my street, sitting quietly with its engine running, but no one inside. At first I thought it might be a prank, but the car remained motionless, waiting. Unsettled, I went inside and locked the door. The next day, I mentioned the weird incident to my neighbors, hoping someone might have seen something. But no one knew anything about the car, and the police seemed unconcerned. Over the following days, the car continued to appear mysteriously. It would park down the street, always with its engine on, then vanish and reappear a block away. Odd sounds began to emerge at night, a low, faint humming like a transformer, always seeming to come from the woods behind my house. Then one night around 3 a.m., a bright white light suddenly filled my bedroom, making everything glow like midday. When I looked outside, the street was empty and the black car had disappeared. I went out to investigate. Thick fog hung around the trees and an eerie silence surrounded me. Where the car had been, there was no trace. The next morning, I discovered a new message scratched into the bark of the old maple tree in my yard. Stop watching. I kept this discovery to myself. The handwriting looked similar to the previous message on my windshield, jagged but deliberate. When I asked around the neighborhood, a few people mentioned seeing strange lights in the sky. One neighbor even said his dog had been barking at nothing for hours. Soon, I began feeling constantly watched. Not in a physical sense, but by an unseen presence just beyond my perception. Shadows would appear in street lamps that weren't my own, and I'd catch glimpses of something that didn't quite belong. Late October, I was hiking alone in the Blue Ridge Mountains, seeking solitude on a cool, sunny day. 6 miles out from the trailhead near Dotton Park, I'd chosen one of those quiet trails where you might not see another soul all day. I'd taken a week off work, telling almost no one, just wanting to clear my head in the woods. At an overlook, where the trees thinned out, I stopped for water and a snack, taking in the clear view of the next ridge. That's when things started to feel strange. Late at night back home, I'd notice a faint glow behind the tree line. I stopped going outside after dark. One night, footsteps crunched in the leaves outside my back door. Peering through the blinds revealed nothing but an empty yard. Wind-blown branches scratched against the window. When I tried calling a friend, there was no answer. The next day, my phone's battery was dead despite being fully charged. The signal was weak, as if I were in a dead zone, unusual for a house normally with full bars. Time began to slip weirdly. Hours seemed to pass differently, and I'd catch the clock jumping ahead by 10 or 15 minutes. A few nights later, sitting on my porch and smoking, a black car rolled slowly down the street. No headlights, engine silent. It stopped directly in front of my house, sitting motionless for a long minute before finally pulling away into the fog. After that, the mysterious messages stopped. The strange lights faded from the sky. The black car didn't return, and I went back to my normal routines. But something lingered, a quiet, watching feeling that would occasionally creep back in, subtle as a soft pressure on my neck. The scratches on my windshield and tree have most tilly faded. I still don't know who left those messages or why the car kept appearing. The meaning behind "look up less" remains a mystery, but something was definitely there, something I can't fully explain. I was out hiking, sitting on a flat rock overlooking the valley when something caught my eye. A small silver dot hovered just above the tree line, perfectly still. At first, I thought it might be a drone, but it was too far away, too big, with no rotors or movement, just a shiny point reflecting sunlight like a tilted mirror. I watched it for what felt like an eternity, maybe 10 seconds, maybe 30. Hard to tell. When I looked down to grab a protein bar from my pack, it vanished. Not moved, just gone. I scanned the ridge, thinking it might have slipped behind the trees, but the sky was empty. Then I noticed the silence. Before, the forest had been alive with sound, chickadees singing, woodpeckers tapping in the distance, the kind of background noise you usually don't even register. Now, completely dead still. No rustling, no insects, just wind. I could hear my own blood pumping. It wasn't that the animals had scattered or seemed scared. They just stopped, like someone had hit mute on the entire forest. I stood up, turning slowly, straining to hear anything. Nothing. No footsteps, no breeze through leaves. I'm not easily spooked, but this silence felt wrong, like the woods were holding their breath, waiting. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe I'd imagined the reflection, maybe the birds were just taking a break. But something felt off. I decided to cut my hike short, taking a connector trail back toward the trailhead instead of my planned longer route. About an hour later, I paused at a switchback with a view back to the ridge. That's when I heard it, a faint, intermittent hum. Not like distant power lines, because there were no lines, no buildings, just woods. More like a pressure behind my ears, coming and going every few seconds. The hum started deeper. I wasn't sure if it was coming from me, so I held my breath, but it remained unchanged. Low and pulsing, barely perceptible. I scanned the sky again. Nothing moved. No planes, no contrails, no birds. It struck me that I hadn't seen a single bird since that overlook, not even the crows that usually populate such areas. My pace quickened along the narrow, overgrown trail. A fallen sign nearly caused me to miss a turnoff, and doubling back cost me about 15 minutes. The hum continued, steady now, trailing me like a persistent headache just behind my skull. Near the parking lot, I encountered a couple hiking in the opposite direction. The first people I'd seen all day. They looked like experienced hikers, fully equipped with packs and trekking poles. We exchanged brief hellos. I wanted to ask about any strange occurrences but held back, focused only on getting back. As I approached the trailhead, the hum mysteriously faded. No abrupt stop, just a gradual disappearance. Suddenly, the woods seemed to come alive again. A cardinal chirped nearby, and a squirrel darted across the path. The parking lot contained only 2 vehicles, my car and an old Subaru, likely belonging to the hiking couple. Standing by my car, I let my heart rate settle. Though I hadn't exerted myself, I felt inexplicably wired. My shirt was damp with sweat, despite the cool air. During the drive back to my rented cabin, my thoughts kept returning to that strange, shiny object. It wasn't like a metallic plane or a dull balloon, but more reminiscent of polished glass or chrome, something fundamentally out of place. I didn't share the experience immediately. I didn't want to sensationalize it. Maybe it was a drone. Perhaps the silence was just a coincidence. I might have imagined the hum, but in the 5 or 6 hikes I've taken since that day, I've never encountered that kind of absolute quiet aim, not once. My first encounter with the sound was at Creek Airfield, while locking up Hangar 4. It's not a busy place, just 2 runways, 4 hangars, mostly home to weekend hobbyist pilots. Since being laid off from Delta in '09, I'd been working maintenance there. Most days it was just me and Ernie, who handled fuel while I managed repairs. It was a late September Wednesday. That specific stillness had settled after the wind died down, and the sun had already dipped behind the western ridge. No aircraft had moved in or out since 3 p.m. I was the last one out that day. The tarmac was quiet, cool, and dry, with a light haze hanging in the air. After sealing up Jack Mlay's 172 and running the final checklist, I started walking toward the hangar's big roll door. That's when I heard it. A low hum pulsed in and out, deep and rhythmic like a diesel engine idling underwater. Not loud, but something you could feel more than hear, the kind of sound that settles into your chest. At first, I thought maybe one of the nearby farms was running an old generator. Farm equipment can create weird sound waves that bounce off the hills. But this sound wasn't coming from the side. It was directly overhead. I stepped outside, squinting up through the hazy sky. Nothing was visible. No clouds, no planes, not even birds. Just pale sky fading to orange near the horizon. The moment my boots touched the pavement, the sound vanished. Completely. No gradual fade, just sudden silence. I stood there, scanning the area. No wind, no insects, just an eerie quiet that felt like it was anticipating something. Walking a few paces onto the taxiway, I tried to determine if the sound might be an acoustic effect from the hangar walls. Still nothing. I circled behind the building, checked the small shed with the air compressor. Silence. The next day, Ernie mentioned the security lights had triggered around 1 a.m. Probably a coyote, he said casually. But when I reviewed the footage, something was off. Between 12:57 and 1:04, 7 minutes were completely blank. Not static, just pure absence, as if those moments never existed. Our security system isn't perfect, but it's reliable. The infrared usually catches everything, from rabbits hopping across the grass to the slightest movement. Yet this segment was simply gone. I mentioned the strange sound to Ernie. He suggested it might have been a low-altitude military pass. They run silent sometimes, he said. But even stealth aircraft leave traces, radar signatures or contrail remnants. Nothing that heavy moves without generating some vibration. We would have felt it in the hangars. That night I stayed late again. Working on a wiring fault in an old Piper Cub, I lost track of time. The skylights dimmed as sunset approached, and I realized it was past 7. I shut everything down and prepared to leave, that strange sound still lingering in my memory. I stepped out and paused, listening. The air was still, quiet. My gaze drifted upward, and that's when I noticed something odd about the stars. Directly above the airfield, a space roughly the size of a football field was completely devoid of stars. Everywhere else, the sky was crystal clear. But this spot was different, a black void where stars should be. The longer I stared, the more unsettling it became. It was like looking into an empty hole in the sky. I blinked, rubbed my eyes, even cleaned my glasses. Nothing changed. Then I felt it again, that low, slow hum vibrating in my chest. Not a sound, but a sensation like a deep, slow heartbeat. A strange pressure built in my ears, similar to ascending too quickly in altitude. I walked back to the hangar, and the moment I stepped inside, everything stopped. The hum vanished, and my ears cleared instantly. I flipped on the lights and stood there, trying to convince myself I was just tired and imagining things. The next morning, Ernie arrived late. He'd taken his dog to the vet because she'd been restless all night. She kept staring at the sky, whining and pacing, unable to settle down. When he mentioned she was growling at nothing, I felt a chill. Later that day, Brent flew in from Henderson to pick up some avionics. Just before leaving, he looked up and asked about balloon launches. Saw a weird shimmer over the ridge, he said, like heat haze but cooler. I simply nodded. After he left, I walked to where he'd parked and looked up. The starless patch was now a faint shimmer, barely visible, like looking through distorted glass. That night, I sat outside the hangar with a thermos and lawn chair, watching and waiting. I was up before dawn, watching the sky when everything changed. It started around 8:45 with a familiar hum, same location as before, but this time different. The vibration didn't stop. Instead, it grew incrementally, not increasing in volume, but becoming denser, as if the atmosphere itself was condensing. The first sign was subtle, taxiway lights flickering once. Then the hangar lights cut out completely, plunging everything into total darkness. My heart raced. Initially, I suspected a grid failure, given the airfield's aging infrastructure. Suddenly, the security floodlight on Hangar 1 blazed intensely for 3 seconds before vanishing again. I remained motionless, uncertain how long I stood there. Eventually, the lights restored simultaneously, bringing an eerie quiet. No lingering hum, no residual flicker. I packed up and left, believing things had returned to normal. About a week later, a call from the airfield's weather station vendor disrupted that illusion. The technician reported a localized pressure dip precisely over our GPS coordinates, lasting 4 minutes the previous Wednesday. He suggested it might be a sensor malfunction, but wanted to verify. When I inquired about the pressure drop's magnitude, he hesitated. A 2.1 kilopascal reduction, centered approximately 300 feet above ground level, like a sudden mass disappearance. I thanked him and ended the call, saying nothing more. Since that night, I've changed. I avoid staying after sunset. Flying no longer interests me. I keep my gaze downward, focusing on repairs. Yet occasionally, during twilight stillness, a faint sensation returns, something hovering, waiting. It began with my dog's unusual behavior. Just after 5 a.m., her whining roused me. Typically quiet unless needing to go outside, her sudden restlessness seemed age-related. When I opened the back door, she froze, staring into the yard. My nudge produced no movement. A peculiar smell caught my attention, not overwhelming but sharp, like burnt plastic or electrical discharge. Barefoot, I stepped onto the porch, wondering if neighbors had used a fire pit. The odor seemed to emanate from nowhere specific, hanging in the air with an unsettling presence. The yard was eerily silent that morning. No birds chirped in the trees, which was unusual for that time of day. Something was off. A strange black dust covered about a 10-foot circle in the center of the yard, looking like someone had carefully sprinkled charcoal powder everywhere. Lighter streaks extended closer to the house, with faint smudges on the porch steps, as if someone with sooty shoes had walked up and vanished. When I touched the substance, it was dry and fine, clinging to my fingers without any moisture or grit. The sky was overcast and barely light. My dog's behavior was bizarre. She backed away and hid behind the door frame, which she'd never done before, not even during thunderstorms. I tried calling her, but she remained skittish. I couldn't make sense of the dust. This was suburban territory, no factories, no construction crews nearby that could explain such material. If it were from a fire, there would have strain, even ash flakes or a distinct smell. This was different, too uniform, too precise. Around 6 a.m., I took some photos. The dust was tricky to capture, only showing up when I angled the camera just right. I sent a picture to my friend Jenna and waited for her response. By 8:30, everything had changed. The yard was completely clean, no black powder, no smudges, no evidence anything had been there. The grass looked normal, with no dead patches or burn marks. Even the smell had vanished. Standing in the same spot, I squinted at the ground. Nothing. The porch steps, which had earlier shown clear sooty marks, were now completely clean. No trace remained. The dog continued to act strangely. She wouldn't step outside, kept sniffing the air and pacing nervously. Her outdoor water bowl remained untouched. Something had clearly unsettled her, though I couldn't determine what. My phone still held the pictures, a clear boot print sitting in the dust. I stood in the same spot, comparing my foot to the mark, but the ground looked untouched. It was as if someone had meticulously cleaned every trace with tweezers. Sleep wasn't coming after that. I pulled out my laptop and started searching for information about black powder in yards. Volcanic ash fallout seemed the closest match, but we weren't near any volcanic region. Other explanations were just wild guesses: mildew, mold, pollution, none of which matched what I'd seen or explained its sudden disappearance. Jenna's text arrived around 11, suggesting a blown transformer or firework as a possible cause. She'd witnessed something similar after a substation explosion during a storm. But we hadn't experienced any storms, and the night had been quiet with no power interruptions. My clocks were perfectly normal. Throughout the day, I kept checking the yard. It remained pristine. The dog was especially cautious, tiptoeing to the porch's edge and urinating on the gravel, avoiding the grass entirely. I walked barefoot across the lawn again, feeling only cool, damp ground in the shade. That night, I sat on the steps with the porch light off, waiting, though for what, I couldn't say. The neighborhood was silent. Distant cars passed, wind chimes tinkled a few houses away. But my yard remained completely motionless. No wind, no insects, no movement. Even the trees stood unnaturally still. A plane blinked slowly across the sky. Something about it felt significant, though I couldn't explain why. That sense of a missed connection lingered. Just after 10, A brief light flickered over the fence, like a small mirror's reflection. I stood, thinking it might be a flashlight or someone in the woods, but the light didn't reappear. After waiting about 15 minutes, I went inside. One morning, my dog started barking sharply at the sliding door, which wasn't her usual whimpering. When I looked outside, the yard appeared normal, yet she refused to go near the door for the rest of the day. Days later, I showed the pictures to a friend who works in environmental testing. He suggested it might be industrial dust from the highway, but something felt off. The coverage seemed too precise, and its mysterious disappearance without wind or rain didn't make sense. Now, I occasionally walk the yard, searching for any trace of what happened. The grass remains healthy, no discoloration, burn marks, or unusual growth patterns. But my dog won't go near that area anymore, sticking to the patio or front yard. I haven't discussed this with the neighbors, unsure what I'd even say. Periodically, I review the pictures. They seem blurrier now, with the black powder less distinct, though the boot print remains clear, matching my hiking boots. Tread pattern. I haven't cleaned the porch, waiting to see if anything reappears. It happened during a solo hiking trip on the Pine Ridge Trail, east of Asheville. Early September offer, cool, clear weather, perfect for camping. Around 11:30 that morning, I had tethered Rosie, my golden retriever mix, to a tree while exploring a rocky slope near a small stream. Upon returning to the campsite, something felt immediately wrong. Everything was precisely arranged in a perfect circle. My backpack, tent poles, shoes, stove, and fuel canister. Each item seemed deliberately positioned. Rosie was now untethered, standing in the center of this strange arrangement, looking confused. I was certain I'd left everything exactly as I remembered, yet something was fundamentally different. The meticulous organization felt deliberate, almost ritualistic, though I couldn't explain why or how it happened. The silence was the first thing that struck me. This part of the trail usually buzzes with life. Bird songs, rustling animals, the soft whispers of the forest. But now, nothing. Just dead quiet, broken only by the occasional snap of a twig when I moved. I noticed the strange circle first. The grass beneath it looked different. Faint scorch marks pressed into the dirt, darkened and brittle like a campfire that never fully caught. No ash, no smoke smell, just these odd rings. I scanned the campsite, looking for signs of other hikers, but found nothing. No footprints, no trash, no evidence anyone had been here. Rosie was on edge. Every time I moved something, she'd growl low and stare intently into the trees. I checked the woods carefully, but saw nothing. Yet the feeling of being watched was overwhelming, something just beyond the tree line, maybe 30 or 40 yards away. Each time I looked, nothing was there. I packed up quickly, Rosie never leaving my side. Her ears were pricked, muscles tense. The hike back felt strange, like time was moving differently. When I reached the parking lot, my phone showed it was nearly 3 p.m. I'd been gone about 4 hours, but it felt much longer. That evening, unpacking my gear, I found something odd. A small patch of scorched grass stuck to my water bottle case, dry, brittle, with a faint burnt smell. I couldn't remember where it came from. Rosie was restless, pacing between rooms, watching shadows I couldn't see. The next day, I brought my friend Tom, who knows this area well. We found the campsite, and the strange circle was still there. Tom examined it closely, remarking that the pattern looked unusual, a rough circle that didn't make sense. Something had happened that day. But what? We were out camping, and something strange happened. A mark caught our eye, tiny arcs radiating out like a deliberate symbol. Neither of us recognized it from any camping or survival signs. We snapped some photos, but they didn't turn out well. My phone showed nothing clear, and his pictures were just blurry with flickering light patches. We decided to keep quiet about it. No one would want to sound crazy. Since that day, I've kept Rosie close, and the woods feel different now. Something's watching me, not animals, but something else entirely. I can't explain what moved my gear that morning or why it was laid out so precisely. It wasn't a normal prank or mistake. Something just felt fundamentally wrong. The flight started like any other late September afternoon from Red Bluff. I've been flying small single-engine planes since college. Nothing professional, just weekend trips to clear my head. That Sunday, with good weather and a free afternoon, I planned a quick loop up north over the valley before sunset. Conditions were perfect. Clear skies, light wind, visibility stretching for miles. I filed VFR and took off around 4:40 p.m., heading towards Lake Shasta. About 30 minutes in, cruising at 6,500 feet just west of Lawson, everything seemed routine. The radio was quiet, with minimal chatter from NorCal approach. The low sun cast a soft orange glow under the clouds, typical of late summer. Then I ticed something above me, maybe a few hundred feet higher. Another aircraft seemed to be approaching from behind, slightly offset to my left. Initially, I thought it might be a twin-engine plane like a Baron or Piper Navajo. But something was off. The aircraft wasn't passing, it was pacing me. I adjusted my speed and it matched perfectly, maintaining the exact same relative distance. No gaining, no falling back, just hovering. Maybe 500 feet higher, maybe less. Strangely, I couldn't hear anything over my own engine. I radioed the unidentified traffic at 11 high, describing its unknown type and unverified altitude. No response came from ATC or anyone on the frequency. My eyes locked onto the strange shape above me. Its silhouette was off, no visible wings like a normal aircraft should have. The body looked impossibly smooth, almost molded, with no rivets or joints. Its flight pattern defied everything I knew about aviation. Perfectly horizontal, matching my every movement inch for inch. I watched intently, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. No wobbling, no yaw, no turbulence buffeting, just an unnatural, rock-solid presence. When I banked gently right, thinking sunlight might be playing tricks, it mirrored my movement precisely. Same bank, same arc, staying high and left. That's when an unsettling feeling crept in. The plane's instruments were fine, the engine running smoothly, but something felt wrong. A strange pressure started building, like cabin pressure dropping, though I wasn't climbing. My ears popped repeatedly, despite minimal altitude change. The radio began hissing softly, a faint static that persisted even when I lowered the volume. Suddenly, it happened. Not a bank or roll, but a complete rotation. One moment it hovered level above me, matching my heading. The next, it pivoted nose down, tail up, but impossibly suspended in space, as if gravity meant nothing. No falling, no climbing, just standing vertically in midair. Then, without warning, it vanished. No sound, no acceleration, no vapor trail, simply gone. I scanned the sky, circling wide and climbing another 300 feet, searching for any trace. Nothing. Just clouds, an orange sun, and an empty expanse. I radioed NorCal approach, November 28th, Niner Echo. Visual contact with unknown traffic at 6,700 feet southwest of Lassen. Faded from sight. No collision risk. Continuing VFR. The response was delayed. A different controller asked me to repeat. When I did, they confirmed no primary or secondary radar contact in the area besides my own. On the return flight, I couldn't shake the memory. I kept checking mirrors, glancing out windows, half expecting the impossible to reappear. That unnatural movement haunted me. Something so fundamentally wrong with how it had flipped, so far beyond aerodynamic possibility. I landed around 6:10 p.m. with clear skies and perfect visibility. The flight itself was routine. No mechanical issues, standard logging, and everything tied down as usual. But something was different. For weeks after that flight, I couldn't shake an unsettling feeling. Every time I went up in the air afterward, I found myself constantly scanning the horizon, searching for something I couldn't quite explain. The memory haunted me, how that unidentified object had tracked me with impossible precision, mimicking my every turn and speed adjustment as if it knew exactly where I was. I didn't report anything. In fact, I didn't even mention the incident to anyone for several days. But the experience lingered, a silent question mark in my mind about what I had encountered that evening. Something that defied any standard explanation I knew. I apologize, but the text you've provided appears to be an incomplete fragment or excerpt. Could you please share the full script or passage that you want me to rewrite? Without the complete context, I cannot accurately restructure the text while maintaining its original meaning.